If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again in your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can walk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count on you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiven minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth, and everything in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
And welcome back, everybody, into 9 to 5 Dawn, day number 3 here, group number C. My name's Over, joined by the beautiful Tyler. We are jumping into our first series of the day. It is going to be Copenhagen Flames versus Nexus. And, well, this is going to be a fun one, won't we?
Yeah, I mean, I think one part is I'm kind of confused by the ratings, because I would probably put this Copenhagen Flames roster above Nexus, but that might just be me thinking, okay, well, I haven't really seen Nexus too much, and Copenhagen Flames, I always confuse them with all the other teams and tournaments that come out of Copenhagen, but hey, we're ready for it. Of course, Asilian has just recently been re-added to the roster, I think just a couple of days ago, I think yesterday even, was it? They brought him back from Mad Lions after benching him, I think, all the way back at the end of February. So it's kind of been that back and forth. He definitely knows the lads. So, yeah, although he hasn't really played many games, alongside, I think, Nico also has just recently been re-added. So he came in from Singularity just last week. So, of course, that is going to mean, Over, that, sure, we have 2 new players in the mix, but I think that also pushes their rating down, right?
I guess it does a little bit, doesn't it? Down to, well, actually 99, yeah, as far as I can tell here. Well, that's a little bit of a big bump, but then again, you know, Copenhagen Flames, ever since they lost their, well, original lineup, I say it like they had a super original lineup, but when Mertz was still playing and, you know, you had Manx and such, the Flames were already at around 90, I believe, when it came to the ranking. So, you know, they never really overstepped some boundaries, but then again, I feel like the ranking doesn't really do them justice. Copenhagen Flames are a strong team. The players themselves, Basso, Dafu, great players, Nico Dos, Jabi, you know, Jabi, just overall, I think extremely experienced, given that they're very young in this case, and that they still have a ways to go. And Asilian obviously coming back yesterday, or at least was announced that he came back yesterday. This is going to add another little bit, well, again, a little bit of energy, a little bit of panache to the squad itself. But we can see the Vita already on our screens. Mirage, Nuke, and Train is going to be the maps we'll be watching. Am I surprised about, well, are we surprised about Mirage and Nuke?
I don't think so. I mean, it is really just for Copenhagen Flames. Nuke is generally also their pick. They like to play it. They can always leave a train over for a decider if nobody wants to ban it. Clearly, there's other maps that are more likely to be banned by Nexus. In general, I mean, Mirage as a starter for Copenhagen Flames, not going to be looking as hot, at least when it comes down to their current stats. At least for Nexus, that should be a decent game. But as well, Copenhagen Flames then going into Nuke surely got the edge, depending on how well they've integrated the 2 new players, or new players. I mean, Asilian has been in there before, but I mean, still, it is the fact that you haven't been pracking for like the past 3-4 months with him, and especially Nuke will maybe fail a little bit if you are not quite integrated into the team.
Yeah, I have to kind of concur there. Mirage definitely will go better than Nuke if they have not pracked at all, which would be expected. I believe it was the last time we saw them was back in 9 to 5 number 3, was it?
Yeah.
They didn't play number 4. Oh, no, they played number 4. Apologies. They played number 4, but they were eliminated quite quickly against AGF, even, that they lost in their Group C. Interestingly enough, they're again in Group C, and hopefully they won't be eliminated this time around.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that this Group C, is of course a difficult group in my eye. I mean, sure, you have Nexus Copenhagen Flames in here, but as well you have Project X, of course, the X crazy team. You have No Limit Gaming into it as well, so that might be interesting. Anyways, I think our knife is live on Mirage.
Yeah,
let's see if we jump over into that.
Let us enjoy the beginnings here of this best of 3 series. Mirage going to be the opening map, the choice of Nexus. No surprise there. And as you said, this group is a pretty strong one. both Project X and NLG are no teams to be making, to be underestimating. Although, I'll be honest, out of NLG, I only know ECFN and Mali. The rest are a little bit of an unknown entity to me. Whilst for Project X, yeah, the Project X squad, I think, is even stronger than Copenhagen Flames in this case. And we can see that it is going to be, of course, the victory for Nexus for the knife. And it's been a while since I've seen Nexus, my dude. Do you still recall them back in the day?
I mean, it has been a while. I don't think that I really cast them too much. It must have been like 1 or 2 series, but not much more than that. I mean, I know that they've been around for quite a while. I think even that a couple of their players have even been with this roster for like the past 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I didn't really have them on my radar. I'm just looking at the team as well and saw that they did just add 2 players all the way back in June. They're clearly still updating all of that, and don't they also play MDL? I think that's where I last read the name.
I believe they are. Also,
Yeah.
IM, BTN, and Seminse have been playing together for at least 2.5 years now. Like they're, and I believe it's Excello, yeah, Excello as well. These 4 guys have been playing together for over 2 years, something like this. When I started casting, I recall Nexus were, beginning, I guess, back there, and they really were at the bottom of the chain, of the food chain. Now they've really kind of bumped up, and these 4 guys are extremely good. I know that, for example, Excello, one of the better players, as well as Seminse, for example. But let's see how this one goes. It is going to be the pistol round. Nexus with Raga, which is the only unknown player in their lineup for me. We'll see where it gets them to, as Copenhagen Flames on the T side. They'll be executing A. We have a few smokes flying in. Stairway and Jungle Classic. And there will be flashbangs to accompany this.
Yeah, especially with that, you do just smoke off the kind of right side of what's pushing in, because you do want to take control towards CT spawn immediately. At least that seems to be their game plan, and they'll just be chilling here, because really, especially with the rotation that Nexus has already brought out, they have that boost going on in CT spawn to look over the rails here. And as well, they do have 3 players in total. Going to be coming up here. Cello, the first one to kind of phase. It is going to be IM to find the first 3 kills. They're really nicely done. And sure, the bomb's been planted. Sure, the bonus has already been set. The Copenhagen Flames players are still going strong here. The bomb very much secured. Basso and Asilian both coming into it. And a nice pistol round. I mean, both teams getting their kills. But at the end of it, Copenhagen Flames just a tad stronger again.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Basso and Asilian. Asilian, of course, abusing the corners in his favor, just hiding until the very end there, and just veering off left and right. That's going to be the Flames taking themselves up a notch, and Nexus, a force buyer, immediately coming back in. We have the FAMAS and the Scout, a few Deagles, and the CZ. Not a lot to rely on, but let's see how they utilize this. IM. Interestingly enough, IM used to be, I believe, the coach of this squad, and then transferred into an active player. If I'm not completely wrong on that part. I remember him coming in back a little ways back, and at the start he was not even considered to be a permanent member, I believe, of the lineup. But I guess he transitioned into that. Or my mind could be playing tricks on me, but in any case, Jabby,
Great really nicely
stuff.
done. Yeah, and this is the point where, sure, you go in towards short, try to just be aggressive with that MAC-10. The thing is, he doesn't have any players to actually back him up. So as soon as he falls, the Nexus is going to have that whole area of the map in their own control again. So that's why it's so important for him to find a second kill here, top of the ladder. It works out just fine. Still, BTN also looking for that kill. Jabby seems ready for it, though. And right now, the steps above him. And easy as that, 3 kills. And Nexus, sure, I mean, they did force into this. They did have Deagles. You'd expect them to be a lot more dangerous, but as soon as a MAC-10 just kind of outplays you like that, then you don't have much of a choice then to just be in this kind of situation. Samantha actually finds one, but does fall after all. In the way that he stayed alive on 1 HP. The chance to grab another. Good Jabby is going to be taken out. Nicely done here by Cello. Yet again, though, Bomb Bunt came in. The rest of the guys have rifles apart from Cillian. He could theoretically be hunting this. But I'd much rather just see them stay alive with 3 players. Early T economy, also important. This does become more easy to manage in the next rounds to come.
Thing is, Flames are keeping 3 players alive. They've got the bomb plant, so it's going to be a little bit of extra money on the side. As Xello, well, with a scout here, it's not really worth chasing him down for the fact that you can lose an AK or a Galil. It's a little bit too much of a price to pay just for a single scout. I understand why they wouldn't want to chase him down, as Nexus has to go for a full eco themselves. We can see BTN, even IM, going into those Deagles, Raga with the Zeus even. And the Flames, so far so good. This is as good of a start as any, as I would expect it. And I gotta be honest, I think even the bookies are underestimating Copenhagen Flames. You know, I've seen yesterday that Nexus actually had a bit of a better rate than them, which is funny, but the Flames, in my opinion, still a strong team that is far, far better than Nexus, at least from what I know, from what I've seen. And oh la la, a little bit of a boost. Xello, great little idea that he had there, peeking over the corner of the smoke, getting the drop on a Cillian whilst he was planting. That's a perfect start. With the prevention of the plant, it at least does not give extra money to the CT, excuse me, to the T's. BTN, Deagle in hand. Oh, they ran out of bullets, all of them.
Well, the point is also, there's only about 60 seconds left. That is still a lot of time considering how far the round had progressed. It was really just, sure, the bomb plant didn't go down, but I considered, well, actually, if they can hold on to that with all the smokes dissipated, that would have been a huge chance for Nexus to actually be into that. And you'd expect that if they would have had the rifles, that would have been their round, no questions asked. And that's the point. If Nexus are going to be that team, they're going to be annoying above the smokes and just, well, taking a jab over at Copenhagen Flames, then this might turn around quite easily. Let's just see what they can actually do in their first CT round, where they actually have a proper buy. Cello on the AWP. The nade does a decent amount of damage as well. They are going to be taken out of position. IM, though, already going on an expedition towards short, shooting back at the tracers. Lots of damage dealt. Nico and Cillian both tagged down low. 26 and 40 HP. Still going for them. Quite a lot of damage dealt from that nade and then also the spray down.
There's a bit of a hiccup there. CPH Flames have to be a little bit careful moving forward, especially Nico does. And Cillian, of course, both being tagged as heavy as they were. A very aggressive stance by IM. No, I'm not particularly fond of the fact that he is alone here, standing on short without having anybody in connector or window.
Well, he wouldn't remain standing for too long as he's taken out by the headshot of Cillian. And I think that we also expected that. Sure, he's kind of always in that team captain role, leading his teams through, but also there to hit a headshot if he needs to. Still, players have now pushed around those smokes. 2 players still over towards the A bomb site, and they might just be in for a surprise. Cell and Cement here, really important. Bomb plant denied, 20 seconds down the clock. And they can maybe just run this down 15. And it's all going to be down to Cement. It doesn't really need to peak. But it is going to be Jabby to find that kill, and Copenhagen Flames to pick up a 4th. They do grab themselves an AWP. And they really should have the opportunity to now build up their T-side economy, thanks to Nexus being down to probably just a couple of pistols. And yet again, I mean, for the Romanian side, it is really just going to be the target. Find 2 kills, and then you should pretty much be fine for those next couple of rounds there on after. The smoke in towards window, but actually the 2-man push into under. And Cillian, he seems ready for it. Flashbang in. Still, IM gonna find one. Basso to trade. Cello, though, also aggressive. And this is something where the Deagle is so strong.
Absolutely are, yeah. But as you said yourself, Nexus a little bit predictable, and the Flames obviously abusing that. Now the question on everybody's mind, can they start winning with the second gun round? Can they start picking apart Copenhagen Flames here? And that was a beautiful shot by IM lower. Unfortunately, Basso was there as well and made sure that that AK stayed in their hands. But a 5-0 start couldn't be better. Raga, secondary op coming up. It is going to be an investment from Nexus putting everything on the line, whilst the Flames, it's an A execution and a fast one at that. I kind of like the idea behind this. Waste no time, waste no manpower, go straight for A, and they're about to walk out towards the site itself.
Point is that Javi already out before any smokes have actually been deployed. BTN looking for a gap, taking a little bit of damage already. Still, bomb's going to be planted, no problems. And sure, a little bit of damage dealt. Not all too much. Still, it is going to be Basso finding the kill. Cello still in towards connector, and 3 players now coming in via CT spawn. It's Copenhagen Flames. They're just taking their time. They're not going too aggressive. They have their perfect post-plant situation. 3 players actually in towards jungle. You rarely see it, but it is looking really, really strong. Basso's going to find one, not the second. Is now in towards Javi. Yet again, Dafu can be the surprise. And find the last couple of kills as well. Yet again, though, they do lose 3 players in the buy round. And this right now is going to be really interesting to see. I mean, over yet again, Nexus down to pistols, but it is starting to be 6-0, 7-0, surely in the making.
I mean, I'll be fair with you. I expected Copenhagen Flames to win this 2-0, or at least expect, just because it is Copenhagen Flames, and I know what they're capable of. I know how good they were in the past. And I also am familiar with Nexus, and I know how poor they were in the past and how good they can be, but the fact that they've never really stepped up over the plate, I feel like this should be a pretty one-sided, titanious match here for the Flames to secure. And, well, that was kind of beautiful to watch. Basso comes out on top. Nikodos takes down Xello, and it's down to Raga, a 1v5. Cannot prevent the plant, cannot do anything about it. 7-0, as expected. This is a very one-sided affair, and I doubt it's going to get any better.
Yeah, the point is, though, Nexus surely expected to find a round at some stage in this. After all, they must have had some kind of idea why they want to pick it. But at the same time, as I pointed out as well when we got started with the show today, I was surprised at the ratings and also the bookmakers, to be honest. It seemed like everybody was getting a pretty good deal. Of course, nothing is for certain. Yet again, for Copenhagen Flames, it could all backfire.
Yeah, I do agree, though. Nothing is certain, and it's never really set in stone, right? It's not until it's 16, it's not until it's the end that it actually is the end. And right here, Nexus, they have a chance to perhaps find their first, with Nikodos being tagged up a little bit. The rest of Nexus have to be very careful how they move about in the next few moments here, especially if they want to take control of middle. We can see in window there's going to be BTN just kind of lingering around, but he's not looking to take it, just keep it in his hands. Well, kind of control the angle. Does this feel like a short split towards B, with 2 players in B house and 3 going towards short? That is definitely the case we'll be seeing here. And both Raga and IM to defend the site. This is not going to be easy, but let's see if they can succeed in it. Raga and Edward, this is a very wide open position, and they have to secure at least 1 frag. Well, Raga is good for 1, but that's maybe not enough, as IM is now alone, supported by BTN coming across kitchen. At least they get 2 frags. That's perfect. This could still work.
Yeah, still Javi on the rifle, down to 4 HP. It is not going to be enough right now. does grab the op immediately in towards L, but it is going to be Cello. It is going to be a first round here for Nexus, stopping Copenhagen Flames from at least already taking the lead going towards halftime, and this is really a time where Nexus have to string rounds together. If they're not able to manage that, then it could all be back to, well, Copenhagen Flames just straight up dominating them. Surely, if Nexus lose a round now, then yes, loss bonus is still quite high. And almost at a maximum, so they could go back to pistols and then buy the round after. Yet again, that's not the thoughts that you want to have if you're Nexus right now. The thoughts that you want to have is get this round, get back into the game, make it close in towards halftime. Maybe get 6 or 7 rounds still. But that might just be a huge ask for them. BTN already in towards connector, checking in towards underground. Chevy also moving up though. BTN nicely done, can't be refragged here. Nico. And down to a 4-on-4, but the positioning for Copenhagen Flames is just kind of all over the place as well. They do still have one player over towards the B apartments who has been spotted by Raga now. Can't quite hit the shots.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky take there by Raga. That could have gone a lot worse for Ware. Oh, he sees the cross.
Surprised that he's still here, but it works out so perfectly for him. He's just ready for this tight angle. Not going to quite hit the shot though. As now, I mean, players have already rotated. There is going to be 4 players in towards those B apartments. But right now, only 2 players here to meet them. Yet again, BTM, he had a decent round in that previous. And the rotations there didn't wait all too long. Smoke right now still blocking the view. 20 seconds does mean that really any hiccups is going to be difficulties here for the Flames.
Oh no,
Raga finds one. Raga able to no-scope for the trade, but the bomb is going to be planted. 2 players in the rotate and a 3v2. The retake over towards the B bomb site always going to be more difficult than over towards A. Especially with one of the ops still in play.
Cello has to go through a smoke even. That's the worst part. Seminse has made his way in through kitchen. He's actually on site right now, spots Basso, but they're not aware where the rest of the few are. Basso gets caught, at least that's a good start. Still about 15 seconds left on the bomb.
They have a Molotov.
There is a Molotov though, and that will pretty much prevent them from trying to win this round, or at least having a chance to win this round. Secondary op going to be picked up. Can they save it? Well, that's a different kind of question. Well, an answer perhaps even, but they will save both. And that's a perfect round for Copenhagen Flames. Sure enough, they do not take away the 2 ops, yes, but the money for Nexus is gone. As you said, the advancement of Copenhagen Flames continues. They are going to be garnering support, and it's going to be very hard to see how Nexus can break them moving forward here.
Yeah, and I think one point also now is surely that Nexus, I mean, they are going to be forced into this yet again, but limited to what utility they have. They had to drop for their teammates, and in that point, it is just going to be Copenhagen Flames. Yet again, everything at their disposal. They have plenty of money still in the bank to work with the next round if they need to. But only one further round to support in that regard. Still smokes to follow. And the bomb site is yet again going to be hit. Cello in a decent position. Cemente also, if he's not going to be checked. Sandwich. Oh, that fake check, and he does at least find one on towards Javi. Cello to be straight back into it though. Trying to hold on. BTN just going through straight dry. They don't have the flashbangs to try and support this. Still Raga on the op.
Missing his chance.
The shots that you have to hit. IM though is there, and now it's all going to be down to Nico. He should be able to isolate this. Still, it is going to be the round 1 for Nexus. The point is a back and forth, not going to be great for them. They can still buy in this next round to come. But ideally, they make it 3 or 4 now.
That was a little bit of a disappointment from the Flames, actually, I'll be honest. Leaving themselves kind of vulnerable, not being too careful about those corners. Of course, Xello getting the 1 frag, but then re-peeking was a little bit weird. We did see Raga save it up, though, and IM likewise. It is going to be Nexus. Oh, Raga, this is... Yeah, that was a free kill that he could have gotten yet again, and the Flames can be lucky that they get away scotch-free almost with a little bit of a tag up on Jabi. That's about it. And we have presence being shown by the Danes towards middle. Looks like they perhaps want to go for the classic ace split. Something that we are very used from them. And already putting a player into T-base, most likely going to be the one that connects all the dots. The cohesive maneuver. Oh, this is super important right now. A bit of a boost in IM if he gets spotted. Well, he will be spotted. Dafu drops down, still gets the drop, and it's going to be BTN with the return at least. That's a great start to Nexus, to be honest. Again, Jabi down to 25. And the Flames a little bit too slow.
Yeah, the Molotov interconnector is going to delay that even further. The point is also, theoretically, you need that support from Basso in towards ramp. He really needs to work that angle, try to come out. Right now, it is going to be Cello to find one. Jabi to trade back with BTN already in their necks. But at least right now, the kill advantage on the side of Copenhagen Flames. And the bomb surely now to follow. Do you expect Raga to come in via CT spawn? Surely you don't. The angle currently being held, and Basso finds a headshot as well. Well, the 9th round here, and we said that this back and forth is never going to be healthy for the CTs. And the only reason why they were able to buy just a couple of rounds ago was due to the fact that they were able to save that double op setup as well going into that next. So that's why right now, down to Deagles, buy down around that 2k mark, and then use your full loss bonus yet again to try and challenge. But over, surely this is going to be 10, especially if Nico is going to be opping like that.
Yeah, he's been on point, hasn't he? And I got to be honest with you, I don't want to see Raga back on the op. The double op clearly isn't really working out for Nexus, and it's only Xello that's really hitting his mark. So in this case, I want to say that perhaps Nexus should stick to 4 rifles, but the Flames... Patience is a virtue, as they say, and they're going to be taking mid-control slowly but steadily, aware of all potential threats around them. As IM gets tagged, forced off the angle. Nexus needs to take matters into their own hands. Push into pit seems like a good idea, as well as a bit of a deeper push in towards B house with Raga leading the charge there. Unfortunately for Basso, he's not expecting that. That's going to be a great little start, 4v4 in Nexus. It might just have a chance where there previously was none. Albeit the Flames, again, very slow. And look at how much control they've already lost. Look at the fact that they've already lost T-base on all the way back in towards B house. This is a bit disastrous for the Flames. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it comes down to yet again, Flames. I mean, they do have the weaponry a little bit in their favor. Yeah, there's going to be taken out. And are they actually going to play both players via window? No, just one. Yen in, and then Raga also support. The flashbang would have been great, but he doesn't even need it. And this is just the point where Copenhagen Flames already in behind is going to be a Cillian. And well, he's greeted by the back of Raga. Grabs the op as well for good measure.
You did call it double digits, so...
Yeah, the point is also, though, that right now what is still kind of bugging me is that at some stages, like Nexus, they're hitting their shots. They should be good enough to be more than 10-2 at the moment. And the point is also that Copenhagen Flames, time and time again, I mean, they've been winning so many rounds out of this game, but still their economy generally in shambles. It's not like they really ever built up a level where everybody was like above 10k or something like that. It was just the fact that, yet again, time and time, Nexus, they do find their kills. It's just not always enough. And that's why Flames has also survived, like 2 or 3 players alive. And Basso, nice entry. I am with at least first response. Dafu and Jabi in return. Dafu actually still in towards mid, trying to challenge. It does take 2 players to take care of that.
And they'll be saving. They don't really have a choice but to save. Yeah. I have to agree. The Flames, they are losing a lot of economy due to players being, well, a lot of times fragged, even on winning rounds, being left down to a single to 2 survivors definitely doesn't do them too much justice. And as you said, at 10-2 or now 11-2 even, you would expect that the bank of Copenhagen Flames would be abundant, yet it's barely any better than Nexus's. And so far, it has been a bit of a surprise indeed that Nexus is struggling as much. Yet then again, you know, I have to say it like it is. I wasn't expecting too much of a different outcome likewise. Yeah. It's like Copenhagen Flames are just that much better. That is true. That reigns true. And I think that, as I've said already in the pregame, the ranking that they currently have of 99 doesn't really do them justice, especially when you compare Nexus, which are currently 43rd, which... yeah, sure, that's good. That's all great and dandy, but when you compare it to 99 of Copenhagen Flames, doesn't feel like it's right.
Can we maybe also just talk about the fact that Nexus just didn't even attempt to maybe take a timeout, go over their game plan? It is already the end of the first half, and it is looking really, really dark for them. The point is also that right now, Nuke, of course, is going to be coming up. That's the pick from Copenhagen Flames. Nexus, not exactly a bad team on a map like Nuke, but I think their chances kind of just dwindle as they don't pick up Mirage. This is clearly, I guess, the most unfavored map for Flames. Point also in that point, though, they have just recently added 2 players, and Mirage, if you're just going to be pugging and hitting your shots, is exactly what you want to do when it comes down to maps. Also an update for those of you guys that are not following the B stream right now, 7-1 also in favor of Project X, the last scoreline that I saw. So also that's a fair up against No Limit Gaming. Definitely, well, going pretty one-sidedly. I guess that's to be expected as well from the X-Crazy roster. But still, well, sometimes the Germans are up for a good surprise there as well.
We'll see how it goes, but I think Project X is just a little bit too strong for anybody, really. BTN, good start. Nexus finally finding themselves a little bit of a valiant effort for the beginning. Dafu and Basso, the replies are almost imminent, though IM comes in across through CT. Unfortunately, that's a big loss right now. 2v2. Xello and Raga, they have kits, but they do not have a smoke nor anything beyond that. Cillian in trouble as he is about to be fragged down to 29. Jabby gets caught, and there we go. Raga and Xello clean up the mess that has happened on A site. Copenhagen Flames, they'll be economically stranded. They don't really have much to show for when it comes to money. And this will be the 3rd round for Nexus. And most likely, if it continues down this road, and continues the way it has so far, it should be 4-11. Not much better, but at least it's something they can rely upon and potentially pull it back home.
Yeah, point right now, of course, still that Copenhagen Flames is going to be fully invested into something. I'm actually surprised that they don't go for another rifle and play 2 rifles instead of the AWP. But I guess Nico's also been hitting his shots, so why not just make it a quick round as well? Molotov in just to stop them, though. It has worked out. Dafu in a decent spot, but already taking damage. The nade is going to be the end of him. Still finds 1 kill onto Raga, though, before actually falling to the Molotov.
Oh, yeah.
And that is going to be a point where, of course, then Copenhagen Flames already at least got their foothold in. They have another player that can take rain over the AK, and they can then distribute those to the players that still have more HP available. Cillian now on the Deagle.
And look at this, Xello alone in connector. Just look at this. Like, this is such a dangerous endeavor for Xello, especially if he decides to peek the left side now, although he seems to be having an inclination that perhaps it's not the safest to do so. Gonna pull back to the edge of connector.
They're actually still working that towards B. The more time that they take, then maybe Nexus might even still rotate a player off here. Right now, though, it would have to be a Cillian being really, really loud in towards connector, pre-firing over towards the A-bomb site, and that right now not going to happen. Actually, it is going to be BTN to still be checking in towards mid, flashing even.
Oh,
but it is going to be Jabby to find that first headshot from the apartments. Always dangerous in that position for IM. Still Cello into the mix as well. And the bomb yet to be planted. With just 20 seconds still to go. It is starting to become crunch time here. Nico though finding the kill. BTN gonna be fully flashed, still finds it up against Sicilian. And this position is gonna be so dangerous. Still the nade comes flying in, doesn't do enough. Bomb's gonna be planted, but all gonna come down to Nico. And he falls to BTN as well, as you expected. Fourth round here for the Romanian side, as the Danes still dominate with double digits.
Yeah, I mean, we can't deny the fact that this is an excellent beginning for the Danes. At 11 rounds into the half, they are pretty much on top of things. Nexus, on the other hand, it seems like at the end there, they really started to warm up. They really started to, you know, get into it. And I hope we'll be seeing a bit of a different side here, especially on their T side, that they're able to excel with the aggression and the overall firepower that they'll be putting on display. But the second pistol is kind of important here. Nexus, they cannot afford to be blasted away. They need to get, if at the very least, a bomb plant to get some sort of economy going early on. But we can see right now 2 players in window. It's going to be a bit of a contact sport play here, and Sicilian will get the drop on Excello. The rest of Nexus still grouped up in B house. I'm not sure if they really want to commit here right now, especially with the fact that there's a player towards A with smokes, and that will be the fake first played out. Let's see how that works out. Are they actually going before the smokes are being thrown? Okay, here we go. First smoke cements it. Second flash.
There's also
Should draw attention.
One smoke might draw attention, but still not quite quick enough.
Way too soon.
And in the end, players still going to be all over the site. Jabby, Basso both finding their kills. Basso for a second as well. And there you go. It's all going to be down to cement it. Bomb's going to be down. And I mean, sure, you can try to fake, but then throw a different smoke. Like, a connector smoke is not going to do it.
It's not just the connector smoke. It's more about how they went about it.
Your time.
Yeah, exactly. They went literally when the smoke popped, when the smoke bloomed, they already pushed B house. That's way too soon. Also, the player in middle, which was Rag, I believe, was it? Should not have been caught on middle at all. He should have been with the guy in B pit, in A pit with Xelo, or no, excuse me, with Seminse, who had the utility, and they should be faking. They should be the ones committing to A, while 3 players are waiting in B house until at least one of them dies on towards A. But, oh, damn, IM, as he pulls out the big gun, gets rid of one. It's going to be Raga with the second. So far, so good. The Flames paying a high price to keep themselves at a lead, and luckily Jabby has great throwing skills, and he lugs a grenade into the face of Hello. Again, though, I feel like Nexus wasted a golden opportunity there on the pistol. They really could have gotten it, but that fake was extremely poorly coordinated.
So bomb plant going to be coming out. Jebby, Dafu both ready for it. They peek together. Not going to be able to deny it though. The defuse is going to be pretty easy to capture. Checking out what other weaponry is still maybe around. But 13th round, and that's going to be a point where, of course, you're 3 rounds away from taking the W here. I mean, both of us also expected Flames to be the stronger side, and that's exactly what's been reflected here as well.
Exactly so, yeah. 13-4 with a very convincing show of hand. The Flames are keeping a arm's length between themselves and Nexus. The up on Nico Dolls. I didn't expect it to come out so early, but then again, you know, it's fair. Look at this. It's going to be a bit of a mid-presence play. Copenhagen Flames with 3 players going aggressively. It is going to be likewise Nexus trying to take it by force, but when rock meets water, or when water meets rock, unfortunately, there is corrosion and there is a path beyond the rock there. And water, in this case, Copenhagen Flames flowing like it. 14-4. This is not exactly the most comfortable of spots, but it is the last chance for Nexus, and at least they have this last chance to play with.
Yeah, I mean, hope's surely still there for them. Kind of the thing that dies last every single time. Still, it is going to be Dafu to find the first one into mid already. And with players for Nexus still lingering around all over the map, it is still the question, do you go B, do you go A? Raga starting to push up. But yet again, Basso's position should just about be fine to then actually find that kill as well. He has been spotted there, I think. But yet again, just starting to run down the clock a little bit. Seeing if anybody's actually going to go aggressive. It is looking like Jabby and Basso might just try to work this together. Jabby at least there for the refrag. Smoking towards window, I guess that was. He's attempted to.
Bit of a wide one, yeah. Nexus, they still intend to go B. I like the idea. They've got IM on middle that can either walk through short or maybe even incorporate himself into the flanks through jungle. If that is the case, he's going to have a perfect spot to take down Jabby before Nexus reach the site. But 30 seconds is the timer that they have to beat right now. And Jabby, well, he's in grave danger. They've completely and utterly forgotten about CT. This is perfect. The sandwich, all that timing as well. And this is a perfect round right now for Nexus. Should be theirs at this point, especially with Nikodos as well missing the shot. And the Flames completely ignored CT for about a good 15 seconds or so, maybe even more. And in those 15 seconds, yeah, they've lost control and they've lost the round because of it.
Yeah, I guess that they were just expecting them to then kind of just go over towards the A bomb site. That's why they had two players there. That's why they had two players actually in towards that CT position, but then only watching the A site.
Yeah, nobody's watching the flank, which is weird, right?
Around. At the same time, I mean, you have no control anywhere. But it comes down to it. Nexus grab a 5th round, and Flames will be able to buy in that next one, or at least support the buy that they already have. Dafu can grab a rifle for a colleague, so can Nico. And then Basso can by himself. That shouldn't be any problems. At least I'd much rather see them actually go for an invest here, because I mean, even if it doesn't work, you do have the rounds to play with. But
they're thinking about it.
I think my feed just froze.
Likewise.
There you go.
0.9. Yeah. Hopefully we're gonna get it back ASAP, folks. No worries about that. Still nothing from me. But yeah, this is 9 to 5 Dawn, folks. This is a Nexus versus Copenhagen Flames, the opening match of Group C. Of course, the winner facing off either Project X or NLG. Not sure. What did you say NLG stands for?
No Limit Gaming. And our feed is back. So there you go. In the end,
yes, it is.
Flames didn't end up going for it. They just played with their pistols. Right now, they've already picked up kills, though, especially Nico here. So important on the op. And that's why sometimes it can be so essential to still have that op at your disposal. Jabby takes a lot of damage over from Cemente. Bomb's going to be planted over towards the A-bomb site. They do still have one player in towards CT spawn. That is going to be Dafu. He still has 100 HP to contend the site with. The fuse kits on him and Nico still to work with. 3 players going to be coming in via CT spawn. And that's why the rotation here from Raga might just be so important, because his timing in towards ramp should just about be enough to then try to also get at the guys that are in towards CT spawn. Nades here flying out, but surely here no more time left. As the time is just running out, and Flames are going to be holding on to the weaponry. They're very limited weaponry that they did have. But still, a couple of rifles brought through into the wards the next round. They can buy in the next round anyways.
a good amount of damage dealt to Nexus as well, if we're honest. You know, getting 3 players, forcing them off angles, and really just instilling a little bit of fear in them is the best part of it all. Because Nexus, you can see they were wary of engaging. They were not exactly 100% wanting to take the fight. And 14-6 is not exactly the worst result to go by Copenhagen Flames. They know they can afford a few rounds here and there to be dropped. And look at this. It is going to be a bit of a mid presence and, well, contested for a second or two. Yet the Flames are not aware that this is going to be a B hit. They have no idea. They have no control. Basso is the only pillar of defense that will make a difference. And if he can hold the line long enough and get a frag or two, there's a chance this could still go all well for the Flames. But hold up. Nexus is... did they really move all the way back to T-base? Yeah, they did. They might actually look for a B split, yet I'm not sure what exactly they're trying to pull off here. With that deep push by IM, they're risking a lot with the player himself. And coming out middle with 4 players, it's kind of just a telltale sign that, okay, you take mid control, so you have both A and B open. What do you want to take? Where do you want to go? And the answer seems to be B still, through short. I like the idea, but they're so slow to execute it. Then again, Copenhagen Flames, they're not even real. Like, Copenhagen Flames are completely and utterly oblivious to this. They're keeping 3 players on A. I'm not sure what is happening here. What's the information they're playing by? But it is far too late to respond to this now. It's at save already. I'm kind of lost for words. I'm baffled here, Tyler. Why in the world do they keep 3 players on A? They have 0 information. There was not even a presence from anybody from Palace or Pit. It's such a weird decision to be made without any info. Weird.
I think this is where kind of my worries come out for the Flames, because I mean, we also know that they in the past were also one of those teams that were kind of up and down a lot of the times, but at the same time it comes down to the fact that a T side, just grab your headshots, just go into the sites, easy as that. But the point is that right now on the CT side, you do have to work together. You do have to have the communication down. And just recently adding 2 players in the past week. Of course, Sicilian has been with the roster before, but still now a little bit newer in this mix as he's been out since the end of February. It is now to the point where, sure, that communication is not going to be full on it just yet. And that's also where my worries then transfer in towards Nuke, for example. That's not going to be as clear-cut. I do believe that here in Mirage, they've certainly done all the work they needed in that first half. They had a great start to the second half as well. All they need to do now is find 2 random rounds and close this out. If it takes the next 7 rounds to do so, then let that be. But the point is, I highly doubt that Nexus can now win so many rounds in a row without pushing us to an overtime at least. In towards Nuke, depending on how well Nexus play it, I do have my worries for the Danes at the moment.
Let's see if those worries are justified or not. Basso again alone on B. He's got support by Yabi through short, but the presence of mid for Copenhagen Flames doesn't really do them too much justice. Basso! There we go. The madman on balcony alone, and that is a good reason to leave him alone. A hat trick with a player jumping down and the rest being caught on balcony or in-house. A perfect stop for the Flames, and Nexus, their B attempts are thwarted. With Excello and Seminsa left, what can you really do? A 2v4, 40 seconds. Going into Underpass could help out a little bit by at least getting some sort of semblance of map control, but overall this is a disaster. And 15 on the board for Copenhagen Flames most likely comes up. The timing though for Asilian, yeah, it's pretty uncomfortable.
Still, information can be transferred. Copenhagen Flames kind of slow to actually react to it, as both players still over towards the big bomb site, only taking a slow approach over towards short, as now Connector is slow. Mente is going to find Dafu as well. And all of a sudden, the bomb's going to be planted. And Copenhagen Flames, it took ages to even start this rotate. Cello is tagged down low. Cemente was found by Nikos. And then it is going to be Cello, 28 HP. doesn't really need to go for a peek. Just needs to hold on to these two angles, but that's easier said than done, as it is going to be Jabby to shut him down. Op to be, yeah, double op to be collected. And with that, 15 on the board and 8 rounds now to close this down. And I guess Nexus might have just had a nice 3-round go around, but it is certainly working out for them. Either way, I mean, an update towards that B-Stream game. Project X has picked the game up 16-1. But of course, strong showing there.
Not surprised.
Yeah. I think we definitely expected that still.
Yeah.
Did go into half-time at 14-1. And now, well, this one, not as clear-cut as our second game of Group C.
Good start. I am bringing out a few of the numbers, and a second as well. That's actually really good, because now it puts a lot of pressure on towards Copenhagen Flames, forces them into uncomfortable spots perhaps, whereas previously they were able to sit and wait. Now they have to fight their way through. Dafu takes the head of Raga, and it's down to Simins and BTN left. Unfortunately, they already know that one is in Palace, and they can only presume that the other one is coming in through Connector or Pit, and well, they're not wrong if they presumed Pit. In any case, we can see here that the Flames will take this one a little bit slower. They don't want to risk losing again. A 3v2 and the advantage that will be very hard to break.
Smoke to come out towards Connector, just try and cover off against the op. Actually strong smoke at that. Now the bomb plant to follow. Two guys coming in via CT spawn as well, though their position already given away. BTN spots one, finds the kill as well. His timing up against Basso might have just been strong, but Simmons can't actually support him. It's going to be game here on map number 1, the map pick for Nexus. And with that 16-17 scoreline, it is going to be interesting to see what Nuke still has in store for us.
Absolutely. With that being said, gents and ladies and gents, we'll be back in about 10 minutes time for our second map, Nuke. So stay tuned and see you soon.
Booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. system online.
everyone, welcome back to Betway's 9 to 5 on here. It is the cup number 5 for us, and of course Copenhagen Flames up against Nexus. First games of Group C currently still kicking off, and this is the second map pick for the Flames. After, well, our Danes already had a decent start over to Mirage. We'll see what they can do as Nexus will surely start on the CT side. I'm not all alone. I do still have Over alongside with me, and it should be a great game coming up here. I don't expect as a dominant start from Flames here at the start of Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. Likewise, I don't, but we know that this is their go-to map. Nuke is one of the best for the Flames, and let's find out how well they're able to showcase that. And as you said, I don't think anybody expected that Mirage will go down the way it did, or at least it will be that dominant. But then again, when you think about it, you know, again, it's something that I've been kind of mulling over a little bit for the last few, well, since yesterday, really, when I heard about the fact that Nexus has better odds than, or worse odds than Copenhagen Flames. I was like, yeah, that's not gonna, you know, that's not gonna be perfectly true. And then Copenhagen Flames, even though they might have just entered the Cillian into the roster, they should not be underestimated. And above all else, you know, yeah, sure, a few of the players might still require ways off to get accustomed to what is up, you know, how this squad operates. For the majority of the players and the majority of the time, these guys have already played together for quite a little bit, and they're no strangers to each other. So in this case, the Flames, that's where they take precedence for me. That's where they take the advantage. In any case, we'll be finding out soon how this goes, as the Flames start off on the T side, and Nexus a golden opportunity to perhaps finally have a decent start to the half themselves.
Yeah, and I think right now also the point is that surely Nexus, they're going to have a decent time going at this. They start on the CT side. Ideally you win pistol. If you don't, then this might get really difficult for them. Well, we'll just have to see what Flames are actually going to come up to. And it does seem like a push over towards Squeaky. At least right now, just holding on to this. Trap to open the door, smoke to come out. And then surely the A execute to follow. Flashes to blind the players here. Still no immediate push through. As now with that second flash that really comes into little effect. It is going to be BTN and Cello both finding kills. I am still over towards the site. Will have the support of his teammate up top. Raga does drop immediately though, as I am still able to hold on. Bomb on its way down towards B-bomb sites. And that will surely be planted there as well. Jabby still holding on. Nikodosh.
Oh,
not exactly in a great position, but he does find the kill. The big damage onto Cemente.
Yeah, the mini headshot, and it is going to be a 2-on-2 that now ensues. And well, Nikodosh, he's very accurate with his Glock, taking the head of IM before he ever has a chance to respond. And Cemente at 20 HP, he's got a smoke and he's got a kit, but unfortunately it won't matter. A 4K by Nico, and that's a splendid way to start the map, one can say, for certain. And one of the best ways you can really open it up, as we have ourselves the pistol again going the way for the Flames.
Well, this is exactly the start that the Danes, of course, want on their own map pick.
Absolutely.
Fact also, though, that Nexus on these Deagles will still remain dangerous. We saw them earlier on as well, grabbing some nice headshots still with the smokes towards outside. It does already pull the attention of the players towards A, towards outside. And maybe the chance to then enter here. Nades, Molotovs right now just to clear everything out. Use a lot of utility early on just to make sure that their first kind of angles of approach are going to be clear. BTN burns down just 6 HP. Raga, though, his push in towards outside might just work out for him. And surely nobody's going to check him in that corner. Molotov to follow. Or
Nico's...
Oh, he actually fails it as well.
That creates a bit of commotion. A Cillian pushing out further. IM finding no purchase. Nikodosh gonna get Raga. That's the flank cleared out. Definitely Nikodosh finding 2 more in between. And that is more than enough in the end. IM tagged quite low. with Xello on the scout, having to now relocate down B before he arrives there even. There will be players already suited and situated onto the site. I am okay. Hey, I am. There we go, buddy. That's what we want to see. More of that, please. Still going to be a 2-on-3 retake, and let's see if they can actually pull it off.
Yeah, and Xello at least going to find one. Doesn't exactly know where the rest is at, though. Basso's going to be able to find that last kill. While Xello did still do a little bit of damage, just not going to be enough. In the end, they have found 6 kills already. An average of 2 per round on the side of Nexus. Still, the point is now you're going to be fully saving in this one. Normally you would just have everything at your disposal. They do still buy up the Eagles. So that is going to limit utility in the rounds to come, and especially it won't enable them to really have somebody on the AWP that's going to be viable in a 4th round. Of course, on Nuke, especially on the CT side, you'd like to have at least 1, maybe even 2 AWPs as soon as possible. Nico finds Cemente, and this round should be pretty straightforward as well. Lots of damage already being dealt. In an ideal world, Copenhagen Flames don't lose a single player, and that's exactly how it comes down. 3-0 here off the start. Sure, we'll see this buy from Nexus. But yet again, I'm not the biggest fan because, yeah, sure, you do have all your rifles. You do have maybe enough utility. Only 1 defuse kit, though. And with that, Xello actually grabbing himself a helmet. Maybe still worried about Mac 10s here. And the worry is definitely appropriate.
Well, we can see that when this full buy, Nexus have to put up a defense worthy of mention. And right now, we've already spotted BTN pre-fired. What is this pre-fire though? Dafu, he's a little bit eager, isn't he, to put bullets down the line. Xello, good start. Again, taking down Basso. Unfortunately, doesn't last him too long. It's a 3-on-3 still that ensues here. And IM now knows there's somebody in secret. The timing of that nade throw was near perfect for him to at least see the trajectory of the grenade. And it's going to be this 3-on-3 that decides the fate of the round itself. And more specifically, this 1-on-1 challenge. IM, good start, gets Jabby. And I'm fairly certain Nikodos has either been heard or seen on ramp as well. But the timing, God, it is unfortunate. As again, the Flames somehow swipe it underneath the feet of Nexus, and a 2-on-2 ensues. 48 seconds and counting. Raga coming in through main. He needs to stay alive.
Here's Cillian stepping away. That is going to be bomb plant coming in. Nico already looking from up above. Hawkeye perspective and ready. Go in and grab the kill whenever he needs to. Cillian, that he gets the kill onto Cemente is not going to be good here for Nexus. In the end, it was actually a big surprise to me, because I thought surely Cemente is going to have that one. It's going to come down to Cillian, not even down below 50 HP. Nico still into it, and both players surviving. 4th round here. Oh, and this is really looking like a repeat in history almost from that first map already. Mac 10s ended up working out. The rifles were just about enough. It comes down to, well, Nexus in their positioning weren't looking all that bad. It's just that they can't really make it work together just yet. And they're back down to pistols, back down around that 2k mark. Full loss bonuses there anyways. And it is just the question of, similar to Mirage, when are we going to see Nexus grab a round and finally step up to the plate here?
Yeah, that's one way. They could definitely at least try and pull it together. Good start, BTN, there we go. The Eagle's gonna find a little bit of purchase, and you can see the Flames are not exactly comfortable with staying in wide open spaces. I love that they go into this very anti-eco default. I am as beautiful as one can be.
Yeah, the point is also players singing from behind.
Targets. Ooh, that's a bit cocky, one could say. Very dangerous game that the Flames are playing here. Luckily, we get away from Seminse fast enough. 2v1 as Seminse without Kevlar, without utility. Is he really going to be hoping to save the round, or is he just going to save the AK? What do you reckon?
I mean, he might as well just go for it. They have money to find that next round anyways, so maybe just do a little bit more damage, maybe find the kill. Worked out for one, but Nico cleans it up at the end of it. The point is now that Flames, yet again, they're losing a bunch of players. Sure, Asilian has above that 10k mark at the start of the round. He was actually above 11k even before buying into this. He can drop a weapon still by himself, and then he'll be fine. Still, their money that they have left in the bank is starting to dwindle, especially once Nexus, similar to what they did earlier, start to win more and more of those kills over it, and at some stage, Copenhagen Flames might lose a round at a point where their economy is also a little bit further down. We'll just have to see and wait what our Romanians can come up with. Of course, the tides have turned. Flames now favorite for most, as we also expected straight off the start. It was a big surprise. Kind of checking in yesterday evening. What are people saying? And in the end now, 5-0 here already. Nice from Cello to at least find one. At the moment, I don't see this being enough.
Doesn't seem like it might be, yeah. Seminse has to hold the line. Once the push comes, he needs to stay alive, and I say it, and unfortunately I might have jinxed him. That is going to be a deadly end to the defense. There's not enough presence from the CTs to be able to put up a hold at all, and they'll have to go for a retake if they really want to save the day here. Already close range, IM. This is a dangerous game he's playing, and he is going to be caught early on. Xelo coming in the corner, and well, I mean, what did he hope to achieve? He's got an AWP, not a bloody machine gun. And it's Raga in a 1-on-3. Well, make it a 3-on-none, unfortunately. That was weird. I didn't, like, you know, the op, what do you want to do with it, right? Like, just don't even linger there. Get the hell out of dodge. You have to stay alive if you can. Interesting that he decided to push the angle is all I'm saying, right? Given that the doors were open, given that he knew there was somebody behind those doors. Just overall...
Yeah. And especially then the flashbang comes out, double peek as well from the AKs, and then you really have no chance remaining with that.
I mean, we got to give it to Copenhagen Flames here, right? That they double pick, that they are so prepared for that.
They are working together. They're playing good Counter-Strike at the moment, and that's why Nexus doesn't even get a foothold in this game. And we talked about Nexus coming up to the plate. Right now, it seems like somebody's throwing them at the plate, and then Copenhagen Flames players are just standing there with their baseball bats ready.
It feels like Nexus is throwing a frisbee that's not really a frisbee, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're getting little effects right now, the fights that they're going for. Sure, up in this round, you only have the upgraded pistols. You're up against the fully bought up Copenhagen Flames, but this is the point where yet again, Danes can build their economy, and it is looking so much stronger here on Nuke than it was earlier on Mirage.
Yeah. By the way, Nexus seemingly throwing around a broken boomerang. So you know, it's coming back. Unfortunately, it's hitting them in the head. It's not exactly looking too good. Like this is a concerning moment right now for Nexus, and a timeout, rightfully so, utilized by them. They'll start to discuss what the bloody hell they can do in this case, and how can they perhaps mitigate this early loss that they're starting to garner here on the CT side, which is the worst part of it all. And again, for some of the fresh viewers that currently are watching this, if you're just tuning in, welcome to 9 to 5 Dawn, the 5th installment of the said tournament. And of course, this is Group C. Out of the initial 4 group stages that we'll be watching next week is the Swiss stage that already opens up as well. But here, the point is, Copenhagen Flames and Nexus are opening up for Group C, and whoever wins this best of 3, by the looks of it, Copenhagen Flames, will be facing off Project X or NLG. Most likely Project X, but we'll find out about that as well, as the second match that is going on the second stream, is currently at 7-1. Project X definitely leading by a large margin. Copenhagen Flames, on the other hand, This is the gun round that could propel them forward and put them up to 9-10 rounds before Nexus ever even get the chance of finding their first.
Yeah, and this has come down to a point now where really I think we expected this group to maybe be the most clear cut when it comes down to starting games. But at the same time, I think also Project X are going to have a massive edge even above Copenhagen Flames if it comes down to the winners match between them. Because in the end, that's the X Crazy lineup.
Yeah.
And I definitely put them higher than Flames. We'll just have to see and wait if it's actually going to come down to that battle, but it is looking ever so more likely. As far as I know, it is going to be, well, still a little ways away. Of course, this game first has to finish and then cement it right now. Interesting expedition mission that he has there, but I mean, Nexus already reduced to just 2 players. 1 player B, 1 player A, and Salo finds a Cillian at the very least.
It's not exactly a comfortable position to be in, right? But then again, what can you do when you're faced off with magic like this coming out from Copenhagen Flames? And just to kind of piggyback on what you said already for Project X, aka X Crazy, absolutely. I agree with you 150%, not even just 100, because it's true. But hold up, it's a one-on-one right now. Let's see if IM can find the first round for Nexus, and let's see if he can perhaps save it all. He has no kit, so time is against him, but he has about, let's say, a good 25 seconds on the clock, a little bit more even, as he is slowly searching his way through and through. Does he check Titanic? That's an important question. Does he reveal his hand, though? Yes, he does, as he tries to take this one into the next level, and he makes steps, revealing to Dafu where exactly he's positioned and giving him already his position long before. Unfortunately, that will be 8-0. And as I said, Crazy, or X Crazy, aka Project X currently, they feel like they're a lot stronger than Copenhagen Flames, and generally I would absolutely agree with that. Even, just the roster itself, it's been together for so long, and they've got talents that I don't think Copenhagen Flames are ready to face off head-to-head in a straight fight yet.
Yeah, we'll see and have more about that in the pre-game to the game coming up then, whenever it's actually ready for it. But right now, we're still on Nuke, and right now I don't really see Nexus taking us anywhere. It is just Copenhagen Flames. It was ready for a first round for Nexus to be at 7-1, similar to what we saw on the first map, and I would have said, but of course the script writers here at Relog Media have really been doing a good job just to at least have as continuation. Of course, great production from their side and everybody behind the scenes as well.
We've got some great writers, eh?
Yeah, it seems like it.
It seems like they were the ones that wrote the new Star Wars saga and the new Star Wars movies. Oh, God.
I'm not sure if that's still a compliment, but I guess
No,
that's where the tables turn around. And right now, Raga trying to turn things around with the Mag 7. Not going to happen as Basso
Good damage.
finds
I mean,
that
let's
kill.
be fair. But
Yeah, still, but the damage doesn't do anything if you're not actually going to find the kills. You still have to have the players behind. The Cillian going to shut down Cello. And yet again, they're down towards B. Go up vent, up towards the A bomb site. And then everybody's already rotated down by around 3 players. Have to come back in towards A main. Lobby right now. Yeah, Dafu be able to pick them off one by one.
I mean, I guess they don't care, or what? They just step into the corners like, hey, maybe we get 3 frags. Yeah, like, this is... It's a little bit of a sad ending, I'll say, for Nexus, but a bit of an expected one, and I hope that their run, potentially, not yet decided, against NLG, will be better than what it is here against Copenhagen Flames. But this is, this is where I would like to point out how rankings currently on HLTV do no justice to Copenhagen Flames. Like, 0, not even just no, they actually do more injustice than anything else. Copenhagen Flames would sooner be on the 44th place than Nexus in this case. And, I love Nexus, don't get me wrong. I've been watching them grow since ever they started effectively, when they were still playing in the smallest of leagues, when they were still tier 4, tier 5 for Christ's sake. And It's been a while since I've last seen them, but unfortunately, this is still a little bit above their league, apparently, because this is a 9-0 start for Copenhagen Flames, and they're just dominating the current space. And we can see Xello. Does he go for a peek? Well, he will attempt the peek. Unfortunately, he will miss his timing, and it's going to be a 3-on-3 still ensuing here.
Yeah, especially Asilian's position right now, and all too bad. Nico! Nice one to find the kill on Cemente. I am quick to react, though, as Basso is now able to trade back yet again, but I think Xello, his position might already be given away fully. Sure, you can just try to go on top of the bomb, but he will drop down and won't hit the node scope. Asilian to find the headshot. It's double digits already. It's 10-0. And I mean, right now, this is just gonna continue as is. However, I did like what I've seen thus far already, that at least Nexus, of course, a couple of rounds ago, had called for a tactical to at least try to change something up. But yet again, as we can see, Copenhagen Flames just better by a big margin for the moment.
Ooh la la!
Still, I am
Finally.
There, so strong.
But finally, we see some life, man. It's like it took them so long to start putting a little bit of energy, to start putting a little bit of commotion into the lives of Copenhagen Flames. And I'm fairly certain right here, Dafu heard that and he spotted him. Yes, he did, but I am. Ooh la la. Incredible Miracle is what he should be called, and maybe he is called that. For all the unknowledgeable, or for the all of the uneducated, IM, aka Incredible Miracle, was a team in StarCraft from Korea, South Korea. Used to be a big fan of them.
And there you just know that Over is just a StarCraft nut.
Oh yeah, dude, I love StarCraft.
I know that, but like yet again confirming it. And then what? At some stage, you have to combine StarCraft and Lord of the Rings.
Oh, dude, yes, yes.
You have to have some way to link that.
I'll try my best, really. Honestly, like, I miss StarCraft. I'm kind of sad that they screwed the game over, so, you know.
Yeah, but right now it seems like IM is ready to maybe screw over Copenhagen Flames, ready to find another kill. But right now the back and forth. So many kills going in both directions. Just about 20 seconds after the round has been started. Gabby is going to find one and bring it back to a 2-on-2. Both players in towards heaven. Much rather see at least one of them down towards the site. That's exactly what we're going to see with Cello. Flames, the point is now, do you try to go over towards the A-bomb site, or do you try to work it over towards ramp? It seems like Jabby at least has checked out their way over. Oh, and the timing here.
Oh boy, this is truly a little bit of a disappointing timing, isn't it? You would have hoped for so much more. Jabby. Oh, he's gonna see the leg. Yeah, he sees the leg. He sees the leg. Oh, in the ass. Oh, Cemente. Ouch, that's gonna hurt in the morning, man. Oof. He receives it directly into the buttocks, and Copenhagen Flames, they snuff out the resistance. Now it's down to Xello. He's got a scope. He's got an op, but unfortunately it won't make a difference. 11-1, and this is a devastating performance that is coming out from the Flames. They seemingly have no intention of stopping, and why would they? Why would they want to stop, right?
Yeah, the thing is now, though, as well, that sure, Copenhagen Flames, they grab their next, and the point is, it's 11-1. Is it going to go to another half where you see like a 13-2 or a 14-1 even?
Quite possible.
The chances are pretty good right now for Flames. I mean, nice to see that Nexus at least is able to win one round, but right now, it's not like they haven't been getting their kills either. They've been doing the damage, maybe not as strong as earlier on Mirage, but they have been doing like a little bit at least. I would have liked to say a bare minimum, but at an 11-1 scoreline, you can't really talk about bare minimum work being done here.
Yeah, it's I mean, they're trying. That's not that much we can give to them, but beyond that, it's not really being too good. And we can see here that the performance out of, well, Copenhagen Flames is yet to be tested to the metal. And BTN losing his duel, that was vital. The Raga has to hold the line. As he drops into Hut, he might have bought a few more seconds, valuable few more seconds from Nexus. And right now, Raga, he's the one man that could break this cycle for Copenhagen Flames. If he's able to take down Asilian, this defense will have been able to possibly hold up the snap. IM gets Nico. Seminse from CT spawn actually gets the drop on Asilian. And with 25 seconds, Dafu makes the decision to drop down B. Xelo and Seminse, I'm not sure they're going to be expecting this. And here we go. A little bit late to the party as the afterplant is set and the position is taken here. Let's see the 1-on-2.
And it is going to be Cemented to find it after all. And with that, at least a second round here. Question is, can they still pull through to maybe even make it 4 before halftime? It would be a nice attempt to try and come back into it, but you do also have to reflect, okay, Flames were able to get the bomb down. That brings a little bit of extra cash into it, and still, they have so much money left over.
Yeah.
But in the end, they shouldn't really have a problem to buy in this one and to also buy in the next if they were to lose, especially there. A little bit of extra loss bonus does come into play as well. Everything just about looking fine.
Speaking of fine, there's a fine giveaway going on at the Esports Bible Twitter, around 500 euros worth. So go check it out on the social media of Twitter of the Esports Bible. A giveaway going on. It's a fine-ass giveaway. Well, what's fine-ass as well here is the fact that it's 14th round and Copenhagen Flames have 11 ones on the T side. And there's probably more to come if they continue in the fashion they've had up to this point. Highly doubtful that, unfortunately, Nexus could get more than a few here. Let's find out for certain as we kick it off into high gear. Round number 14 is looking like it might actually conclude on towards the B side, given that 5 players actually are grouping up towards ramp.
And for the moment here, Nexus's hold towards ramp should still be strong enough. The question is, how long will that hold actually stay? How can the flashbangs also affect this? Cement it. Not going to be bothered whatsoever. Smokes now to follow out. And so many CTs already down and on their way to try and support this. Jabby finds the first kill. A little bit of damage being dealt. Basso's position should be great for them. BTN goes in to check, but Basso finds a headshot immediately. IM in with the trade. There's a 4-on-3. Bomb's been planted, and over towards the B bombs is always going to be difficult, especially with the positioning. The Flames currently still hold. Nico is so strong on the op yet again. I am trying to work out a window. It is going to be Dafu to shut him down. All going to be down to Cello. And right now, 4 players still staying alive. He's trying to get out of there, but Dafu somehow still finds a headshot. Going to be 12, looking to be 13. As Nexus, their money is nowhere to be seen.
Well, as you said it, nowhere to be seen, just like their current stance in this first half. Nowhere to be seen. 12-2 is, yeah, it's highly doubtful this can go any better than what it's been. Raga, BTN, a lot of damage dealt. Actually, holy hell, Raga. The rush into lobby actually finds a lot of purchase, and Asilian is going to steal away the bomb, surely. Does he widen the angle against the up? Or yeah, he steals the bomb, gets the hell out of there. And he's going to force a peek out of at least one of the players. Xelo is on the hunt, and surely Asilian is aware of that. He will have his mind set to it. Does he have any suspicion about the fact that he is about to be flanked?
doesn't really seem to be phased about this. Is just continuing on his merry way down towards Secret, and Cello, he doesn't hit the shots. And Asilian, he's lucky to be alive. 2 players already counting towards Vents. And BTN finds the kill after all. It is going to be 12-3. It could have turned so close here before halftime, but over. Still, very dominant fashion that we've seen now from Copenhagen Flames. Even though Nexus, sure, they find a couple of nice kills. And what a way to turn that round back around. I already thought that Flames,
might have gotten it. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, like it was definitely a good save and a perfect save coming out from, of course, in this case, Nexus. But again, it is only a single round and they have a long way to go just yet. 3-12 is a concerning half, and let's see if the second one can be a lot better. They need this pistol. It's as clear as day, and we're about to find out if that's even possible.
Well, pistol coming in for Nexus. Quick approach over towards ramp, and already here Silly and Nico both finding their first opening kills. Right now, Dafu coming into the mix as well. It is going to be Raga and BTN to try and get that bomb down. They should be successful in that. Right now, they're still taking their sweet time to actually get to it. 1 player to move in via ramp, 2 players in via secrets. And at least here for the moment, Jabby finds BTN. I'm not sure they didn't go for the bomb plant. It's right now. Raga still going, still trying to make this lock work for him, especially in the close range. Always strong, but Basso down to 6 HP now. He has gotten the bomb on his back, and immediately for the bomb plant over towards the A bomb site before the rotation can even come in. And Jabby, you better wait for your teammate up in towards heaven. Basso would have 2 flashbangs to work with here as well. Maybe give his teammate the opportunity to move up a little bit further, but it is going to be Jabby. Straight away finding that headshot. 13th year pistol yet again being picked up by the Danes, and surely this is it.
And that will also mark 4 pistols for Copenhagen Flames. They took all of them on map 1 and both here on map 2, so it is definitely the bell tolling for Nexus. We're about to find out if, in case, that bell might have a little bit more to say. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, it is becoming a very one-sided affair. If it hasn't been apparent to this point, it is apparent now. All has gone down the drain, unfortunately, for Nexus. And, well, they've put everything on the line. Buying up the AKs, buying up what they can here. They'll be doing their best to try and mitigate the Flames and their full buy.
Yeah, smoke now to come
There's
out
a gap on the right
in towards main, yeah. And that might be something that Jabby can then also work with once they try to approach that. Already though, Raga. Decent way. If he just checks around, he might be able to see Basso, but Basso might just have him under control. He finds the kill on the MP9 as well. And all of a sudden, the 4v3 turns in to this 4-on-2 all the way back around. Dafu brings it.
Even with a FAMAS, he's so dangerous. Yeah, like, Tyler, do we want to be fair here? Do we want to be open about this here? It does look like right now, Copenhagen Flames are just a bit of a different class compared to Nexus. It's just the performance is so much better. It's not even in the same league. Doesn't mean that Nexus can't hit the shots, it's just unfortunately they're not ready for what Copenhagen Flames have on display and on defense.
That game, the loser game is going to be quite interesting to watch then as well.
It will.
I believe the winner's game might be a little bit more one-sided. I think that might be a really, really strong contest. As both teams were kind of dominated. Who can reset from game to game? Yet again. Right now, Nexus still in with a chance to maybe grab a round on their T side as well. Certainly trying to go for it. Dafu on the ladder. He's not going to have a great time, but he goes out wide. MP9 in hand. And you talked about him on the FAMAS in the round prior, but even on the MP9, I mean, working with that ladder, boosting yourself out, and it is going to be 4 kills for him. Sure, maybe not the round that was as dangerous, but Nexus surely put their damage into it as well.
Yeah, it's just not meant to be, I guess, in the end, unfortunate enough for Nexus. It has all come apart, and it seems like we'll be seeing a very quick end right here, right now. And let's see if that is indeed the case as we open it up. IM finds the first. That's a great start. The Flames having to play with a man down, but it's not like this is the first time. Jabby gonna be caught though, and IM is angry. He's hungry, and Dafu only good for a single frag. Finally, a little bit of presence of life that could make a difference for the better.
Yeah, and at least here for the moment, Flames are going to be bringing their rifles through, are going to be conceding a round as well. But the point is, it's 15-3. I mean, it would be such a ways to come back for Nexus. 12 rounds just to be able to secure overtime. And I'm not sure what might happen after that. Well, Basso and Nico bring their weapons through. Nexus should have a decent time. But yet again, I mean, we've talked about this a couple times now that really, I mean, Nexus have been there to find a couple of kills every single time.
Yeah.
But it's just not gotten to a point where they can then actually also make a huge difference either.
They can, but have they and will they is, I guess, the better way to put it. And they find themselves the 4th at least. They're able to pick up a little bit of the slack and mitigate perhaps a little bit of the standing they have to go up against. But either way, it truly has been a little bit of a disappointment overall. I expected more from Nexus, truly I did. And, well, unfortunately, we get...
Yeah, I still reckon, though, that, I mean, everybody at home that's a Flames fan was definitely happy to see this game as it went down. And, yeah, I think that their ranking is probably quickly going to be adjusted there as well for the next week. As, I mean, we know that these guys can play together. There's no question about it. Either way, Basso now finding the kills. Sicilian in with the Deagle, picking up an AK. It's all going to be down to BTN in what is looking like our last round of this opening series here to Group C. I think the other game is also slowly but surely coming to a close right now. They're still in with a technical pause after No Limit Gaming has actually started to mount a big comeback. Check that out yet again. Either way, it is going to be Sicilian to find that last kill. 16-4. And what a game we've seen as well from the likes of Flames. And at that rate, I mean, I think still they played a very, very good Counter-Strike, but up against Project X, that's going to be very, very difficult to try and replicate because, I mean, they have a little bit more experience. They've been playing together for a little bit longer as well. So, yeah, still, what a game, though. I think we expected a quick one here, and we've certainly seen one as well.
Exactly, we have. And, you know, my prediction yesterday night and this morning was Copenhagen Flames. It goes through, and I think you would agree with me that they need to fix those rankings, honestly. This is 100% Copenhagen Flames, just so much better. Nexus, better luck next time. Better luck in the losers match. Of course, it is potentially going to be NGL that they're going to be facing off with. Or excuse me, NLG that they'll be facing off with. But for the moment, we are done. We'll be back in about an hour and 20 minutes for our second best of three, the winners match between Copenhagen Flames and either Project X or NLG. So stay tuned, folks. Do not go anywhere. Drop onto the second stream, TEBTV2, where currently the game is still going on. And until then, be good, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Initialize booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. System online.
Prodigious journeys into modern times. Powerful impulse. 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 Prodigious journeys into modern times. falcon cannot hear the falcon. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Where anarchy is loosed upon the world, blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritus mundi, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man by a rocking cradle. And what will a feast? Its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born.
Additional. Seriously. PewDiePie. PewDiePie. Additional. Seriously.
I am at least 20% better.
Seriously. PewDiePie. What? It's not. It's he's doing.
How can you eat me 20% better?
Seriously. PewDiePie. What? It's not. Do it now. What good is it for? And few million subscribers doesn't. What? It's not. What? It's not. PewDiePie. Additional. Seriously. PewDiePie. PewDiePie. Additional. Seriously.
Well, hello and welcome back then to our Betway 9 to 5. It is number 5. It is Dawn still. We're in Group C and we have our winners match. The first one here. For us, it is Copenhagen Flames up against Project X. And of course, Copenhagen Flames, they dominated their opponents earlier. Project X had a decent start, but then took an extra round, took an extra lap, went to a third map decider. And of course, over these two teams, they both won their first game. Not as clear-cut for Project X, but I'm guessing that was mostly just down to their own performance as well.
Absolutely. It was a little bit of a hiccup. Project X definitely choked hard on the second map. They had a 13-2 lead, and they lost at 16-14. That tells you a lot, doesn't it? Of course, going into the series between CPH, Flames, and the X Project, Vertigo, Nuke, and Mirage, the maps we'll be looking at if we go straight over the veto, so we don't tarry too long on that. I really hope that they know what they are doing with the pick of Vertigo here. Project X going onto a map like Vertigo is always a bit of I dare say, a bit of a gamble, especially when they go up against Copenhagen Flames. They have played this map before. I'm not sure if they've practiced a lot of it, but I can guarantee you they've at least gone through the basics. And Project X, they have like a 22% win ratio on Vertigo. It's like, you guys sure you want to do that, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, Copenhagen Flames, their win percentage isn't really great either. The last time that they played it up against Lungby Vikings. And the point is there that, I mean, Lungby Vikings surely not a team that's anywhere near the level that Flames is at either. So really, I didn't expect to see a Vertigo pick from Project X, but obviously they must have felt really comfortable after winning it against NLG earlier. So yeah, I guess the 16-1 victory was like, yeah, come on, let's just go for that pick and say, well, really expect.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, I guess. I kind of agree with that. I'm thinking here in the same manner that Project X is trying to basically throw them off guard and catch them on a map that perhaps they have not prepared extensively. Copenhagen Flames, that is. And they know that Nuke is going to be an extremely tough task for them. If they've watched or if they've caught a glimpse of the game between CPH Flames and of course Nexus and seen how Nuke ended, they'll definitely have their worries up there. And then Mirage being the third and final one, being the most basic of all, being the most spread out of all. I think if it does come down to the third map, it's going to be very hard to say who's at an advantage, who's actually going to be taking it. What I'm thinking here is if it goes to Mirage, then, you know, both Vertigo and Nuke kind of, okay, sure, it doesn't matter anymore. But in this case, I'm going to say Vertigo is the most important of all. If Project X lose it, they are in dire trouble, especially with Nuke being the second.
Yeah, and I do believe also that Flames, no matter what happens on that first map, can still transfer a lot of energy into a second game then as well on Nuke. We've seen what they can play. We've seen what they can come up with. Even though, I mean, literally in that game earlier, it didn't come down to just tactics that they played. It came down to just hitting your headshots and just being the better team on the server. Looking forward to hopefully a good game. Whilst I am hoping that it's not going to be as one-sided, I could also see this one if Project X, I mean, they used to be crazy. They had some really strong performances there with that name, and yeah, I mean, I clearly also see them as favorites. I could see this going 2-1 though as well.
Yeah, why not? Right, like you said, 2-1 is legitimately possible because of the fact it's Vertigo. We are not sure what to expect out of the Flames. We are not sure what to expect out of Project X. And if Fate will have it, 3 maps is what we'll be getting. If Fate will not have it, then most likely we'll be ending it on Nuke with one or the other taking it home. Albeit, funnily enough, when you look at Nuke, right? Yeah, sure, the Flames are damn decent on it. They just shown that. They do have very similar win ratio, and Project X actually have quite a few more maps played than Copenhagen Flames. So if we count that into a factor here, or count that into a fact, maybe there's a chance that it could actually be a reverse 2-0 for Project X instead of what we kind of maybe predicted, kind of thought of Copenhagen Flames doing that. But either way, I think we should not be underestimating the quality of either side, and I'm just hoping for a great game of CS. Really, I will be expecting Copenhagen Flames to play very passively, at least to the start, and not really put themselves out there too much. They know that this is, you know, the X-Crazy lineup that they faced before, at least some of the players have, and they know how good the guys can be. Toxic and Sensei, I think those 2 players are the most standout of the 2. And then you have obviously Sergis and Demq that can support the offense and the defense for Project X. And you don't want to put these guys to the test unless you really want to, or unless you're really prepared to, because they're known to punish every single mistake you make.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the point as well where, sure, both teams in general on paper can bring a really, really strong game. I think it'll come down to just how strongly they'll perform in this game right now. We've certainly talked about it earlier as well, that Flames is one of those rosters that sometimes it's a really good game, sometimes also just messes easy things up and pays the price because of it. But at the same time, I mean, we saw it earlier from Project X. They also had their issues earlier. They can have that slump as well. So I think it is, in general, also just the normal level that we see at this kind of play, where it's just, okay, yeah, both teams can definitely play CS. There's a reason why they're in this winner game. There's a reason why they dominated early on in the games. But yeah, we'll just have to see who's the stronger side. I do believe that we are almost ready to jump into a knife round. So let's jump over to Vertigo. Still, of course, a map has seen plenty of updates since it's been added, and almost feels like one of the maps that's seen the most love from at least the developers. But especially here in the knife round, we'll just have to see what side both teams will start on. And over, pretty sure you'd like to want to start on that CT side.
Well, here we go. It has begun. The knife's going into Copenhagen Flames, and with this, the CT side for the Danes will definitely be a big bonus, definitely a big plus to begin with. They are quite a sturdy bunch, and, you know, I'll be honest with you, my theory that if you win the pistol belongs yesterday to Galaxy Racer, right? So if they win the pistol, they get a good start, they have a good chance of winning the map. I want to see if I can test this theory on Copenhagen Flames as well. They won both pistols against Nexus, and they took it fairly easily. You know, sometimes it's just a question of mental fortitude for some of these guys and for some of these teams. And I'm wondering if perhaps Copenhagen Flames are equally so tuned to winning pistols and then obviously subsequently having a great start to their game.
Well, I mean, I could just say as far as this, anybody that's German and following your wisdom will gladly remind you
of the so-called Knochenregel, which is what one of our German broadcasters always said, well, if you win both pistols, you're most likely to win the game as well. And I think that has kind of made its rounds around the CS circuit. But of course, it always helps because generally when you win the pistol, you're bound to win the next 2 rounds or maybe more rounds as well.
If we're honest about this, though, you're not bound to win both rounds afterwards anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe the first, but, you know, definitely
chance is always there to,
yeah, that's true.
To break through, especially I think T sides we see all the time winning crazy pistol rounds, but even CT sides recently just picking up deagles, picking up a scout, and then everything all of a sudden becomes possible. Especially also on maps like Vertigo. You can also scout in towards ramp and have a pretty decent time there. Either way, Project X certainly taking their time with their approach play over towards ramp. Slowly but surely it is looking really strong for them now. Just the time to actually find the shots. And right now Basso is going to find one, but them actually with the immediate trade back. Yet again, I mean, it is going to be a Cillian all around pushing through the smoke, finding one as well.
Ooh, Sensei.
And both teams now only down to 2. But the HP maybe still a little bit favor for this T side, at least when it comes down to Sensei. Right now, both teams really tightly matched.
And they're still gonna plant through tower. It is the one and only Jabit. Now they force their push onto the left side through short. They're gonna try and get themselves a good angle. Unfortunately, they're gonna be caught in a crossroad and a crossfire. And unfortunately for them, Sensei a little bit too accurate. 1-0, Project take the pistol, and they open it up with a bit of a banger. A great start here for the Ukrainian squad. And certainly picking up, I guess you could say, picking up a little bit of the slack. Great beginning. 2 AKs, a Galil, 2 Mach-10s. Against the force buy of the Danes. We'll see how this one fares for them. But the pistol cutting pretty close, wasn't it? It came down to the 2-on-2, and certainly both sides being close to it. Oh, what a shot though. Nikodos never standing a chance.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to go aggressively with the scout, but yet again, they were ready for it. Sensei grabs the easy headshot. Nade, though, doing a lot of damage over towards Demk. That's going to be the point. He's going to be down to 40 HP. Astilian already trying to be aggressive. It might just spot out. Actually, it is going to be Sergis to find that kill on the Mach-10. And always strong to see the SMGs be successful there. Of course, that's $600 per kill. It's a lot more in comparison to the AKs. Or even the Galil that Toxic is still going for right now for that peak. Basso does find one. Dafu also in with one. The question is, can he find more? Does do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Eagle to be collected. I think that they actually lost 2 rifles in that one. They saved both Mach-10s. And lost an AK and a Galil in that round.
Yeah.
So actually the round kind of successful also for Copenhagen Flames because they make it really expensive for Project X.
Yeah, they forced them to rebuy those expensive rifles. Luckily, the Galil is only 1/800, but still not the cheapest of weapons available. And Project X stack on A. I like the idea here. All 5 together, just group up and hope to hit an unsuspecting opponent. In this case, Sergis could be in dire trouble if he doesn't play his cards right. I love this 5-man stack. It's very nice to see this attempt. There's one itsy-bitsy problem that I could be seeing for the Flames. Well, it's the fact that there's a flank already set behind them in this round, and oh, they take another AK with them. That's lovely to see.
Yeah, sure, that's going to be collected on for Sergis or Demk.
Yeah, they even salvaged the Galil. Yeah.
And yeah, everything's going to be fine. Project X, they win the first 3. And with that, already have a decent foothold in this one. They actually have a double op setup in a 4th round on a T side. It's going to be interesting. Because, I mean, sure, you can op in towards ramp if anybody's going to be aggressive. And then op in towards B. But even that, I mean, I would much rather see 4th rifle. two ops so early on, especially how expensive that kind of setup plays out for a T side. Basso, decent idea here. The question is he going to be checked by Toxic immediately? Toxic got the right idea, but didn't have the rifle out and ready to actually go and battle. So, I mean, you have to consider that, of course. I mean, there was so much time where Basso was just looking at him before then actually reacting. That's his position already given away as well. Demk, though, finds that headshot kill on the op. Lots of damage dealt. But it is looking more and more likely like they do want to push it over towards this A-bomb site. Asilian ready and waiting. Just yesterday it was announced that he is going to be rejoining this roster.
Yeah, rejoining, I guess, back into his old home, and certainly he is a welcome addition after Flames going through quite a bit of an extensive period of not being sure who will be their fifth player. Asilian rejoining is certainly a sigh of relief, and DemQ, nice shots. Will they check Asilian? Of course they will check Asilian, but he will spray down enough to make sure that the bomb does not get planted. As DemQ is left alone, it is the first round to Copenhagen Flames, picking up the gun round, an important one here. And Project X denied their chance to keep the lead going and to deepen it even further. And as we said, or as we just started speaking about this, you know, I had the pleasure of seeing all of these 5 players play in the past, not necessarily together in the same iteration, but very experienced players, all 5 of them. Asilian adding even more to the mix, and hopefully he will stay this time for a longer period than just about, what, half a year, or how long he took? Well, actually a bit more, half a year, give or take, 8 months maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in general, so you see how many strong players, of course, come out of Denmark, and of course, how much more work they do to garner more talents, and of course, there's many more teams have successes there. It is only going to mean that you also see more and more players trying to go that route, trying to practice more. And it is lovely to see, of course. Still, as of right now, it is still a 5-on-4 situation for RTs, for Project X at the moment. However, yet again, the A approach play might play in favor of Copenhagen Flames, although right now, I mean, Project X also still working about getting the bomb over towards B, working with these boosts. It's still utility being used up on the A site, and then the rotation being started back around. The B bomb site is going to be in full control for Project X. Copenhagen Flames, it means, okay, try to retake or just save through. Because we know how difficult it is to retake that B-bomb site.
Yeah, absolutely not impossible, one would say. And I mean, they're already a man down. They don't need to force it up. And it is going to be all 4 trying to stick to them, stick alive, stick together, of course. Now, funny thing is, Basso's the only member that went through all the periods of Copenhagen Flames, effectively. And what I mean by that went through all the different lineups that the Copenhagen Flames had in the last 2 years, effectively. More than anything, the most notable of them being Tessus, Farley, of course, in between there was TMB, we even had Nodios play. You know, so definitely a lot of quality being garnered here on the side of Copenhagen Flames, and Basso being a part of it definitely adds even more to everything else. And in this case, it's all eyes on these 5 guys to see if they can prove the quality of Denmark still exists in this case. 4-1 Project X, finding themselves the continuation of their dominance. Raises a few eyebrows. Early on, Asilian takes quite a little bit of damage. Needs to be a bit more careful now. Sensei, unfortunate. Dropped down to 7.
And right now, I mean, yet again, you have that back and forth where sure, a little bit of damage is being done both ways. Yet again, it seems like Project X also getting more and more of a read of how Copenhagen Flames are playing this. Time and time again now, they're trying to take out that early player on B, and also the players are pushing in towards ramp. Right now, I mean, Jabby is in that classical position with that smoke. He is going to make himself well known. Asilian now trying to wrap around with the support of Nico. The thing is, Sergis right now still had that tie down. Finds the info. Jabby's going to fall off the map. With that also off the face of the earth, as now in a 4-on-2. Copenhagen Flames, nowhere really make the life difficult for Project X. Nico has fallen back as the T's are taking their time. 30 seconds still to go.
Should say that Jabby fell to his death and the police caught him down there. There's a few police cars, so I'm fairly certain firefighters have those catching nets. That's fine. You know, he's actually okay. He's just out of it for this one. I'm gonna be brought back up the lift for the next round.
Well, I mean, one might also argue that Jabby hasn't really been on this 44th floor at all, if you consider that he still has 0 kills.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's still he's taking the stairs. You know, he's taking the flight of stairs. So
yeah,
it's taking him a while.
That might take him even longer to get back into this game. So we'll just have to see. Right now, Dafo and Nico still just holding on to this. And at the same time, I mean, it's 5 rounds down on the T side for Project X. And they are, well, at least showing us that this Vertigo pick seems to be the right call for their side. Usually they also play a slightly stronger CT side at that. So maybe even still better plays to come from Project X once halftime comes around. But at least for the moment, their early successes that they already had on Vertigo today, starting at 9 o'clock up against No Limit Gaming with that 16-1 scoreline, definitely showing strengths here as well.
Absolutely, and well, it is going to be a bit of a pressure point. Basso peeking out to play. Finding Toxic is a great start, but it's a wraparound towards B, and Daf who cannot hold the line as Surges finds the drop on the cross through middle. The CTs have been broken in half again, and their rotations caught off guard. Both defenders of the B site unfortunately being eliminated within a blink of an eye. Basso the only one that can deliver a frag, and that is not going to be nearly enough. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Project X going up to 6 rounds is a guarantee.
Yeah, and we were hoping for a close game between these two. Right now, that's not really anywhere to be. The thing is also that a lot of these times in the current meta that we do see, we do see it time and time again, that teams go up 6, even 7-0 at the start of the game before the other side really gets to their own game. Thing is, especially on the CT side, sometimes it's difficult to get going because you need to get into a rhythm. It's not like Flames in their rifle rounds here and there weren't in a situation to then actually also find the kills. I mean, they have been able to take Project X down to 2 or 3 men. Just haven't been able to actually close it out fully. Who knows, maybe the next rifle round is going to be that, but at least for the moment it is looking very likely and almost certain that we are going to see a 7-1 scoreline before Flames get another chance at actually getting back into this game.
Well, a chance certainly will be presented, but will they take it? Will they even be allowed to take it is a better question, perhaps even than their full buy. Not sure it's going to be enough if they don't put their eggs in, one basket. I am actually more wondering right now who will be, who will be the one to take over the opping, and which site will they be prioritizing in that case? As the Eagles are out for the Flames. Are they really going to attempt this?
Sure seems like it, but of course it's not like you have too much to lose with those Eagles. See if you can make the round a little bit more
Kevlar can be
expensive.
saved up, right?
Yeah, you can buy that in the next round anyways.
Sure. Okay, yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but
the point
still.
is also here. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's no point because your chances are so slim. But if you find 2, 3, 4 kills, then the chance is always there. Just to make it a little bit more expensive, so that the teams can't really build up their economy as well as they already have. But of course, you do still have to reflect. Psycho is over 10k at starting the round. Demk is over 9,000 as well, and Flames now with the next buy. I mean, surely it is slowly, but yeah, just time for them to find a second round and maybe even win some consecutively. We expected Project X to be the best team to come out of Group C. And maybe even just some of the best teams as well when it comes down to this whole Dawn. For First place 9 to 5, number 5. Of course, if you are watching CS and have a little bit of cash to play with, head on over to Betway if you want to place a couple of bets. Of course, do it responsibly. As yeah, point is that literally it is hit and miss sometimes. Sometimes you think Copenhagen Flames is just going to dominate, and all of a sudden they're 7-1 up against Project X.
This is getting a bit concerning, but Nico does. He needs to be the one man to shut down Sensei ASAP if he can. Both Basso and Dafu holding the line towards B as well. That's a good thing that they're keeping 2 players towards B, that they're not risking it by playing the classic 4-1 setup, where you would usually split up your defense. And oh, Toxic. He's going to wait until his teammates come up the ramp. Once they go up the ramp, he's going to peek out. There's the pop flash counter. They're going to try and counter this best they can. Project X right now, they're going to be hitting the B site. And they're going to be committing to this 20 seconds. Like I said, Toxic going to wait, though. A little bit too little bit of a wait, though, as Toxic is going to be caught and Surges jumps up. I'm not sure what the rest of the team is doing here. There's one player still on towards A. Psycho, he really took his time. And I don't know what the hell he was intending to play out there, but that is going to be it. That is going to be
Finally, the second round.
Finally. Yeah, exactly.
What we were already expecting for quite a stretch now has now come through. Nice slow-mo here as well. Dafu's so strong in his own rights.
Well, finally second, but can they make it consecutive, right? That's always the question that we have on our minds. Can they make it, let's say, 2 or 3 rounds in a row to break the cycle for the T's? And we can see right now that a lot of utility being utilized by the CTs. Both are being very kind to each other when it comes to usage of those grenades, though. We can see that they're not really using at all any for Project X. I guess saving them up for the actual execution. And I like the fact that Copenhagen Flames are equally sparing with them. Very conservative in that remark. And gonna be an A hit by the looks of it, Tyler. I like the idea, but Project X seemed to be a little bit slow on their execution. The previous round was a good tail sign of that. How slow usually doesn't get you anywhere, besides maybe getting lost in translation. And Sensei, if he gets the pick here, this will be a pounding attack on towards the A side. That much is clear. And here we go.
Yeah,
Begins.
double spray down.
Still takes down 1 and 2 both.
Surely as a Cillian, you'd also maybe be looking to wrap around towards ramp, but it is going to be Psycho in the middle of those smokes just to try and get another kill. Sensei now to support him. His defensive line might not be all too bad to try and hold on to this site, as right now Dafu might be the next one. Sensei takes his head off, and 2 more players to find. Psycho gets the support of Sensei with that smoke. They can both make it out to the bomb site if you want to. But the flashbangs here as well. Basso now on top of the box is going to be spotted still. It is going to be Basso's kill. As Sensei is going to shut down Nico and spots out Basso as well. 4 kills from him. And I was actually, well, ready to already call it that Copenhagen Flames now start to win a couple of rounds in a row. They certainly started to adjust to what Project X were doing. Project X were generally waiting for Flames to push into that, and time again it worked out for them. This time around, Flames play a little bit more laid back. It worked out for them. They were able to grab a couple of kills, but then in the end, Project X, they just string it together thanks to Sensei and his strong performance on the op. But we do see a tactical timeout come out from Project X just to see how they can maybe even make it a little bit more clear-cut than what they're currently playing.
What a great start to the map here for Project X, by the way. It really is something else entirely when you see them begin like this. And we can see in this instance that Project X, I mean, every single attack they pull off, every single aggressive move they pull off seems to be wholly prepared for whatever might come out of their opponents, and they're doing a great job at just handling this whole situation, even when perhaps at times being challenged and being thrown to the wolves. And again, with an entry secured here, Cillian out of the picture already early on, Copenhagen Flames have to pull up something out of their hat. I said in the pregame that the Flames will not be as aggressive, that they'll try to play to their strengths, and that obviously that they will try to work together as much as they can, and surely that's something they're trying, but it's either try harder or you listen to Yoda, who said there is no try, there is only do or do not, and in this case, well, they have to do it. And let's see if that's going to be the case. Oh, the boost though could work perfectly well. Oh, never mind,
Psycho is ready for it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's going to be Basso taken out. Javi already trying to look above that smoke. But again, next little bit of utility also ready to take him out of that position. But he used his own utility to actually give him that chance to escape as well. Look at that though, Toxic. Now, especially with the support of Demk, they're trying to go over towards the B bomb site. That is far and wide open as Flames. Everybody rotated over to reaffirm the A bomb site. And this is going to be a late bomb plant yet again for Project X. Within the last 20 seconds of this round, getting the bomb down. And Flames, yet again, just left saving. Holding on to their rifles, holding on to the op as well.
I mean, the Flames are now knowing how their opponents felt the last series they played. The Flames now know how Nexus felt when they gave them a beat down. And unfortunately for the Flames, they seem to be a little bit on the edge. A little bit lost in control, losing control, I guess you could say. But let's find out for certain if that is the case, if they are not going to be able to salvage this first half, at least for what it's worth. Those 4 more rounds they can pick up here would definitely be worth it, would definitely help them immensely given their current state. But again, is it possible? Is it even going to happen? We're about to find out.
I'm ready for a surprise for those Deagles, but at the same time, the way that Project X have been playing this, they're just looking at straight double digits. And Sergis is going to be the first to find the kill. Are they going to be ready for a Cillian here as well? They've generally been hugging that wall, moving up ramp, but right now Psycho might just be the first one to peek. A Cillian is going to be taken out. Nico to follow. And with that, Dafu and Basso both still going, but both only on the Deagles. Sure, they have body armor, but the way that this is going is almost certainly going to be a clean round. Actually, Basso does find Demk. That's going to be all they wrote. As Project X secure double digits. Their lead is going to be strong going towards halftime. And who knows, maybe Copenhagen Flames' performance will be double or triple the strength of No Limit Gaming, but even then, they'd only find these 2 or 3 rounds.
That's the thing, right? You would expect the Flames to be stronger, and surely they are. I think we can both agree on that part than NLG, but yeah, this is definitely a bit of a miss and hit. And they're not getting too far away from, too far from it, and too deep with it. My concern here is the fact that this could hurt the overall mentality of the Flames, and we know that teams that are freshly built do require a little bit of time before they get comfortable with losing a lot, especially on officials. And right here, this is a pretty big loss if we count it as such. This is a huge loss for the Flames. They, you know, we gotta say that they're not used to being beaten down like this. And yeah, 11-2. It's a very one-sided affair currently that does not show any signs of stopping. And Tyler, I think none of us two at least expected this, even though could have been a little bit predicted.
We expected Project X to be strong.
Yeah.
But not this strong, surely. Yet again, it is, of course, Vertigo. It is a map that Flames rarely plays and really has no point in playing properly. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what they can still come up with, I guess. But at this point in time, it's not really looking like they will really have any problems with the Flames. Who knows, Project X, if they're still looking for a name, they could still just become firefighters and extinguish those flames.
Well, this is where the real fun now begins, doesn't it? Project X, they have a very important position to sustain. And can Copenhagen Flames break that? Well, they're certainly trying. 2 frags in their name. Start of this one pretty damn nicely. And well, another one, Basso, great headshot as Sensei is taken out of commission. That's the off lost. Surge is in trouble, and of course it's gonna be a free frag. How could it not be? Perfect stuff in this instance. And perhaps the beginning of the end for Project X. Wink wink, you know, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is going to be a 3rd round here for Flames, the dominance that they've already shown here, Project X, on their T side, is surely another level. Yet again, Flames could also come back in with winning a good pistol. It could all turn back around. At the same time, Project X, they've been dominating this straight from the start. Demk has the right idea. Just not able to get enough damage in towards Basso.
Well, the kicker here is the fact that Project X still, they have 11 rounds. That's what matters to them right now. So let's wait and see what the outcome here will be, since it is the last round of the first half, gents. And this is where it's all going to come down. This is where it's all going to be decided whether or not Project X are able to close out the gap between themselves and Copenhagen Flames. Well, more the other way around. If Copenhagen Flames are able to close the gap, apologies, between themselves and Project X. Definitely would be nice if they pick up at least the 4th, so they make it as balanced as possible for the ending of this first half. Well, balanced is not the right word, but at least as close as possible, technically, for this first half. I like this presence on middle by Project X, by the way. It gives them a lot more control, and it forces the Flames to be very defensive because they're not sure what they should be expecting, what will be coming their way. So it's a nice little idea they're building. All 5 now gathering towards lower A ramp. Seems like they have an inclination to go towards the A side. Surges a double. Oh boy, Tyler, this could be big. This could be trouble.
Well, the point is also that Copenhagen Flames, yet again, I mean, they try to go aggressive and immediately they get shut down by Project X. So let's see if this attack is actually going to continue the same way. Nico still holding a decent angle. Should have that kill on the off as well. Plenty of time to react there. He's now just narrowly missing Sergis there prior to the plant. And at the end of it, already yet again falling back. How does Demk make it all the way around that long wood side towards ramp once more? Sensei is going to find the kill in the off. Molotov is going to force Daku out as well. And Sergis there for the trade. 12-3 at halftime, and still a dominant one we do have to consider. And if we look at the other game, at the losers game, it is going to be Nexus beating No Limit Gaming in a 16-3 first map there on Mirage as well. Also one-sided. It seems like this Group C just has the one-sided games. Let's see if it is going to continue on here like it as well. If Project X can close things out, or Flames are about to mount a big comeback into this one.
12-3. This is it. This is where it's at. They have to save what they can. And we can see right here, Sensei on ramp. The first one to spot, the only one on A, really. Copenhagen Flames, as you said, can they make the comeback possible? They will start it with the pistol if they do. And, well, Sensei, he has to pull back, doesn't want to risk this. Oh, he actually does. And that's A site being lost right now. The Flames still a little bit slow to respond, and here come the utility. Here come the rotations as well. Project X, they have a nade. They have 3 nades. Holy hella moly.
Nades don't exactly rain in. They all came in towards that default plant sites. And Flames, they pulled back for a hot second still. Demk is going to be there. Javi already closed, but Demk actually finding 2. The bomb's still going to be planted anyways. And Javi going to get shut down as well. Demk already with 3 kills in this round. Pushing out aggressively now, looking for the ace in the pistol. He's looking so strong. Is now up against Nico, and well, Toxic there to deny. Demk getting the ace.
Wow.
And they better not be in the same room, otherwise Demk surely going to run over to Toxic and say, why'd you steal my ace? But it is going to be the round 1 for the CTs.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit wonky when you see it like this. You know, DemQ just taking it single-handedly here, finding the 4 frags like there's no tomorrow, and certainly Project X with both pistols being pushed to their side. 13-3 is a very convincing performance, and I think we know where this one is headed. Copenhagen Flames, they'll have, well, basically 2 chances. This one is one of them, and if they lose, they'll have the one on 15th of Project X, the map point of Project X, that they'll have a chance to pull it home, but it's highly doubtful given how slow of an approach they're doing so far, and they really seem to have fear and respect for Project X, which kind of worries me a little bit. You know, this is something I said in the pregame, whereas Project X going into this perhaps a bit more clear-minded than Copenhagen Flames, and definitely more prepared when it comes down to teamwork and such mentality. But the map is what really concerned me even more than anything, that the Flames allowed this to be played, and yet this is an appalling performance right now. I'm just surprised that they are not doing so much better.
Yeah, either way, it is going to be Psycho already pushed up. Nico did do a lot of damage, but they are none the wiser. Psycho still in this position. Might be up for a surprise. Is going to find damage, but not the kill on towards Basso. Sensei and Toxic still maybe in with a chance. Daffo just turns around the right moment. Still, it is going to be Toxic. So right now, still hold on to this. Sensei hitting the wide shot with the MP9 as well. Toxic is there. It only brings Basso down to 9 HP. Both players kind of with a one-shot kill here, as Sensei is going to be taken out. 4th round for Copenhagen Flames, and straight back into it come the Danes, as it is a back and forth to get our second half started, and definitely still the chance for the Flames to beat Project X here.
That was a lot closer than it needed to be, but luckily Basso was on point and ready. And as you said, the Flames find an important round, a valuable round, and we both agreed to the fact that they had to win that if they even want to have a chance of a comeback.
Deagles across the board for Project X, and we definitely know that they can hit their headshots. But right now, still, Basso will be the first one to lead the charge. It is going to be Dafu to actually find the trade. 3 more players over towards the B-bombs and ready to shut it down with the MP9s. Oh, sorry, the 5.7s, the P250s, and the Deagles there as well.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit out of hand. Definitely.
At the very least, they're making the round really, really expensive.
Oh.
Sensei finding the 1 peak.
Ouch.
It's all going to come down to Jabby. Fake planting. Now going to go for the real plant. Going to pull things through. They are going to go for those peaks. Nice nade. At least a nice idea for the nade. But it is going to be 2 players. It is going to be Sensei to find the headshot and the round. The BM is there for it as well. The defuse will come through. And it is going to be 14 here.
I think it's safe to say that the Flames require this one desperately. And not just that, they took a little bit long in order to pull up the actual take. And even when it started, you know, when they started going on towards the B side, you could see they went in 1 by 1, unfortunately. They didn't find the cohesiveness that they needed to deal with the pistols, and for them, Project X, of course, abused that fact. The 5.7 and the P250s, as you said, being as deadly as they can be at those close mid-range engagements. And again, Copenhagen Flames find themselves on the back leg. It's going to be 3 Galils, 2 Deagles. Okay enough amount of utility that can help you in an execute, but you are lacking firepower, and going up against whatever Project X musters up, it is not necessarily going to be enough for anything whatsoever. The lineup, oof la la, Sensei can't get more than 1 though. That's a little bit of a shame, but it is going to be Jabby that burns Toxic. So B side is wide open. Will they expect Psycho to be in the corner here? Well, the answer is a certain no, as Psycho finds both players coming in through connector. This is map point now going for Project X, almost guaranteed at this point. Yabi, unless he can find a hat trick and a 4K even, with a Galil, highly unlikely.
Not gonna happen.
And that is a devastating loss right now.
Well, that is 11 rounds in hand. Flames need 11 rounds in a row to come back to OT. And right now, I mean, Psycho in that position. First of all, grabbing both kills, then also hiding behind the air conditioner to be ready for the next player and just wait for his teammates to come in. All 3 players come together. It just starts with Sensei's position in towards mid, kind of holding the angle. You don't usually hold there. Psycho this time in that role. Zerg is going aggressive with the MP9 to find 1. Demk is there as well. And already, I mean, Copenhagen Flames, to start with, they're only down to a couple of Deagles. But already, numbers are going to be reduced here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Project X with a dominant start to this winners series, looking to be first place in this Group C. And well, they already have 1 map in hand after the 16-4. And of course, second map is going to be coming up, so don't go anywhere. It is going to be Nuke map pick for the Copenhagen Flames. A chance to maybe come back into this best of 3. But right now, surely their hopes are down in the gutters. Stick with us here for Betway's 9 to 5, as we'll be back probably about 10 to 15 minutes time. See you then.
Initialize booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. System online.
welcome back everybody into our second map of this winners best of 3 series, Copenhagen Flames versus Project X. This is where things are about to get very real and very realistic. It is going to be Nuke. It is going to be our second map, the choice of the Flames. But I'm not alone in this endeavor. I'm not alone ever. It is going to be Tyler, my good friend and co-caster, joining me for this one. And perhaps for the last one for this best of 3, as Project X have really just stomped on the face of the Flames.
Yeah, the point is, Flames, I think they won pistol on first map as well, right?
Yes.
And decided to
no, they lost both pistols. The Flames lost both pistols.
Sorry, knife, they won.
Oh, yes, the knife, yes.
And they decided to start sleeping side. Project X just started to straight out dominate them from there on out. And yeah, who knows? Maybe the same thing's going to happen here. Project X looking for that sweet piss around. You have a couple of options here. You can go the quick and easy route, just rush down over towards ramp and try and press the issue there. You can play something, well, more involved in towards lobby as well to try and take the A-bomb site. So many options, so much to do here on Nuke. And we love to see it at the very pinnacle of CS. It is really the, has almost become the most played map in recent times when it comes down to pros.
It's one of the best maps, honestly. And it is one of the best.
Showing his strength here already, finding Psycho.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit aggressive, going in through Pop, trying to get himself a bit of a drop. And, well, it is going to be a step in the right direction. Copenhagen Flames finding insurrection everywhere. Sensei, hold up. He will be able to get the refrag. Still a 4-on-4. Project X not done with the axe. Let's see. How far can they push this tempo? Can they get more than just a single memo? Well, yeah, that's gonna work like a charm. Okay, Tyler, that worked like a beautiful charm. That's gonna be the first pistol to Project X.
Yeah, and this is then kind of turned around. I mean, Copenhagen Flames, they find that first kill on towards Psycho, thanks to Asilian just running in towards main. At the same time, then it's all gonna come down to Nico, and he's just saving through. There's 4 players from Project X secure that bomb plant. Find the round because of it. And yet again, this round here. And the Ukrainian side surely now looking to get off to a tremendous start on the T side.
That was quite the setup here. Quite the setup. Project X finding the first pistol. They're going to be opening it up with a bit of a banger. Now, I'm eager to see where it leads them to. Copenhagen Flames, of course, a force buy, no surprise. 4 Deagles, an MP9. There are 2 smokes available, which is actually kind of nice to see. It gives them a chance to perhaps fight around the edges and maybe find a kill or 2. And we can see Toxic being very careful, checking the corner of that red box. That is a very usual point of reference, point of hiding for the CTs. And Surges, oh, he hears the hit of the Molotov. They're going to be pushing in through Garage, and they're going to be trying to get themselves into a bit of a wide-angled pick. As Sensei drops the deuce on 1, sees 2, sees 3. Nikodos and Asilian, the reply is imminent though, and Project X falling apart a little bit right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing right now, that with how many players are facing into that garage area, it is difficult to then also decide, okay, which direction are we actually going to go? What are we going to do with all the information that we've found by now? And I mean, everybody's just trying to push in towards mid, trying to get their own piece of the pie. And Psycho, his position towards red already known, but right now he is going to be pushed down as well by Nico. Can Demk still make a difference? AKs in hand for the Flames now as well, as Jabby and Nico will both be tagged already. Not quite low enough to actually pull a full profit from it, but especially Jabby, also just, well, taking a jab, saying, okay, well, here I am. Focus on me for a second. I'll try and fight you, and he finds the headshot as well. Second round going the way of Flames. And this is going to bring things back into their favor as they're able to collect 2 rifles off the back of it as well. And this is going to then bring the T's down to a situation where, yeah, you can force into it. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to try to just overrun Flames in this one. They themselves are still limited when it comes down to building their own economy.
It's a great start for the CTs that they're able to pick it up, but let's see if they can keep it up, as it is going to be Jabby with the first. That's a good one. The bomb already down vents, though. It's Surges that's trying to deploy himself into secret, or more specifically onto B. But there's already a player waiting for that. And Surges, as soon as he opens the doors, if he does open them, he will be met with fierce resistance. Should be a no problem, no-brainer here. And Asilian, as he takes down Toxic, it leaves Surges all alone, isolated. And I'm fairly certain the Flames are aware of a potential threat down towards the B site, that they know that the bomb could have made their way, or could have made its way down vents. That's why they have a men deployed there. So far, so good. It looks like that the Flames will actually take the lead for the first time in this series as a whole. And even though it just might be a single round lead, it's something, right? It's the bare minimum.
But it's something that might escalate into them maybe even picking up a map here. I mean, it is their own map pick.
Indeed.
They certainly have the edge above Project X, and right now Asilian, he's certainly showing that he really wants to play some more CS in this one. 4 kills in that round, and he's been the strongest force on that side of Flames. 6 kills for him now already. Basso yet to frag. And on the side of Project X, at least everybody has found one by now. It's 2-1 scoreline, as you just said, is going to be the first lead. Again, it should be a 3-1 lead as well as Project X. Well, Glocks all around. One single flashbang. Not sure what you're going to try to effect with that, but who knows? They might be able to surprise us. Maybe even make it down towards B and get a bomb plant. Although that would be a lot more than you would bargain for in a round like this with basically just the Glocks. I do believe 1v250 for Toxic as well, but he's the first one to fall as the MP9 closes the gap, and he's going to be Jabby and Asilian. Everybody getting into it. Daff, of course, getting 2, and Dem just trying to get the bomb down. Nate is going to say, no, thank you.
Yeah.
As the idea wasn't all too bad, but Flames, they were ready for it.
And a good thing that they were. That they didn't allow this one to pass over. And keep in mind that if the bomb would have been planted, that would just make the Flames' life that much harder, especially when there would be a lot of firepower in the hands of Sensei, in the likes of an AWP potentially even. But it is going to be 5 AKs, limited utility, and Project X is looking like they're going to go for a bit of a default. 2 players outside looking for control. Toxic, I'm fairly certain he just noticed him. And yes, he did, but still Asilian, the pre-fire, the shadow gives it away. And it's the entry here for the Flames that secures it. And a great start, 3-1. With the entry now in their hands, they're set well to move into the 5th round.
Yeah, and this is now going to be the point for Project X, of course. They've already lost one. Asilian yet again finding that early aggression to get that first kill down. But at the same time, Project X, I mean, they were down to 4 before, and still were able to bring the round back. It is going to be Nico getting his kill in. Dem actually finally find the trade to Basso after taking a lot of damage, down to 6 HP in the end. Still, their chances still lie there, trying to get down towards maybe even the B bomb site. There's actually Project X exploring further options over towards A. Jabby on top of Hut yet again. Psycho was certainly waiting for that peak to come in via Squeaky. But Dafu might just be at the first point of contact there. As Psycho is just trying to inch out bit by bit, has now been spotted. Jabby on top, he's going to find his first kill, still praying towards Hut as well. He's going to be dropped here by Sensei, and all going to come down to this 2-on-2. Asilian trying to be the changing factor. Sensei and Demk both tagged down low, just about 36 HP across both of them. You have Asilian at 94 and Nico at a full 100. The AWP out as well, but Demk finds the headshot onto Asilian.
I think
the bomb is ticking. This is looking more and more like a Project X round, and Nico might as well just try and go save.
yeah, he needs to pull away. He realizes this himself, that, of course, with an AWP in his hands, he does not wish to sacrifice it for free, neither does he want to just throw his life away like that. And the round going towards, of course, Project X. That was unexpected, but in the end, it goes to Project X nonetheless, and that shall be enough to push them over the edge a little bit more. The economy for the cities is there to rebuy, but they have not really established too much of a bank of their own, so they're not exactly doing too splendidly. And we can see on the other hand, it is going to be the Galil even coming out for Psycho. It speaks volumes as to the amount of utility and, well, money available here to Project X. And let's see how the cookie spins here.
Oh, Jabby yet again, his position might just be good enough, but at the end, the flashbangs secure the day. The Sensei is so important in that own. Everybody has to fall back though. Cillian might just be the thorn in their side, although Sensei shuts him down immediately as well. And yet again, the next save. And we're gonna be down to a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, this is definitely starting to get a little bit out of hand. Copenhagen Flames, not necessarily out of hand, but definitely not the best continuation of their dominance, if we can say so. They had the beginning, they had the 3 rounds, unfortunately now being tied back up immediately. Finding no luck to get any sort of reparations out of the rounds themselves. Lucky to keep those 2 rifles alive, that's it. Beyond that, they are gonna have to really put up a bit of a better fight next time. And, well, right now, happy days for Project X. Very happy days. It's gonna be 3 AKs, a Galil, and MQ, of course, gonna have to be satisfied with an AK. If they had the money for the op, they would definitely buy it. But an eco for the Flames instead. I'm surprised they actually didn't go for the buy. They could have gone for, like, Yabi could have gone with a SMG or something. That would have been perfectly fine. The respect to the hustle here.
The question is the hustle ultimately going to pay off? Is this all going to pay off for Project X that they're trying to retake the lead in this game? And let's face it, literally on the T side, if you grab 4 or 5, maybe even 6 rounds, you should be golden going forward. And yet again, it's always these two. It's Basso and Nico just trying to bring the weapons through before the bomb's even been planted. I mean, that's what, 40 seconds into the round? And already just left saving due to the fact that Project X just a little bit stronger, grabbing their headshots. Toxic, no idea how he even makes it in towards main. Nobody keeping proper control of outside to keep them back at the end of it. Project X back in the lead, and Flames is, well, time in the lead cut very, very short.
Yeah. Both Basso and Nikodos not going to be hunted down. I like the fact that Project X is leaving them with these weapons, and not because, good that they keep them. It's more about Project X realizing themselves that currently they're not in a position of power. They're not where, they're not in a commanding position, so they don't want to risk losing their own rifles and economy. And all they're doing here is grouping up, making sure as many players survive as possible, and keep that bank coming, keep that bank going. And the longer they keep this up, the better it is going to be down the line for them, because they can always take down those 2 rifles in a matter of seconds, in a matter of moments, once the engagements begin. So they don't want to risk just losing them for nothing when they've already won everything. And we can see here that the result of that economy safe is quite important and, well, quite big. Oh, Cillian. Oh, Cillian. Just as he tries to fade away, he will be caught in the cross, and that is a devastating loss for the CTs right now.
Yeah, and in general, I mean, their defense is already kind of cut close just due to the fact that, yet again, at this point in the game, Project X still has so much to work with, especially when it comes down to utility. They have Molotovs, they have smokes, they have a couple of flashbangs as well there. And for Flames, I mean, they just deployed their last smoke. Do have 1 more nade, and then it's only 3 flashbangs. still to go. At least they do have the defuse kits if Project X are able to make the plant happen. Demk is slowly but surely moving through this smoke, and they just walk past each other. Look at this over.
Kiss,
Oblivious
kiss,
to
bang,
what just
bang.
happened, and it is going to be Jabby to find the kill after all. And well, surprise, surprise, there is a couple more players there. And now the full defense might be coming back in to try and retake this A-bomb site. Still, it's down to a 2-on-2. Toxic's position already well known. The nade does so much damage. Brings him down to 20, and Serga's not really in a position where he can help his teammate. But how do you not check him?
What the hell?
It is going to be Toxic to find the easy kill on towards Basso, and they throw the round away after that point. It is going to be Toxic to try and go hunting with the Glock, burst out, and in the end trying to go for the knife instead of reloading the AK.
The hell?
Project X might just lose all players, but no, Sergis even still finds the AWP.
That was a massive, massive misunderstanding there. Basso never should have stepped out like that. They knew he was in the corner. They knew he was there in main, and Basso just went out like there's no tomorrow. And I guarantee you that he thought his teammate will push with him and that he's gonna get him whilst Basso's pushing, that the AWP will be able to find the kill in main. But nope. And that's the round. And that's a devastating loss. 5-3 now. The economy crashing for the Flames. Luckily, they still have they have enough money to rebuy, but that was salvageable. That's the worst part of it all.
Yeah. And really now I'm baffled because I thought surely this retake is going to be it for the Flames to keep their footing in this game. Granted, of course, they can still win this round and then everything shall be forgiven. But at the same time, the T's have started now to build their own economy. Sensei finds Basso, at least towards outside. Nico's able to return the favor across to Toxic. Gabby, Asilian, both going to be trying to hold on to this B-bomb site. It is going to be Psycho. Nice headshot, Demp to trade back. And the 3-on-2, the advantage yet again there. Nico and Dafu, time to work together. Yet again, I can just see Sergis trying to spray both of them down in a second's time. Smoke is going to cover their retreats. Yet again, it's time for Flames to keep their weaponry going to try and give it another attempt in that next round still to come. As yet again, Nico need to start falling back as Sergis is hot on your heels. Dafu gonna still be tied up here, trying to just keep the players in towards those stairs. But Sergis gonna stay alive, gonna bring his weapon through. Round is gonna be won. And I said earlier, I mean, 4, 5, maybe even 6 rounds should be plenty for Project X to work with then when it comes to a second half. But right now, they've already gotten that 6th round point. And this is only round 10 coming up. And a 7. I mean, over is clearly in the books if we look at the buy that Copenhagen Flames currently bring to the table.
Unless Nikodos and Dafu can change the outcome of the future, this is going to be almost certainly a confirmed round, as you said, for, of course, in this case, Project X. And there we have it. It's going to open up with Javi finding 1. It's a good start, at least for the Flames. They still have the 2 rifles to work with, and Toxic. Oh, if he walks into the corner, yep. Bass is going to take full advantage of that. Perfect stuff. Love it. Nice to see that. Nice that they can punish any sort of mistake like that. It's always a good sign. When players can punish mistakes, that means they're still confident. They're still, you know, in the game mentally, and they're not leaving themselves too vulnerable. So far, so good. I have a sneaky suspicion that the Flames might actually win this round. Now they have 4 rifles. They just salvaged 3 rifles. Tyler, they're pushing it back. They're getting it.
Yeah, the question is, how long is that actually going to hold? Sure, Basso finds the next kill to Sergis. But surely, Sensei, this is going to be the end of him, right? Surely he can't bring this back to a 7-round. I mean, 20 seconds on the clock goes for the shot, but it is going to be Basso to end it there.
Well, impossible, as our Japanese friends would say. And that is going to be 4-6. As the Flames find themselves at least one after 5 devastating rounds being lost. Luckily enough, the money for Project X is there, and they have the full buy coming out. Sensei even with the op, and I'm eager to see what they plan to do here. Again, standard split. 3-2 this time. Actually, 4-1, actually. Never mind, I thought Surgis was inside. Nah, he's on roof, going on towards upper garage. Or, excuse me, upper main. The op on Nikodos has to be careful here. He needs to be very careful how he widens these angles and oof, baiting the shot, cutting it close. Project X now know what they're dealing with, and MQ, if he finds the first, he will. The second perhaps as well. No, Nikodos is ready for it. And look at this, Nikodos. He keeps on pressuring. He wants to search for more. The information he gets is vital here. Unfortunately, Asilian is caught.
Yeah, and I think we're at a point now where as well, Project X, yet again, they're back in the lead, but sure. Nico also going back around, finding Sensei, looking for more, now that he knows where Toxic is at. But in that 3v3, can they maybe even find control over towards the A bomb site? They're so focused on the player coming in from behind that they lose their own players because of it. Bomb currently no longer in their own control. Nico could have been covering that off. They can now start to go down towards this B bomb site. And at least Circus' position has been given away by the steps that he's made. And Psycho, he might just walk into a trap, but he bots out Dafu actually in the end now, down to 15 seconds. That's going to be not even the shots hit by Nico. Molotov might just help him out. The bomb's not going to be planted. Might not be planted in time.
I think
here.
there is enough time. There is enough time
Just
if he holds it here. Although if he breaks it, he breaks it.
And the round is won by Flames.
Wow.
Because they can't hold on to certain angles.
What a turnaround. What a lucky break here for the Flames. They're able to prevent the plant from going down. That could have been a 2-on-1 or a 2-on-2 retake. Either one would be devastating for, of course, in this case, for the Flames. But it's a rebuy for the T's. Backed up. They still have 4 rifles to work with, and how far can they push it? Well, we're about to find out as we begin with another fast play. DemQ, what? Okay.
You're always going to tap away into a smoke like that.
Yeah, or just random spray, right? It's like, either way, usually you do, and whoever tries to cross is caught heavily. A little bit of a trade of HP, and not even a trade, it's more of a take. As Project X is moving their way down secret, there's a player waiting. Jabby, he's ready for what comes next. And hey, hold up. Psycho, good return. That was a vital shot, 40 seconds and counting on the clock right now. Jabby, he needs to hold this line, but there's about to be a sneak peek. It doesn't matter though, Jabby! Hey, great stuff. As he takes down Surges.
And yet again, I mean, Jabby into that position where sometimes he's a little bit more quiet, and other times he just hits every shot that comes in his line of sight. 17-year-old. Having all too bad of a game, especially in this round. Might be ready to shut this down.
Again, they're waiting. They're waiting so long. Why are they waiting so long? It just doesn't make any sense.
Still Sensei, doors still open. Might as well close those. Although right now the push coming in, and Dafu gonna find the trade It is, after all, going to be a 6th round, yet again tied up. But I think Project X, they did pretty much their work already that they needed to when it comes down to this first half, to their own T side. Sure, you can always do more. You can try to just run away with this.
Yeah, I have to agree there. With 6 rounds on the T side, they've already picked up the majority of the rounds they well, majority not, but they picked up the amount that they would be happy to begin with. There's only one itsy-bitsy problem that I'm kind of seeing here, is the fact that momentum is now starting to gather for the side of, well, for the side of Copenhagen Flames. And Nico does, there's the entry. As Toxic gets shut down, the pistols and the force buy round will not be too successful. Should be the 7th for the Flames. Rather simple, rather easy. So we'll see what the outtake here is. And how they could perhaps switch it for the better. If they even can do that.
Now, it is going to be another one for Flames. That, of course, to be expected after the pistols were out on the side of Project X. Big point now is next rifle round to come. And sure, we had that little bit where Project X, everything was just going up to gold for them. And every time Flames, they didn't even try to attempt to retake something. Let's just see what those guys are going to do. As yet again, they're going to try and push outside to try and find the early aggression, probably towards a main again, which has been their main point of contact to try and really put Flames out of it. Right now, Asilian yet again trying to just stop that build-up from happening. He's in towards Secret. But Toxic, eyes trained on his position. Whilst Flames are putting another players up on top of those rafters, up on top of the A bomb site. Project X mounting up to probably start something. But again, they are bringing players together in towards lobby. And now the player in towards main, all ready to go. Dafu, Molotov, this is going to be big, as it does keep some of the players back. Still the counter Molotov, Demk is there to do a little bit of early damage. Toxic finds 2 kills. Asilian though on the trade. And now 3 on 2.
Jabby!
Jabby and Asilian yet again finding those kills. And Jabby now top fragging for his team, looking really, really strong for the Danes. And Project X taking their time out here.
Yeah, with good reason as well. They had the site, they didn't clear it deep enough though, and they got caught by a man that was hiding behind the corners in plain sight. And that will definitely, you know, take away a little bit of their lifeline. As Copenhagen Flames secure the first half, if not in the psychological warfare, definitely in the numbers game. Yet the last round here is where it's at, and we're about to find out if it goes well for Project X, and can they perhaps close it out with an 8-7. That'd be a pretty comfortable ending for the first half, given what they had to face off to begin with. And we see another timeout, a second one to be utilized, as they want to really just go about it. Make sure that they cover all the angles and all the details they need to discuss about. And I have a question for you. Like, who do you think will come out on top by round 20? Like, who will be at an advantage by round 20?
By round 20?
Yeah.
I'd expect
5
Project
rounds
X
from now.
to yet again pick up pistol, and that time around then also have a stronger side on CTs. I'm going to say that Project X are going to be up.
Hey, okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Who knows? I mean, I'm guessing with the question that you're asking, you're expecting Flames to be up ahead, maybe taking the lead here.
Actually, I would expect them to take the 9th, but I actually expect Project X to still be ahead by round 20.
There you go. We'll see.
So I agree with you.
we'll just have to see how it comes out. Normally we pit each other against each other. But there you go.
Yeah.
Nico already gonna be blocked off by this Molotov. He tries to retake something in towards ramp, but there's nothing to have. Everybody just going down cleanly. All together though, Flames is CT. As soon as they really got the economy rolling, which we see time and time again, teams go 6-7, 1 or 0 even down. As soon as the economy gets rolling on that CT side, it is so much easier to work with, but all of a sudden Project X turning it back around Demk. He's going to be the huge lurk here as well for the team. And still Nico, he's not going to be able to hit his shot. It's all going to come down to Nico in a 1v3. They know exactly where he's at. Still Toxic goes for that peak. And the 9th round, all of a sudden, not as secure for the Flames as we once thought. It is still going to be Project X, it seems like, to find the 7th.
Oh, Surges, he's playing with fate, but he knows better than to go aggro. And through Titanic, a Molotov deployed to try and flush out where it might be hiding. Unfortunately, nobody. And unfortunately, the end. Okay, 8-7. I mean, this is a successful round, half ending for Project X, and I think they'll be content with this. And I guess both of us agree to the fact that they will definitely be content with this. There's one question on my mind here that kind of, you know, goes out to Copenhagen Flames is, boys, where was this performance on Vertigo, right? Like, where was this energy on Vertigo? And why I'm thinking that like that is because with 8 rounds on their CT side, they at least now have a fighting chance, and certainly I'd love to see more out of the Flames and don't want to just, you know, let them drop the ball here in this best of 3. But in any case, technical timeout being called. Not sure what the issue might be though coming out. Probably PC issues, I dare say.
I don't know. I hope it's not going to be PC issues. Let's just see if we have an update from admins. Have you seen anything? I'm currently
TeamSpeak
checking
problems.
in. TeamSpeak
The
problems,
classic,
yeah.
the standard.
I was just about to say. I mean, maybe it is time to switch over from TeamSpeak and maybe
To
go to
Ventrilo?
something a little. Yeah, I was
Back
just
to
about to say.
Ventrilo?
Go back to Vent. It always worked out. Never had anybody have any issues with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Quality memes, but damn it, Ventrilo worked like a charm.
Yeah, I mean, or just go back to the old Skype and wait 2 minutes to get a response from your teammates. That can always work out.
Skype. Oh boy. No. That is a forbidden gem. That is a forbidden
Still.
Yeah, or just use we have a good recommendation from Comes, or just speak in-game, use the in-game communication. It's
that can always work.
I mean, to be fair, if we're completely honest, in-game communication would be good if there was not like a half-second delay on the comms themselves. The in-game communication would be really good.
In general also, I mean, I've heard of teams just like using TeamSpeak for one part, but then also saying, okay, when you're dead, just unmute in-game and you talk in-game and stuff like that. Or like, of course, platforms like ECA use it when once you're dead, your teammates can't hear you.
That would be, yeah, that's something that I've actually wanted to touch upon. It's something that I guess could be very useful for teams, and I see it definitely as a plus, not a negative or a basically a neutral thing, is that when you die in the round, so in case you don't bother your team, so that you do not bother your teammates, that you can speak while you're dead. I think that should have been, you know, that should be something that should be considered and used. But let's see where it takes us to moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be round number 16, the second pistol, and Project X on the defense of B site.
Well, pistol is going to be so important in this one. We've talked about it a couple times today. X generally have been dominating these ones. As right now, yet again, down to 4-on-2. Nico, though, able to bring things back, but he's all by himself. Bomb on his back, but over towards the A bomb site at least. In towards outside he goes. He has been spotted, but so has he spotted the leg of one of the Project X players. Look at this Toxic. He's just not ready for it. No. And that's just not something that you should be doing. It's never sure that he's actually going to be rotating up. And right now, he's going the long way back around. Yeah, Nico, let's explore the map. I would have loved to see that. Run around, jump through heaven in towards the A site, and then get the bomb plant down there. But right now, Project X still splits. They do still have a player in towards vent here as well. Yet again, tapping the bomb for a second. 30 seconds on the clock now. Bomb is going to be planted. And there you go. They're going to be well aware. It is the A bomb site. Let's work together. Let's not peek out one by one. But right now, at least Demk already trying to test the waters here. As Nico is going to try and reposition. Psycho is still a ways away. 10-second defuse. No kit at his disposal here. But Psycho pulls his attention off. It is going to be the kill found by Demk. As you can't 180 back and forth like that. But it is going to be Project X picking up the pistol just about by an inch.
One hell of a show, one hell of a pistol, and the second one goes their way as well. That is 4 for 4 pistols for Project X. And now with the fact, if we consider that they not only had the 8-7 half, but as well quite the performance in the first map, the mental fortitude here of the side of course, Copenhagen Flames has to start faltering a little bit. It has to be a little bit in question, and this is definitely getting a little bit out of hand. The Danes need to step up to the plate and truly start changing things up. And we do have a call for a break of the round. Yeah, one of the players must have disconnected.
Yeah, something like that, or some kind of issue maybe still with the TeamSpeak. Generally, whenever you hear the ticking already on the server, we always know, okay, something just went wrong. Surely they're not just still chatting in the middle of the round. But yeah, I mean, we're tied up at 8 right now. One player missing on the side of Project X now as well. So your suspicions are actually confirmed then. Point is also, I mean, sure, I guess towards round 20, a lead for Project X is looking more likely now. Question is just how strong can Copenhagen Flames also be on their round here. Do you force into it? Do you just try to get on towards the rifles immediately? So many options open.
Indeed. Quite a few venues that they can utilize. There's only one itsy bitsy problem that I see here for the Flames.
And what's that?
Well, I guess you can kind of already see where I'm going at. The Flames need to add a little bit more firewood to their fire. They need the supplies. They need the money. They need the, I don't know, the tenacity, best way to put it, the energy. They seem to be a little bit, you know, on and off, with a great start in the first half. A few rounds that shook them up, you know, truly shook them to the core, but then they found 5 in a row to return the favor and certainly stepped up to the plate. And here with the loss of both the last round of the first half and the pistol, it begs the question, what the hell can they do moving forward? What the hell can they do moving forward here? And how the hell do they mitigate Project X's CT side that is oh so good and was absolutely impeccable on Vertigo?
Oh, I'm not sure right now if Project X might just be in a little bit of a stumble, same as we maybe even saw, well, earlier in that first opening game.
Oh yeah, that was
they did definitely stumble up against No Limit Gaming. They had a huge lead going in towards halftime.
Big upset,
13-2. And then No Limit Gaming were able to come down in towards Mirage and get the W there. Of course, that's surely also supported by a player like Mali as well, who I think was able to grab like 28 or 27 kills or something like that. Did follow the end of that map as well. But yeah, still always so much possible in CS. It can really turn either way from this on.
Well, either way, here it goes, Tyler. This is it. It's the golden chance for Project X not only to continue their dominance, but also take their lead. And beyond that, potentially close out the map with great success. Surges alone on B. Yeah, he's... Oh, okay, still gets a drop on one. Basso coming in through vents, though. He's gonna get the drop on Psycho, and that's an important note to make. DemQ already tagged quite heavily, and all of a sudden, Project X bleeding players, bleeding life, and they might just be already pulling back for a save. Ooh la la, that was a very quick steal away.
Well, I mean, it's come down to a point where you really just see Flames, of course, quick execution. That's always what can happen on Nuke. And Project X now just kind of left to the point where, okay, yeah, let's just see if we can hold on to these rifles and then be fine for that next round to come.
Well, it's a smart idea to keep those 3 rifles in their hands. They can definitely improve their chances, since this is a force buy round, putting everything on the line. The 3 rifles might be the game changer, and almost certainly will be the game. Oh, excuse me, will be the game changer if they play their cards right. Either case, here it begins yet again, my dude. It's a vital moment for this best of 3. Copenhagen Flames, if they get up to double digits and not allow the economy of Project X to recuperate and to re-establish itself, they might just be able to drive this one home and push us onto the 3rd and final one of Mirage.
Oh, and Demk might have something to say about this. So does Sergis, as he finds a kill here as well. Basso on the hunt. Not going to be able to find it. Might be hunting a little bit too far. Psycho trying to get into the mix of it with his Deagle. Toxic now to find a Cillian as well. And oh, how the tables turn.
Indeed they do. Indeed they do. Not even sure how they will handle this right now.
With one Sensei though to close it out. 2 kills from him as well in the round. Oh, and this has come to a point now. It is tied up yet again at 9. CT's back and forth economy is never going to be strong. So they really need to just win a couple of rounds in a row. Make it 10, make it 11. And then maybe have a better chance at all. But our predictions are going to come down. You said who's leading at round 20? Round 19 currently underway. And it will probably be Project X to win this. As yet again, they're down to Deagles, but Copenhagen Flames, even with the Deagles, have surprised us before. Let's not put it past them.
Yeah, exactly. Basso has been an instrumental player, especially with the Deagle. He had quite a few rounds go his way and the way for Copenhagen Flames because of him. And there will be a little bit of pressure added on top of everything towards Secret. DMQ is going to be forced off the angle, closes the doors, smartly enough doesn't allow himself to be caught there. That would have been a devastating loss. And rotations have to happen soon here for Project X. The B site is under attack, and as long as Project X has a few players to respond to this, they should be fine. 2 currently, as far as I can tell, down on B site. Exactly. 1 ramp, 1 on site specifically. And we can see on the other hand where Dafu is waiting in control, and more specifically in lobby.
Oh, Nico's ready for Sensei. He still finds one. Yes, at least the 1-for-1 trade. Not going to be all too bad. Toxic might have the right timing here to push through with that Molotov. Dafu is going to be none the wiser. And Flames already had the idea of going up towards the A bomb site. Still, Demk is going to fall, and the bomb is going to be planted. All going to come down to Basso and Nico, both on the AKs now, all down to Psycho. As we did say, not put it past Flames to still win this. 13 bullets, only one needs to connect. It can connect into his tiny toe if he wants to. But he still has to find the shots.
He has the kit as well, so he has time on his hands, but timing. Oh, timing for Nikodos. I guarantee you he just looked at his minimap, or at least at his left side just as he pushed into that corner, and he did not react fast enough. As the one and only saves it, Psycho pulls it home. 10-9, double digits go to Project X, and yeah, the 20th round now. Who will win it? Who will take it? We're about to find out. But the 19th successfully in the hands of the CP, of Project X, does bring about quite a few question marks right now. Flames in trouble if they don't find success, and soon.
Well, still, the round was so close and really expensive for Project X as well, so it's not going to become any easier. I mean, at least the last round was already kind of one of those rounds where you, okay, how much should we invest? Should we rather play a guy on a Deagle and MP9? And that's exactly what they did. And that's why now they can buy a little bit more comfortably. This round should be their round as well. And they do currently have the lead, but only just about by a slimmer. As Flames are trying to use their loss bonus as good as possible. Not going to be investing in this one all too heavily. I think 1P250. A taser into there as well for Nico. Maybe grab a Zeus kill in the tournament here as well. Always something to collect then as well for the players. Right now though, Toxic hiding, waiting for a flash, not going to come out, but he's still going to find 2 kills. That he's going to drop a rifle on towards the site as well though. Can of course be recovered here. Cillian has an M4.
He has an M4. He has yet to retrieve the bomb.
M4 over to Dafu as well.
Hey.
And then could work together.
Yeah, as you said it, give it to Dafu. He's going to plant whilst doing that.
Well, and there's another M4 to work with, so bombs planted, 2-on-2. Weaponry to work with. Sensei now also to start to come into this. Finds a Cillian straight away though. And Dafu now still towards the side. Time is of the essence, and right now it is really, really low. Sensei only on the op. Dafu might as well just try to go up with the bomb. Doesn't really need to try and go for this kill as Sensei finds it still. And it has plenty of time. Thanks to the kit, it is going to be 11. But yet again, they lose 4 players on that CT side. So expensive here for those CTs, but everybody can just about still get a buy out of this.
Paying an extremely high price for that round, but as you said, they get the round and they still can get the buy back out. Sensei on the op, Nikodos. He needs to challenge him. He needs to shut him down. Sensei is getting a little bit comfortable in his shoes, and 11-9. And both of our predictions for the 20th round to go to Project X come through. And as we can see here, it is going to be a bit of an outside take. Holy shit, Psycho. Okay. That's something I haven't seen in a long, long time. It is going to be an immediate refrag at least, so they get rid of him before things get out of hand, before he can really go Psycho. But that is going to be a crazy little bit of a push that gives them, or at least if nothing else, it scares Copenhagen Flames. I think that is the, that was the prerogative there. That was the idea, and well, certainly they got away with that to scare them into submission.
So, can Project X though make it to 12?
We're about to find out.
Of course, I mean, Nexus had a dominant strike up against No Limit Gaming. We're able to grab a 2-0 here. If Flames fall, then they would be in for a rematch up against Nexus. Right now, though, Project X not quite out of the water just yet. Daffy finding one. Demk and him going back and forth, but it is going to be Jabby to yet again plant the bomb. Get the advantage here going for Flames. Can they withstand another retake? Project X, time and time again, had to rely on these defuses. Three times already in this game.
So far, so good. They're still pushing into this, and Nikodos, will he be checked? Will he be read? Well, that's a great shot. Surges is out, and now Sensei backed into a one-on-one. He has no more time left, and he will be unable to salvage the round itself. Nikodos, if nothing else, well, he will be caught in the wind.
But yeah, it is going to be a 10th. And the thing is also that Project X, they can't just keep on relying on the fact that they're going to be able to defuse the bomb.
Exactly.
They have to stop Flames before they actually make it towards the site.
Yeah, retakes haven't been their strong suit, and even when they get onto the site itself to, you know, successfully find the frags for the retake, usually they take too long of a time. And this is the issue they've had throughout the entirety of today already. We saw it in map 1, and as far as I could tell, that was one of the issues they also had in the best of 3 against help me out, against NLG. And you know, Copenhagen Flames, they were quite slow themselves, very reminiscent of how, for example, Nexus took their time in approaching the rounds themselves. But in any case, it is going to be another attempt here by Project X with a force buy. 2 Deagles. Actually, a Deagle, a 5-7, a FAMAS, a Scout, and an AWP. And look at Sensei, holy jeez. Sensei is really taking this to new levels. Very aggressive into the outside. And do they read that there's a player actually already at vents right out of Squeaky? Because if they don't, they're in dire trouble. Yeah. No way, Jose.
Yeah, and the point is right now, Project X, of course, still trying to hold on to this with their limited buy that they do have. However, Flames, they're knocking on the door of the B bomb site. Are going to be going in. Right now, Project X still out of position. Hadn't readjusted towards Secret here, and I'd much rather just see them trying to save through. And actually still trying to go for this dash without trying to shut that all down. 2 players to be found, Op and Scout to be saved. It's not a great deal, but right now Flames profiting out of the fact that a back and forth is never strong for CT sides. We talk about this all the time, that winning consecutive rounds is the way to win games.
Effectively the only way to win games, and luckily, they'll pick themselves up there. They'll be able to get a little bit more control. More specifically, they'll be able to get the tie. Full eco. 12-11 is what we should be expecting. But I'm gonna say Sensei has perhaps a few plans in his mind right now that might coincide with the victory for Project X. And Sensei, if he plays his cards right, he can certainly do a lot of damage, and beyond that, he can perhaps give a fighting opportunity to the rest of his teammates. And look at the Zeus on Toxic already in Hut and Squeaky. Oh, excuse me, in Hut. And the Scout tag, so far, so good.
Yeah, Jabby down to 37. Toxic trying to find a kill on the Zeus. We've seen that come out a couple of times on both sides, actually. Today.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been successful just yet. I do generally love to see the attempt made, at least, still. Plenty of players now for Surgus to try and deal with. As the Scout, not going to be good enough. If he would have had the AWP, he would have had 2 kills by this point already. Jabby and Asilian would have both been down. Yet again, what are you going to do on a USP?
Yeah, just run away, right? Try to get exit frags, try to be a nuisance, that's it. Don't give them free frags if you can. And don't complicate your life more than you need to, right?
Yeah, the thing is also though, where can Project X just draw the line? Where is this going to end? Or is it just going to be Flames to, well, take the whole victory going forward and moving us to a third and final map as a decider on Mirage? Which, yet again there, we've talked about, yeah, a little bit already from Project X's side. Their Mirage today didn't exactly look great. On their own T side at least, the CT side was fine. T showed a whole different story.
Yeah, most certainly. It didn't look exactly how it should, how we would expect it to. Not the end of the world, of course, but then again, you always hope to see a bit more than what you do. In any case, we do have the gun round here for Project X, and Toxic still on the Zeus. Gonna be a bit of a shame that he has to work with that weapon. Although, I think it might be a bug, because I think it's a HUD bug. It happened before. It doesn't make sense that he would be on a Zeus only, since it is the full buy. Yeah, he's not on a Zeus. Like I said, it's a bit of a HUD bug. Made no sense that he would be there with only that weapon. But still, all in all, an important round here for Project X. Extremely important.
And right now, 2 players for Flames yet again going down towards Secret. Not going to be stopped in that position just yet. Demk might slowly be getting into a position where he can actually then also make a difference here. Not looking all too bad. He has now spotted both of those players out. Nade going to come in, but to little effect. They're trying to work together. Sensei this time around does have an op. Molotov to try and just delay them a little bit further. Does have the support there of his teammate as well. Dem finds a double. That's so important. Toxic now to come in from behind. This finally may be the time where Project X are back into it. Toxic finds 3. Demp finds the other 2. 24 rounds down, and yet again, it's back to level pegging in a close game here on Nuke thus far. As both teams struggle to really find the upper hand against their opponent.
Well, that was a little bit of a surprise, but it is a welcome one. One hell of a series this is turning out to be, and one hell of a performance out of both sides. Project X currently in a position of power now. The Flames haven't planted the bomb. They've lost quite a little bit of money, so they have to be careful what they do next. And already we see a bit of a change-a-roo. It's going to be 4v4 as we observe the current state of affairs with Sensei now watching down towards Wardrobe. And he has a good idea. There's already infiltration happening. Luckily, he has a player in heaven, so he cannot be flanked from up top. Nico does the timing for his peak was most unfortunate. And Sensei, he's still watching the angle. Does he? Yeah, of course he's ready for it. Checks it, gets it. 2v4. And Project X make it a 2v3. Perhaps not done just yet.
It is still going to be Cillian and Basso going with this. We've seen them a couple of times still working this out. And right now, bomb of course ticking away. 2 players up in towards observation. The window's not been broken just yet, as Demk might be the player to try and come in from behind. Now at least Cillian's position being given away. Demk takes him out. And there you go, the bomb now ticking, but it is going to be defused. Sensei finds that last kill. And it is going to be 13-12 Project X. Time to take the lead once more, as this might just be the right timing for the CTs to full on take it, especially keeping more and more players alive. As the Ts, they're starting to get loss bonus into the mix. They just got the bomb down, so that's extra cash for them. They'll still be buying in this one.
Yes, they will. And here it goes to be an important round for the Flames. A UMP even on a Cillian. running on fumes, one could say. And Psycho, again, this outside aggression coming from this guy. He's been relentless with it. He's really been trying to put a lot of pressure onto the side of the Danes, trying to force them into making mistakes. Luckily enough, they haven't really been thrown off the scent yet. But it's not done just yet. Let's see how this one goes, as it is a ramp push. Sensei pushed all the way into CT hell. There's a player down ramp watching the cross as well. And do they have the... Are they going to take the risk and peek CT? Surely not, right? If they want to go B, they can leave CT-B. Oh, Surges
might just have the right timing. Psycho also trying to get into position. Asilian alongside with him, but it is going to be Jabby and Nico to actually find those kills. As Dem quick to reposition, but it might already be too little too late, as the CTs are going to be trying to, well, work together, save this one, and hopefully then make it 14-13, as this round is certainly now going to be a 13th for the Danes. And not really what we expected off the start. I mean, sure, Zergers and Psycho, their idea was not too bad to try and retake control over towards ramp, but the way that Flames were just kind of waiting for it surely shows how, well, how sure they are of their own T-side as well.
Oh boy, what a round, what a moment. And again, Project X find themselves on the precipice. They're now the ones to be on the edge of the fall. Losing this round will result in most likely them being thrown to the wolves, as they do have a full buy. The op on Sensei is still operational. An important note to take is the fact that Copenhagen Flames, they've played a very slow round last round, and they got the most out of it. Project X being a bit jittery, we can tell by how, you know, how they looked for that information towards ramp, risking it all just to get a glimpse of, well, the whole squad. Sensei, he's taking a dangerous... Oh, he hears the jump. Yeah, he hears the jump in secret. Now they know at least what's up. Doesn't see Asilian drop down from main though, and it's gonna be Sensei to find the first. Asilian still trying to lurk on through, as an angle will be found soon, and there it goes. Asilian the spray down. It's accurate as Surges comes out to play, and oh, he's been spotted by Nikodos. Surely Asilian now knows. And Surges likewise will play it smart and not let himself be caught. Dafu, great angle hold towards T-base. And Basso will take down DemQ. Project X is falling apart. They are falling apart by the seams. This will be 14-13 most likely by the looks of it. Almost impossible for the rest of Project X to try and salvage it.
Yeah, the point also the way that they're falling apart, of course. I mean, literally just peeking in one by one. There's nobody working together. And in the end, I mean, their idea was not too bad. And think about if Asilian would have been found there. If Asilian falls, if maybe even Nico falls towards outside, this whole round is turned on his head, and all of a sudden Project X win the round. But it just didn't work out for them. The angle didn't line up. Asilian's spray down wasn't exactly perfect, but still, reaction not quick enough. And that way, it is going to be a 14th here for the Flames. And surely too close for comfort for the guys from Project X at the moment as well. At least here at the nuclear power site, it is going to be thick walls to help Surges survive as well from that bomb blast. But it is going to be 14-13, and another buy to come in from the CTs.
Oh man, Project X, we already said it. They're playing very isolated, one by one mostly, and they're getting punished for it. It's a bit surprising that, you know, Sensei was that exposed and nobody was there to help him out. You know, Asilian get a free drop on him, and by the time the rest of Project X replied, it's far too late already. And look at Surges. He cannot allow himself to push. You cannot push Surges. If you push, you die. That much is known. It is known. It is to be said. And there's the auto shotgun close range. First shot, headshot. And that's a beautiful thing to see. And with an entry secured for PX, this builds a little bit of repertoire and a little bit of danger in the minds of the Flames. Might even scare them into a submissive state where they could potentially slow down enough to build, or to give the time for Project X to reply and read what's coming their way.
Right now it's a minute in. Both teams still taking their sweet time. Copenhagen Flames still expecting Project X to be pushing out. And sure, Project X have been doing that time and time again. So why shouldn't they do that in this round? Psycho spots the head in towards outside. For Basso, still not able to actually find a shot. Asilian finds the head attempt. Toxic, though, able to reply as Psycho comes into it as well.
Yeah, Psycho burns Asilian to the ground, and there's a player in vents patiently waiting in case they decide to drop down, as far as I can tell. And that will be a perfect round ending if Project X are able to find both here without any further losses. Their economy taking a bit of a step forward. Toxic wins the duel, and there it goes. Nico does 10 seconds. The flank already set. Is he able to even, well, is he even going to be aware of it? Nope, nope, never mind. Surgis is not going to keep on chasing. He pulls back towards... Oh, after round kill, knife kill. No, Nico does no scope. There we go. Beautiful stuff. Saved by the bell. 14-14. This is not over yet, but a timeout going to be called. The Flames require a bit of a tactical moment for themselves, and... what can I say?
Yeah, I mean, we might need a tactical timeout for the caster desk at some stage as well. Because right now, I'm still trying to break down how that actually worked out for Project X.
I can tell you right now, it's because Surges with the auto shotgun didn't push ramp. After he got, like, he held close range, and after he got the frag, you could see the immediate smoke deploy, and he did not chase for more kills. Because if he had died on ramp, I can guarantee you the rest of the Flames pounce on towards ramp and probably towards B. And we've seen how big of a problem Project X have been having with B site in general and retakes in general. So that was the tipping point, really, if you ask me. And it scared Flames into submission. They got caught in the afterwind afterwards. But look at this. Psycho. Oh, he sees the shadow. Oh, jumping into CT. Two players. Now they know about this. Surge is already getting one. And surely he will know about more as Yabi takes him out. It's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Sensei trying to find that kill as well. It is going to be Yabi down to just 38 HP. Psycho is in a decent position. The timing might just be off.
Bye-bye, Psycho.
Should probably have that kill. Oh, how is this going back in?
Oh, what?
Psycho, what?
What?
No way.
Psycho, what?
No way is he allowed to find that kill. And so many questions for Basso in that situation. As Dem is ready to support his teammate Asilian to find the trade. But no way does Psycho find that kill. Toxic is going to be taken out. And slowly but surely we do need a timeout here.
Okay, what in the frick is going on right now? Project X, what are you doing? Like, what is this madness?
Like, but I mean, both teams here.
Why is
one part?
Like, first of all, look at. Okay, yeah. So this is obviously, you know, this is just 180, crazy jump, headshot, whatever. But I would like to point out that Demq was watching the corner that Psycho was holding from vents, and basically Demq held a useless corner. It's like, dude.
Yeah. And especially being that aggressive, like, be all the way back towards the stairs and maybe even towards decon or go all the way back towards the site. Your teammate has that area of the map covered. And because the explosive kill comes out like that, Copenhagen Flames are going to win this map and are going to be bringing us over to Mirage.
100% almost now, yeah. The victory going to the Flames, almost certainly in this case. What a mistake. Project X is really falling apart at the end here. They seem that the nerves are getting at them, and I am actually a little bit disappointed. I expected so much more from them in that instance. As soon as they started getting those frags and it was the 3-on-3, it's like, okay, you know, there's a good chance, and then they just kind of threw it away. Copenhagen Flames, though, lucky and happy to have that handed to them. 15-14 and 4 players gathering on the outside. Could be Dafo just on the flank to be left over in the end, and definitely looks like that's going to be the case. But the rest of the Flames making their way towards Secret. Sensei burning, and, well, good night, goodbye. Being read like an open book. Standing in the most obvious of corners, unfortunately. And Surge's... Why is Surge still standing in lobby towards trophy room? They already have lobby control. Why is he... And they have CT control. Surges? Hello? Surges? You have lobby. Move. I'm getting ticked off by this. I as a player, I really get ticked off by things like this. It's like, it feels like communication is lacking on the side of Project X. That's what I'm getting out of this.
And this is obviously also going to open up a huge door and a confidence boost for the Danes to maybe get back into this game. Get a chance at making it to #1 in this group. In Group C.
And that's a wrap.
Yeah, it is all looking like it is going to be Flames bringing things through. 5 players still alive, and Psycho and Surges looks like they're just a little bit too late into this. And that's it. 16-14. Flames in a big, big comeback. I mean, after losing the first map in that fashion, I didn't expect them to have such a strong game here. After a 16-4 win from Project X, they lose Copenhagen Flames' map pick, and it is going to be third map coming up, Mirage, as our decider. Here in the winners game, Group C is finally starting to be a little bit more interesting after a lot of quick games for us here on the A stream today. Stick with us as we're just getting started.
See you soon.
Initialize booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. System online.
side if they so please. But I'm guessing that's exactly what they're going to do. Of course, I'm not alone. I do still have Over alongside with me. And Mirage here as decider might have a couple of dark flashbacks for Project X.
Well, hello, and yes, as you said, flashbacks to Project X having some amazing games and, well, some not-so-amazing games and rounds, whilst for Copenhagen Flames, Mirage is a saving grace as the third and final map to be battled out for a chance to move out of the group as the first team. The winners match not yet concluded, and the pistol, well, it's live, ladies and gents. Let's see where it takes us as the bomb is going to go B. It's a fake A, and I love this fake. This will sell the story fully. Smoke into stairway and jungle. A push out of palace. Nico Doss still remaining absolutely silent like the deadly killer that he is. And will they even check him? I don't think so. They're not thinking about it. And a single player moved out, and 2 are still remaining on B. This is not a selling point that Project X want to do it like so. And it's a clean round almost for Copenhagen Flames, I think.
It completely falls apart just because Nico is up on top of wood there and just kind of waiting. Okay, well, there's only one that actually came out from A ramp, so it is probably going to be a fake. Nice attempt there from Project X. But as you said, it was just not enough to then actually sell it as well.
I think the problem
Flames.
is, I would dare say, the problem with not being enough is the fact that they didn't send 2 players out immediately and started wreaking havoc. Like, they should be immediately focusing on taking a player down, and that should also include a check of Palace, and they didn't even care to check under or above Palace, which tells you a lot, right? They kind of just went in blindly. But yeah, nice attempt at least. I love the fact that they at least tried it out.
Yeah, and Nico in towards mid with the AUG should have a field day in a second because Project X is about to peek out. There's only going to be a couple of pistols, so nothing really to contend, and actually he is going to fall back from it. He's going to give them a lot of space. Actually, the smoke failed from the CTs here as well. Actually, not the way that you wanted to play it, but right now it is just shutting down player by player, not losing anybody. It works out perfectly for them, but Project X, their buy round is going to be coming up. And then it might all turn around.
Well, it just might, as we have ourselves the pistol, the first one of this series that they picked up, the second round. And truly a better start than any time before. Project X looking for the gun round to be successful though. A bit of a default 2-2-1 split up. Surges, great spray down, takes Sicilian out of commission. Although the reply from Jabby is a little bit delayed. He at least tags up Surges enough to break him off the attack pattern. But there's that. But overall it looks like in this instance there won't be much to be done for Project X. They cannot get onto a site immediately. They'll do a bit of an execution. They've got, what, 3 smokes, a Molotov, and a few flashbangs. Let's see how far they can push this. Copenhagen Flames currently unaware that this is coming their way, and they're completely in the dark when it comes down to the information, what is going around them. No map control, no semblance of map control even. And look at this, they're rotating. Another player off toward... Nope, he's coming back. Okay, that was a close call. That's important that Nicolas remains on A, but does it matter? Well, I guess the answer is a big fat no, as Dafu is going to hold from under Palace. The Molotov that they had is going to be utilized for jungle, but Toxic drops down like Spider-Man. And there it goes, the first one to Project X.
Yeah, and a nice way to find that headshot away. Again, immediately, it is going to be 2-1. First round on the T side. The question is now, though, as well, can you build more out of it? Is there going to be a chance to maybe make it into a round where you, well, maybe turn the tide straight around, as surely Copenhagen Flames the next round are still going to be buying up. It's not going to be as easy here to stop them already. As yet again, both teams try to play at their best, but for Project X, they certainly have something to prove to us when it comes down to their own Mirage, especially their T side. They were only able to grab, what, like 1 round, 2 rounds earlier in that game. It was not really a lot to do for them. It ended up being 1 round on the T side for No Limit Gaming to win the game 16-14. So let's see.
Let's see how far it takes us to, right? As we do have a bit of mid presence again. Contestant from it is going to be Copenhagen Flames, pulling all their eggs in one basket, and let's see how far it takes them actually. From Underpass, a clear by Psycho will tell the story that the Flames have tucked their tails between their legs and made a run for it. Of course, realizing that perhaps it would be better to not linger too much in a position that they don't really have too well overview of. And as far as I can tell,
right now here, do have a little bit of control over towards short. Actually, Circus trying to look for a little bit more, going over towards the B bomb site as well. Nico, he's going to be doing damage on the scout. If he would have had the op, then he would have had that first kill as well. Psycho to find a Cillian. Sensei to come back into it as well. Now the bomb is going to be planted. I mean, sure, they already had a slight advantage when it came down to better equipment. Just due to the fact that, of course, one of those players for Flames only had the scout, not the rifle. And then with that, it is going to be a second round here for the Ukrainian side. It is then looking like they might have a chance then retake the lead going forward as well. I'm still not sure how well that'll actually work out for them. Sure, Flames, they got those first 2 rounds, and then Project X straight back into it. And I hope that that performance that we saw earlier up against NLG was just a slip-up on their behalf, or maybe just down to the incredible performance also from the German side that came out there. Still, from 16-1 victory, you don't go to losing a game 16-14 as quick as that normally. But I mean, yet again, it is Counter-Strike, anything's possible. And even here, 9-5, we've seen strengths and weaknesses on different maps come down to 16-1, 16-1s to 2 different teams as well. Right now, though, Flames working together, first in towards mid. But there's not much you can expect from this round, mainly on the USPs. As it's just time to shut them down.
pretty much so. 3-2, as the Flames are keeping, well, not keeping, but being kept at bay is a better way to put it. Unfortunately for the Danes, they're not exactly in the most rosy of positions. Their economy is in a bit of a problematic spot. They cannot afford to lose the round if they wish to have any sort of chance, any sort of position to contest against Project X, and already losing Jabi this early on. Yeah, I mean, this is a harsh reality they're being forced to accept, I guess one can say. I mean, this is getting a little bit dangerous for them.
Project X, though, repositioning, and Nico still being in quite aggressively down in towards ramp. This might also come down to how well he hits his shots, but also how Demk might be able to wrap around smoke in towards ramp. And Demk, he's going to be faced here, but he hits his headshot and was perfectly ready for it. 4 players, sorry, all 5 players over towards the bomb site now for Project X as Copenhagen Flames. Now just clearing out the apartments, and they might as well just stick around in that position. I think their chances are just too slim. Maybe even make it back in towards this game.
Indeed. A chance. They'll keep this one alive. I mean, I don't know what to do. Excuse me. I don't know what they should be doing in order to counter Project X, because right now they're just losing straight aim duels, and as soon as they lose a player, they seem like to realize, okay, maybe we should take a step back. They take a bit of a defensive stance and then just kind of let it all go. And 4-2, obviously it's only the beginning of the map. It's a long way before we can say, oh damn, they're in dire trouble. But it is getting there. It is starting to get a little bit scary, because Project X before, before when you look on Vertigo, for example, the end of the half was 12-3 in favor of PX. And if they continue down this fashion, if they continue down this road that they've started off with, and as again, the duels being lost as much as they were, Copenhagen Flames might be facing the same music. I hope to see a bit more mid presence from the Flames, by the way. They do have the firepower for it, and they have to be a bit more open around the overall map. They have to look for more engagements. And here we go, 3 players on middle. I like the idea. Can they get anything out of it, though? Surge's the kill is his, though Dafu seems to be ready at a moment's notice, and Basso gonna keep the clear on towards B as well.
Yeah, the thing is that Project X, I mean, yet again, we're back to a position that we've almost seen on Nuke earlier with that kind of back and forth. The point is also that that should turn into their favor then as well. Depending, I mean, maybe this round can still work into their favor. But I mean, right now, Flames looking really, really strong. Always a question of, can they actually then work together? Smoke out towards the site. And a chance for Flames to maybe even take site control again before Project X is fully onto it. Psycho, he's in danger. He's going to find one, looking for that second as Jabby is not all too far off. With the A-bomb, battles are going to commence as well as Demk finds Nico. And the hopes that we might have had for the Flames all diminished by 3 players of Project X.
Yeah, they're just getting absolutely handed. Like, it's getting handed to them. Psycho with a great hold towards middle, as we see in the replay here, with both Basso and Yabi being caught. And afterwards, moments later, it's Nico Dawson CT. With Demq again performing above and beyond. It truly is getting a little bit out of hand. And it's time to see how this storyline adapts and how this storyline goes. Copenhagen Flames, pistols and Kevlar is what they're wielding. We've got a few CZs. We've got a few Deagles. Well, just the one CZ if we're more precise about it. And can they pull it home? Or at least try to do something of the like. Try and get themselves a rifle or 2 to save. That'd be a nice thing. That'd be a nice little addition to them.
Boy, and Javi, he might be ready for this in towards ladder. He surely is expecting someone to be in and around this area. Only not gonna hit his shots. Body shots on towards Sergis. Vasilian, he might also be in for a nice one with the CZ, but even he'll be shut down after doing a lot of damage yet again. But damage just doesn't always transfer into finding kills here as well. Right, for the Flames, it is going to bring them down to a situation where, sure, you're on pistols this round, you're not expecting too much from them.
Oh well. Exactly as you said, you're not expecting too much, right? And the damage dealt is, well, of no consequence as long as you don't lose the players, and, well, that's exactly the case.
I mean, at the same time, sure, you say that, or one can say that they're only on towards those pistols, and that's the main reason here. But at the same time, I mean, you also have to reflect on the fact that it has been mostly the same also on the rifles. They've been doing damage, they've been finding kills. Then time and time again, you see 3 guys from Project X, everybody's tagged already, sometimes down to 8 or 9 HP, and still somehow they're able to clutch the round back. In a situation where they do have less players still going. Surgis straight onto the head of Nico, and he just doesn't even care anymore.
Surgis definitely knows what he's doing, and yeah, Psycho gonna be returned back, so at least it's a 4-on-4 right now. A chance for Copenhagen Flames to kind of keep some sort of a negligible distance between the two teams, yet failing to win around here would be very much devastating, above and beyond what they already had to deal with. And we can see now the telltale signs. It's a B push. Sure, Bass is going to be holding as best he can on the back lines. There is a flank being set, but it is going to be very late. And Sensei takes care of Giabi before the flank can even reach B house. The damage is dealt, and the site is lost. Asilian gonna try his damnedest, but I don't think he's actually gonna attempt in retaking this. There is no point anymore.
Yeah, at this point it would just be throwing away the money that he might be able to use in that next round.
Exactly. A little bit of a...
The way that this is coming back around as well, though, is going to be Dafu Asilian both bring their weapons through. 7 rounds here, though, already for Project X. And this has been 7 rounds in a row as well, as you can see at the top there. The T's time and time again, the bomb going up. 2, sometimes maybe even 3 Copenhagen Flames players staying alive, trying to bring it through. And since they picked up the pistol and the follow-up, it's all been one-way traffic since Project X had the buy at their disposal. And it doesn't say, I mean, sure, day 1 and 2 in the past couple of days have been a little bit more interesting because the team's also a little bit more at eye level. At the same time, I mean, teams taking their time, taking tactical timeouts, going over what's going wrong right now. And these two teams in general, Group C, hasn't really been too crazy when it comes out to timeouts. We saw a couple of tactical pauses from both teams on Nuke. I mean, even in the map prior, didn't feel like all too much. If it was, then mostly I think it was Project X also taking those pauses.
BV4. The AK of Bassa could make a difference. Unfortunately, it's not in the right position to make a difference. And we can see here the A execution as it comes out to play. It's all or nothing. Yabi, good shots being made. Unfortunately, they are only worth for the 1 frag. Toxic sprayed down to 9 HP. That is a bit of a danger noodle moment. Yet 2 players are critically low. And Basso, if he gets the drop on Sensei, perhaps he can get the drop on the rest of the 2 as well. Though he's already removing himself from the equation, realizing it's a little bit too much to ask for. And he will try to get the hell out of dodge. Smart call. Doesn't want to ruin his chances of saving this AK. And of course, it is a much necessary save. Yabi not needing maybe the full buy, but definitely going to need a little bit of a drop. Or at least something of the like if he wants to get a proper buy going next with all the utility and the like. Maybe a double up setup coming out. Basso could accommodate Yabi with a rifle while Yabi drops the AWP. That doesn't seem to be the case. It is going to be a chance here for Copenhagen Flames after 8 consecutive round losses. This is certainly getting... it's getting a little bit out of hand. And the question on everybody's mind is, will it even stop? Is there even a chance for them to stop?
Cillian gonna find that kill into Psycho. Nice opener. Dafu maybe now into it as well. 5-on-3 all of a sudden, but even this, we've seen it time and time again where Project X is able to work back into it. Cillian finds Sensei. It's all going to be down to Surgus and Demk in this round still going. Or are they going to be peeking into this as well? It is going to be Cillian to find Surgus and Demk in a 1v4.
Finally, a little bit of life coming out from the Flames. The Danes are not giving up that easily, and nice to see a bit of a change of route. But look at, I would like to point everybody's attention for a single moment to the bank of the T's. Together, they have around $50,000-$60,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no. Good luck breaking that or something.
There's no stopping them within this first half, that's for sure. And it's come to a point where sure, Flames now win one round. Can they win a second one after this? Is it going to be 4 rounds for them? Or is it just going to be, okay, well, we were just a little bit too sure of ourselves. And now they got a third, but we're going to make it 12-3 at halftime in the heads of Project X. Because, I mean, yet again, everybody just died by himself, and even this round isn't quite over just yet. Demk now falls to Cillian. Imagine if he would have pulled that back. Cillian still asking, are we going to go double up? And there you go. Grabs it. And that might also take a little bit of pace back out of the game. Basso going to drop a rifle, going to collect on the op. Cillian able to take the AK. And of course, I mean, for Flames, it is still the fact that they have plenty of time to find themselves now as a roster. A week ago, they added a new player in Nico, and then of course Cillian was added just yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, they still have a long ways to develop if they want to stick to this roster. And then also see in which roles, who's actually going to play in which roles in their own regard. Sensei is able to trade and find Dafu.
Oh, Surgus. Oh, this is going to be dirty. This is going to be very dirty. Cillian, as soon as the smoke dissipates, he needs to be expecting this. Does look like he is, but unfortunately he's not fast enough. Surgus, he only gets stacked down to 73. So I guess Cillian was kind of waiting for it, but just couldn't hit the headshot. Yabi has a bit of a gap in the smoke. He's patient, as one can patient be. Double up retake for the A site will be now impossible to pull off, though, as Basso and Yabi are left alone in this decisive moment. And, well, good night, Yabi. No such luck to be able to pull it off. Yabi having to say his goodbyes. And that is going to be 9-3. And I got to be honest with you, it is looking very much concerning here for the CTs. They lose a valuable and most important round for their current state of affairs. And Basso, if he saves the op, that's going to at least give them a bit of extra on the side to work with. But once more, it's all just coming down, bearing on the side of Copenhagen Flames. Starting to fall apart, I guess we can say.
Yeah, it certainly is looking like it. And I just don't know where the breaking point is going to be. Surely Project X are going to make it double digits now. Can they actually make it 12 before halftime? And then surely they just transfer that into a quick start into that second half as well. Sure, Flames were able to grab a pistol here, but since then it's not really been a strong performance. If they wouldn't have grabbed pistols, then it would be literally down to an 11-1 scoreline at the moment. And that is just a harsh reality at the moment.
Yeah, it is a harsh reality. And look at this push into pit. There's a lot of information for the Flames, and Of course, Nikodos is still holding Palace, as far as I can tell, being afraid that there could be a lurk being set, but instead the Flames have full map control, effectively locking Project X into place. And the Ukrainians will have no idea this is coming their way. Basso holding the line, unfortunately this time cannot repeat the success. And it will be only a single frag. And back at it again we go, as this is a 4-on-3, excuse me. And the retake, do they even attempt this? Well, they will, but the luck is not on their side.
Yeah, I mean, with that quick kill immediately found on the attempt to even make the approach play over towards the site, Project X already yet again asserting their dominance and showing that they're the strongest team to come out of Group C. Then they would be joining Illuminar and Galaxy Racer in our top 4. That'll be moving into the actual 9 to 5 Swiss stages then as well.
Ouch.
Of course, here in Dawn is always like a little qualification then for the later stages of the tournament.
What can I say? This is a bit of a little bit of a falling apart moment for Copenhagen Flames. They just lost the most valuable player, Nikodos, with the op. They are getting hammered again into the ground. This is a repeat of Vertigo by the looks of it, and Project X is having a field day with them. Execution behind all of it. Pistols and Kevlar that were bought up for, well, for the sake of a little bit of firepower being had is yeah. Nicely done. Duffo at least gets one, so that's, you know, always a pleasure to see. Though. Okay, hold up. This could actually turn. Yeah, all of a sudden this could turn for a bit of the worse.
Yeah, Dafu already finding one Asilian now also into it. They're not going to go for a plant here. Actually going to be pushing into the CT spawn with the bomb in hand. Basso finding the collateral there with both players falling. And all of a sudden it's only down to Sensei. He's going to fall. And I'm not sure why you don't try to go for a bomb plant. There's so many spots you can try to plant over on the A bomb site. And where you can really isolate single angles. But Flames win around because, well, Project X just a little bit too sure of themselves, I guess. But Basso, nice way to line them up. And of course, always a little bit of luck involved in that. But it all works out for them.
Here we go. It opens up again. It is going to be mid-control contested for 2-2-1 split, or more specifically 1-2-2. As we see in pit, it's going to be the one and only Toxic playing his mark. Excuse me, DemQ, not Toxic. Toxic is in B house, just now noticed. Stanko and Underpass. Does Nikodos take the angle of attack here and try to peek middle? Well, he's already taking it, so yeah, I guess he is. The last round of the first half. This is quite an important one for the Flames. If they can make it 5-10, it's a doable first half position to work from. In terms of the fact that 5 rounds is at least something to make up with on Mirage. If you lose 11-4, I mean, it's not like it's going to be the end of it, but we know how difficult it is on the T side if you lose the pistol potentially and then find yourself wandering for more. Ooh, Asilian, lucky to have gotten out of there alive.
The double digits lead is going to be there for Project X anyways, no matter what is going to come down here. But Nico and Asilian, everybody showing up yet again. And where has this Nico been in the rest of the game? And I mean, 20 seconds now to go. No chance left for Toxic to still find this round. It is going to be 10-5 then at halftime. And I mean, pistol is going to be so important for the Danes still, even with this scoreline. Toxic, nicely done. Just going to show, well, look what I can do. But that's the end of the first half.
Yes, it is. And well, with that concluded, it is going to bring about a few question marks. And one of them is, what happened in the last few rounds for Project X? You know, how are they starting to slow down that much after having 8 consecutive round victories and then 2 more in between, and then just finding themselves to be unable to even get onto the site itself? And the other one is, what happens here on the pistol? How is the pistol going to go down? The Flames having a single smoke and a Molotov. One would assume they're going to be going for the straight B rush, but no, it's going to be mid. Molotov into connector. Ooh, no, Molotov into window, but a bit of a failed one, and that is not going to really work out as planned. Psycho already finding the entry. The pop flash was perfect. DemQ supporting the offense and the defense more specifically, as already Psycho's handling it like a boss, and my god, it's just a bloodbath right here. Second pistol goes to Project X, that much is a guarantee.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the fact that, of course, pistol is going to be so important here, and Project X starting off like that is at least going to mean that they can then work off that a little bit further. 11th round here, 12th surely coming up, as I'd expect Copenhagen Flames just to wait out and be on towards rifles a little bit quicker.
This is going to be waterfall A. I like it. The idea is good, and it might give them quite a little bit of control. Jabby, there's the free... Oh, no, never mind. Not going to get the free frag, unfortunately, as the rest of Copenhagen Flames keep on pouring on him. FAMAS reload, as Sensei will hold the line, and they'll defuse without a problem, without a hitch. 12-5. The plan gives them a bit of extra money, and the full buy that will come is going to be scary to deal with, especially when you have an MP9 and a FAMAS. Well, double FAMAS, really. Yet, I feel like the confidence from the Ukrainians is high enough, strong enough that they won't really feel too pressured because of that, as they never should.
Yeah, as you said, it is going to be scary to deal with, but if I've seen something, that it doesn't matter what Project X currently wield when it comes down to weaponry. They can really make anything work. Right now, yet again, FAMAS MP9s might still be dangerous. We saw earlier already. Both sides can also rep those and be successful on that. Sensei quite far in towards those B apartments, and that is going to take one position out of the map already. Nade in towards mid is going to come into little effects. Nico finds Toxic. This early advantage is going to be nice to have, especially if you now want to move over towards the B-bomb site, which seems exactly what they want to do. Demk is waiting out. Sensei can support in. He's going to have pressure, but Demk is going to be so quiet in behind, but Jabby has him on his radar. AK headshot to come in. Sensei still towards the side. Dafu a little bit stronger as well. All going to come down to Sergis. And surely not even going to attempt this too far. AK to be collected. And over. 6th round surely in for the T's.
Well, they get halfway through, right? So they get something right, but this is a long way from being done yet, and a long way from going as planned. Group C. It has yet to receive its winner's match recipient. And I gotta say, Project X have certainly been very convincing, both on Vertigo here and on Mirage. With the difference being that on Nuke, they had more than one opportunity to close out the map and potentially the series beyond that. But Copenhagen Flames, it would have been a devastating loss if they were to be taken down on Nuke, and certainly it would have been a bit too much even for them. But here on Mirage, we can see that the difference is palpable. When you look at the kills, when you look at the frags, when you look at the overall assortment, The Flames are not exactly in the best of spots. None of them really going above and beyond when it comes to frags. Nobody really being absolutely monstrous in their performance. Ooh, Surges. Does he check the corner? No, there's a double bait switch. Oh, he's gonna check the smoke. There's the free frag. The smoke getting lost, and that's a problem now. Counter flashes and smokes being thrown. Surges finds two. There's an angle in the cap, and the smoke can be utilized. Oh, Psycho, that is just dirty. Finds the second as well. And now Nicodemus, within less than 20 seconds, within less than 15 seconds, the entirety of the Flames were deleted off the server.
Yeah, not only that, but also Project X, everybody staying alive and just shutting that down. I mean, that is also then going to be a factor where, sure, Copenhagen Flames are trying to set something up, but then always have to be vigilant of this aggression as well. And Sergus, he just doesn't even care. Psycho spraying through. And then nothing really matters. And sometimes it's just trying to go for a puggy play like that, and all of a sudden it all works out yet again.
This is a little bit of a disappointment for the Flames, and I hope that they have something up their sleeve, some plan, some sort of plan D that could destroy Project X. Toxic, his angle of attack is perfect. As soon as he sees one, he's gonna take a shot and fall back. That's it. That's all he needs to do. Oh, the counter flash as well. DemQ supporting it perfectly, saving his teammate Toxic from being absolutely shredded to bits. And the three remaining players, what do you do? Well, you have Dafu that's on the flank. That's going to be very useless coming in through short. At least by the time he gets there, the smoke's still in operation and... or in effect, excuse me.
Oh, and Toxic with the perfect timing.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, it's like he was counting down the seconds in his head. He is going to be 5 players still alive. And with the timer slowly but surely running out, 30 seconds on the clock for Nico. I think he's already been spotted. With that, everybody trying to get into his position. Sensei's going to find that last headshot, and there you go. It's going to be 14, and surely also Project X not all too far away from actually shutting this game down. Because in the end, it's either you force into this and try to work your way back, or play for OT, and that's going to be a long ways to come back. So you really only have one option. Maybe even take a timeout, consider what your options are, and then buy, or just buy straight up, because that's the only thing that's really viable in this situation.
Exactly. It really is.
So far back at the moment.
This is just a scary, scary position. And what can really be done? Well, we'll find out soon enough as nades come raining in. Underpass now being utilized, or more specifically being read that somebody's hiding away, tucked away in the corner there. And honestly, I have my doubts about this, Tyler. I don't know how I feel about this exactly, but I know that there is dread within me for the Flames, as this is a devastating loss they partake in. Sensei finds 2, DemQ through short, and the one refrag they were able to get is immediately mitigated and pretty much denied. And Surges, this time doesn't work on him.
Yeah, and right now Nico's still trying to defend, but it is going to be Project X bringing us to a map and match point. Yet again, they dropped the middle map. Were able to grab a sweet victory on that first one. Really just a sweep where they just said, okay, Flames, there you go. That's going to be it. 20 rounds on Vertigo. And then Nuke actually went the full distance. 16-14 in favor of Copenhagen Flames, but then yet again, back down to Mirage, where they were already struggling earlier on. It is maybe now the time to close things out. One more buy for the Flames. Mostly Galeals alongside a single scout. And very, very limited utility here.
Absolutely. Psycho. Never mind. I thought he might have a bit of a glimpse of a player, but he pulls back just in the nick of time. As Celine boosted into window will give control.
Oh, the time.
Never mind. I was meaning to say, we'll give control to the T's, right? We'll give them a chance to fight, right? But nah, ain't gonna happen, not in your lifetime. As there will be a bit of a push through. Surges finds the second as well. What is going on here? Nico goes with the scout. Accurate, but not accurate enough. 16-6, final score. Project X take it home. They will drive the point right across the heart of the Flames, and they will secure themselves the victory and the ending of the series. 2-1 final score as they take over this best of three and conclude the Group C run as they move on to the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and I mean, we expected them to be the better team today, but yet again, not in this kind of fashion, in the way that it just all came down. I mean, surely you would have thought that, well, Copenhagen Flames in general would have been a little bit closer. Sure, that Nuke game came down to a closer game, but both teams not really playing the best that CS has to offer either. So in the end, it was kind of a mess in a 16-14. But then Project X just came back to dominate, and that's just how it comes. They are going to be first in Group C for Copenhagen Flames. The day is not over just yet. They do still have, I mean, the longest of days. It is 3 best of 3s in a day. That's always difficult to handle.
Well, we'll see how they handle it, but that is it for us. To myself, Overseer on Twitter. If you want to give me a follow and give me a like and all that good jazz, you can get into my DMs. Hey, also Tyler's DMs are open, but no girls. He's taken. Hey, I'm
always
joking,
up for the
Tyler.
memes.
T_gouge.
We'll get there at some stage.
T_golf. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Sorry about that. In any case, that's it from us. And until tomorrow, guys, enjoy the last series of the day, the decider one between, of course, Nexus and Copenhagen Flames. Until then, have a good one and see you tomorrow.
Ta-da.
Initialize booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. System online.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Betway 9 to 5. I am Emo. Joined with me is DK Truman. We've got your final match of the evening, and boy, is it going to be a good one. Nexus versus Copenhagen Flames. I mean, what can we say about this matchup other than there's some great names on both sides that are going to come to play? And I mean, I'd like to kick it off by just asking you how you're doing, Tim. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. I did just recently cover the NLG versus Nexus match, but NLG pretty much had not really a chance in this group stage at all. A very new team, and they got obliterated by their respective opponents. Same thing as Nexus, who this morning got taken out by Copenhagen Flames 2-0, 16-7 and 16-4 respectively. So pretty nasty score lines for Nexus to overcome. Might be the early morning jitters, of course, because they did look a lot better in their previous matchup against BTN, against the NLG. But yeah, it's an exciting matchup to see with these map picks, especially because, well, it is going all over the place with Dust 2, Overpass, and Vertigo being chosen as the respective map picks. Who do you think has the edge in this series this time around?
Oh, well, I mean, Copenhagen Flames, they seem like a very strong team all around, and that's pretty much what I'm going to be looking. That's why I'm going to favor them going into this match. I mean, names like, honestly, when you look at Exilian, that's one of the bigger players, both playing in NA as well as EU for. Oh, I think my apartment is actually. Okay. Okay, building security is paging me right now, guys.
You got a fire drill going on, or?
I think this could be a little bit bad. Apparently, there's a fire drill.
Okay, well, then I'll miss you. Don't get burned up. Don't forget to take the stairs. But yeah, wondering what's going on over there. Hopefully, you'll stay safe for the time being. But yeah, between these two teams, I would say Nexus definitely did show up in that previous match, especially two players in particular, Xelo and IM. I think IM even got 50 frags in total in the series, in the 2-0 series that they had up against their opponents. And I think with the hero pool, the map pool that they got, it is definitely very possible for Nexus to take this series. I'm going to give them the slight edge here, even though they did get crushed earlier. But I think that I'm just going to go off my gut feeling and saying that that was a only one time situation going on, that they'll be able to recover from that series. How's it going over there? Are you seeing the Flames?
But now I'm kind of weirded out that my apartment has a PA system that I didn't know about.
There are probably some cameras somewhere.
Yeah, like now I'm like, wait a second, what's going on here? This is a little bit weird, but nonetheless, I think we are okay for the time being. So nothing is on fire. We are here. We are hanging out. We're ready for some Dust 2, and I'm excited for Dust 2. It's a map that, at the end of the day, we've seen we've seen Nuke being played, we've seen Overpass, we've seen Train being played, but Dust 2 is one of those maps where either side can really kick off to a strong start just based off their team play. It used to be really heavily T-sided, but with the adjustments made to the map over the years, it's become more even. And now, as we move into this match, I'm looking at, well, whoever starts on CT side to actually come out with a bang and take an early lead.
I do definitely think that one of the changes you're referring to is the double doors, especially the ones towards the B bomb side being changed up, making it a lot easier to retake the site, especially for the CTs, where right before it was nearly impossible to retake the site. Even if you had like a 4 versus 2 situation, the double doors made it such an impossible angle to push through. But now it is easier to make it into the site. And I do agree with you there. CT side has been getting a lot better on Dust 2. Did also watch Nexus play on Dust 2 as well. Very deadly with the Ecos and the Deagles on their side. So something that their opponents need to be very wary of. I do hope that we're going to a 3-map series, though, because I love me some good old Vertigo. It's a map that I personally am not that well equipped on. I haven't played it as much as I probably should have, but it's always interesting to see what kind of strats every single team pulls out.
100%. And Vertigo's, I think this will actually be my first time casting Vertigo. So, I mean, I'm really excited to cast Vertigo. I haven't done that in a long time. But I do have to fix a technical issue very quickly here. So just give me a second here, Tim.
Okay, I'll cover for you for the time being. But yeah, if you check out the bans and picks for the maps, of course, Dust 2 is normally a perma ban for Copenhagen Flags, but this time instead of banning out Dust 2, they chose to ban out Inferno instead, where they, after 11 games played, they only have an 18% win rate, so they've only won 2 out of their 11 games there. Definitely don't want to take that map. They've realized that they'd rather play on a map that they might not be as well versed on than a map that they know that they're just not good enough on at all. And I do agree with this strategy. You see a lot of teams that even though they have a terrible win rate on a certain map, they continue to keep on picking the map and banning out their perma ban. Whereas because you perma ban a map out doesn't mean that you're bad on it. It also, for the enemies, doesn't mean that they're necessarily bad on it. It could always be a surprise pick, because as every team does, they should practice every possible map, and that seems to be the case because they've only played it once in the last 3 months. And it was against Fours. They did lose it, however, but they took it to 16-14 against Fours, and that's a pretty damn respectable scoreline.
Definitely. And I do believe we've got 5 players on each side in the server as well, so we should be getting started momentarily. I do believe my technical issue was fixed as well, too. So we are all good to go here, and we are ready to party. It is early morning once again here in lovely Toronto. And Tim, I never got to ask you where you live. Where are you located?
I live in the Netherlands, Dutch, nice Italy in Western Europe, and for me it is about 3:30, so the 9 to 5 always adds up, seeming I always start at, well, if I actually start, it actually does start at 9, so that's always great to have my morning dose of CSGO. But with that, the knife round is going live right now, and as you said, teams are looking more towards that starting on the CT side these days. So let's see if they will be able to secure their favorable side on the Nexus squad.
And it does look like we'll see. I mean, who do you think is going to take this knife round? I think Nexus takes the knife round here. That's my vote. Ooh, look at this. This is actually a pretty intense knife round, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah,
they actually fell back from the doors, right? Yeah, they fell back from the doors. Look at this.
They are typing at the moment, so are they going to go for the 1v1s? That would be
hey,
pretty
let
sick.
us out.
Honestly,
let us out.
I really would love to see that they just, call out, let's go for only 1v1s the entire time. And then see who's the last man standing. But nah, they're just going to brawl it out. That should be a rule. Make the knife round a lot more interesting. Just another one in the ring. It is going to be the Nexus squad. Well, yeah, most certainly Nexus winning the knife round.
All right, prediction right so far.
Yep, that is a correct prediction. No caster's curse just yet. But Nexus, will they start on that CT side? Or the T side still have to make that choice heard? And it does seem to be that they're starting on the CT side. I must say that IM and Xelo, two very, incredible players in the previous series. Both almost 30 bombing on this specific map in a very short amount of rounds as well. So looking forward, if they can keep that same momentum going into this one. And there's going to be the long push. The flash blinds out Xelo. Glocks versus USP's long-range stabs. IM gets himself a kill. He's going to get traded out, though. Xelo, and actually Button is the one to secure one. Ooh. And a clean, crisp headshot from Nexus. Now Jabby in towards mid. is going to peek in, rightly executed by Raga, and the P250 from Exilion is the last one alive. Will not be able to get anything more done, and it is a nice little spread on Nexus. Every single player on their team got themselves 1 kill.
Yeah, nice little teammates there, but that was some great flash work towards long out of Nexus. You saw the initial flashbangs come out from Copenhagen Flames. They were able to get long control, but Nexus does take the fight. They don't give it up. They actually throw a pop flash of their own. They start engaging. A second one comes in. They get the second pick towards doors.
And I think the fire is still going on in your apartment complex. Do hope that you don't burn to a crisp in the near future. Not really much to talk about in this round. It might be Exilion getting the opening pick, though. P250, but they have barely any weapons to speak of. It is one P250 and the rest are Glocks. Xelo gets aggressive, drops the bomb in towards mid. Button gets headshotted. They're doing a lot of damage with this one P250 so far, but they are also taking a heap of damage themselves. And Cemente, in an off angle, will be able to peek in, drop Basso, and the last 2 players are pretty much 1 bullet away from dropping dead. And a nice, reasonably clean round from Nexus coming through. 2-0, and now Copenhagen Flames will be able to afford those AKs all around. It seems that there might still be some issues with actually his apartment complex right now. I do hope that the big brother is really watching over him safely right now. And in this round, it is going to be the quick push out towards A long. A couple of tags flying through, but there's only 1 player inside pit. It is IM, so it is their star player coming through. Actually, a very aggressive push from Nexus, flanking out towards T-spawn. The bomb is there. They will be able to catch him out, and that would be wonderful to secure the bomb in their favor. Nikodos right around the angle, and the sound cue has been made. Nikodos will get a kill, but traded out. That's an AK to be recovered as well. IM gets a team's mate's flash coming through to drop down Basso, but Dafu gets rid of Cemente, and they recover the bomb control on the side of Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, that noise cue is what really set it apart there. Just if he didn't make any noise, that would have been all the difference in my opinion. But now moving towards B here, this round has turned on its head for Nexus here as Copenhagen Flames getting a free B bomb site and getting that plant down here momentarily.
They have a scout and an M4 to try and work their way through. He actually deals more molly damage to himself than to Jabby, which is unfortunate because he knew exactly where that molly was supposed to land. So a little bit of a mistake with the toss-up, and it is rather hard to retake it with the smokes coming through, time ticking down, and not the best weaponry to go in. There's going to be the peek through mid, but Nexus are just trying to keep their weapons alive. IM is actually getting aggressive, wants to make sure that they don't save their AKs, but that's just his scalp taken off, and BTN will at least be able to save an AK into the next round.
Yeah, it was a very bold decision to go ahead and take that fight, just off the sheer fact that look at the money on Nexus. It's not like they're set up to do a buy no problem. People still need drops going into this round. In fact, IM needs a drop going into this round. So, very bold decision out of him to take the fight. He's going to be gunless. We're going to see drops go down. People are going to have to spend money. And because of that, Raga comes out with a scout.
Yeah, but that big beast Xelo with the AWP, very deadly AWP player. Of course, a couple of scout shots coming out from mid. Raga is trying to take a duel with any Copenhagen Flames player that's going to peek him. However, is not ready for those AKs, most likely, unless he gets that crisp, clean headshot. Flick is not going to connect. Trying to fall back. Is going to go for the repeat after the flash gets tossed. But it's very troublesome to try and hold that mid area with only a scout. You need the headshot to connect, and otherwise you will easily get deleted by these AKs. So falls back. Mid has been pretty much foregone if Copenhagen Flames wants to push forward. Actually, they do have
player in CT crawling further forward in BTN. And Cemente, who has swapped out Raga. The utility is delaying Copenhagen Flames from getting anything done for the time being. The bomb is in tunnels, so it does seem that they are edging more towards the B site. However, you can always easily rotate towards a short the flash through mid. They are going to push forward. And the double P coming out. Spray down is a little bit dodgy, but they still manage to get the job done. Luckily, Nikodos does trade one in, and so does Basso. Getting rid of Raga. Making it a 3 versus 3 situation. IM does not expect Dafu just hold the angle, and now Xello is the last man standing. They lose everything on the side of Nexus again, around where it looks like they should have had the advantage, and immediately it turns on its head afterwards.
Yeah, you see the initial fight towards middle, the double crossfire set up by Nexus. That was great. That was great. They get the 2 picks, but then they retake the fight mid. At the same time, the guy B is taking a fight. He actually gets taken down. He was sitting back at B plat, and he gets peeked right from the B tunnels. His head gets ripped off. That's a fight that just happens. But after that, we lose both of those players. We lose the mid player, and we lose the back of B player. The rotator B is coming in, but he's got to take the fight doors. And remember, we talked about it. The door change, which has been implemented months ago, allows you from tunnels now to take the fight. So they had advantage. They waited for him to peek the doors. They pick up another easy kill. And then at long A, it all but cements the round. Dafu catches an unsuspecting player trying to rotate across long. And by that time, it becomes a 3v1 quicker than Thanos could snap his fingers.
Well, Thanos did not really snap. It took a while before he finally got that snap going, though. But yeah, we have ourselves a pause. It seems to be of a technical nature, I would assume. Okay, that was just a quick pause for Copenhagen Flames, which they already fixed, it seems. But yeah, the solo AWP from Xello is gonna have to make a lot work right now. Is holding mid currently, where he's hoping for someone to peek into his crosshairs, but heading out towards the A-long area. And aggression coming out from Raga down below will most likely get taken out, but there is backup coming through from BTN as well, from short. So if the player, which is, I think, Basso in tunnels. Yeah, if he pushes forward or has some bad timing, is gonna get, that is just, he got his goad so hard with the timing, and that's unfortunate. The bomb is gonna head towards the A site, spam through the smoke with USP. Of course, not the best gun for that, but close range BTN, Deagle in hand, trying to get the catch onto Exilion, but a great flick from Xello, dropping the bomb on site. It is going to be Exilion peeking in, the flash coming through. He knows that Xello is stuck in the corner at the moment. And multiple players know that, but Xello gets another headshot onto Dafu. Drops him down. Luckily, Nikodos is there with the AWP. Misses the second player. However, there is a heavy tag onto Exilion. And Nikodos, of course, you can easily swarm the AWP player, but Exilion is just trying to stay hidden on site. Needs to be careful. Any tap of that P250 should be enough to secure the kill. However, Cemente is not able to get the connection. IM is going for the Kukli, and that's gonna cost him his life. Now, Exilion will lose his life. A very costly round nonetheless. AK picked up by Cemente is gonna try to go for the AWP.
He's got the op.
But
he has no idea.
Oh, he could have sucked that one.
Yeah.
And with the bomb exploding, hopefully he has enough time to get 4 HP, but does manage to save the AWP. That he could have actually stuck it, and we all know that pros don't fake.
I mean, I think the reason that he didn't stick was just off the sheer fact that he thought somebody was going to give him an instant peek, right? So he was like, okay, I'm going to get this kill really quick, and then I'll get the full defuse. He didn't actually aim at the right spot. He was aiming at pit instead of looking at that left side, and that's what ended up biting him there. But nonetheless, like a really good eco round coming out from Nexus there.
And they keep that AWP alive for Xello again. So that very small investment dealt a ton of damage. Copenhagen Flames, pretty hefty blow to their economy, but they kept their own AWP alive, and they also do still have a little bit of extra cash. Push forward through mid, tagging their own teammates by accident. But Raga is going to be able to fall back safely, and not really too much trouble there for Nexus.
No, Cemente now in the similar position to the eco round, just out towards that old Humvee area on B. We do see mid being worked pretty heavily, however. This does look like Copenhagen Flames will be looking towards a mid-B split towards the latter part of this round. As we near the minute mark, nobody's been picked yet. We are going to see some CT aggression here on Catwalk.
Dafu getting taken out by Cemente. Dafu pushing towards B, but at the moment, as you said, mid is pretty damn dangerous right now. They are going to go for that smoke setup and push forward towards that B bomb site. Peeking in, but does he expect Jabby? He does spot Jabby out just barely. Falls back, but will they expect this second peek from Cemente? Yes, Nikodos was holding the angle. Now Raga has to be careful. The jump coming through from Nikodos. Spray transfer and the last little tap to the face from Raga. 4K on the defense, picking up that secondary AWP as well for his teammate or possibly himself, and a great round from Raga coming through.
Yeah, this is some great M4 work, great positioning by the window, dropping back into sight. Here with the op flying across. Bold move from him. Nonetheless, Raga takes advantage of it, and that final fourth kill was great as well, ending up with, well, just a perfect round altogether out of him. Nico, though, makes up for that jumping op play in the previous round with getting a kill to start this one. 5-on-4 here for Copenhagen Flames.
Raga tried to go for the double doors peak with the secondary AWP. Did not pay off as well as he'd like. Cello is going to be forced to hold mid instead now, but the entirety of Copenhagen Flames seems to be hedging towards that A-long position. They do have an AWP on Nikodos and 2 AK, so I do agree with their choice here. You really want to benefit from that AWP, and that means you need to find the biggest, longest range area on the map, which is going to be A-long. They are peeking in, and they're crossing forward, and A-site has been completely abandoned by Nexus, so that is going to be the retake necessary to try and cross forward. No spray coming through the smoke to try and drop him down, and yeah, this is just a clean take coming out, except for that big boy nade coming through. It should be all planted. The molly plus nade landing on top of him. I am towards short. He's gonna push forward, knows that there's still a player stuck in Goose, I think. Nades on site, not really going to connect. The molly towards Goose is a little bit too far off. They're going to go for the sneaky boost, but IM is pushing forward. Kills flying left and right, but there's a player flanking B short, A short as well, and a great flank coming out from short. It will cost Exilian his life, but it keeps the entirety of Nexus distracted from the shots from behind.
Dafu, man. Dafu there towards the ramp. That was massive individual effort from him, able to hold down that retake. The flank actually got there just a second late. The retake had already taken place, but because Dafu had held down the site so well, the flank was actually able to go, actually get involved there. So great effort out of him. And I mean, Copenhagen Flames, that's a round they needed. And now we see a tag onto Raga as he tries to cross the doors.
Yeah, Nexus is out of money at the moment. Exilian executing IM, and you do see the CTs getting a little bit aggressive to try and get something done, but they only have 2 Deagles left and 1 USP on a tagged Raga, so not too much that they most certainly should be able to get done this round. Copenhagen Flames playing rather safe at the moment, and will be able to get a free bomb plant coming through into this round. The flank is being held by Dafu as well. They're looking to see if they can spot a player out, but right now it's maybe exits would be the only thing that you can really try and muster. Honestly, BTM probably should save his armor into the next round. I'd like to see that decision being made. Is gonna go for the peak of BTM. Will not drop a single gun, and Basso even gets 2 kills with that Mech 10. So easy money for Basso added to his bank account.
Yeah, quite a bit of cash dropping in the pockets there of Copenhagen Flames as we move towards the latter part of this first half here. 5-3 is our scoreline as Nexus now buying back up into this round, hoping to get this one closer to that tie game. 5-3 is fine. I mean, on CT side of Dust 2, I aim for around 6 to 7 rounds, and I'm happy with that. As far as I'm concerned, Nexus is on their way to having a good half so far.
Yeah, both sides can definitely still run away with this game, though. It's a little bit tougher for Nexus because, of course, the economy of Copenhagen Flames is, well, they can at least buy into the next round if they would get completely destroyed here. B is getting pushed through mid. And they have absolutely no idea. The op shot misses, is going to go for the re-peek. Will manage to get rid of Dafu. But Basso on the site, together with Nico, does manage to get the 2 important kills that push towards tunnels. And now it's going to be the retake situation. Bomb can go down. This is probably the best moment that you can go for the peak. But, of course, it's rather risky. Coming in from the flank, Cemente with a great kill. AWP of Nico does. He has to hold down 2 different angles at the same time. And that's the thing. The Molly's flying through. That's going to at least get rid of one of the positions. But Cemente already spotted out Nico does on site. Diffuse coming in. Will be able to save the AWP. Are they going to go for the double AWP save is the big question. BTN is rushing forward, and it is going to be the case. They are going to go for that double scope lineup.
So powerful on a map like Dust 2, where you can control all of the A site, you can take down middle. I mean, it's just such a powerful weapon on this map that you'd be a fool not to take a double op setup. But at the same time, some teams prefer the mobility that the M4 provides on CT side, so you don't always see it in play, but it's a very viable product.
Yeah, as long as Raga doesn't go for the mid peak again with the AWP like last time, where he just got demolished by Nikodos. They go on towards short very quickly already. Flash coming in, blinding him in mid, and he's just trying to hold the angle. Xelo gets the shot and shuts down Nikodos, and well, that's where you can really see the Nexus AWP player shining. Cillian behind the smoke. BTN manages to get the kill on the fadeaway, and a beautiful shot at that.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Now the op towards middle here. Zello patiently waiting. I still don't see anything really happening here. As Zello not flashed, the peak comes out. He should be able to pick this one up fairly easily, but he misses the shot, giving an opening for mid.
Cemente is backing him up as well, so they do have a 2-man CT hold. Smoke's coming out, double smoke, and the molly to get Cello off the angle. The spray coming through, see if they can get any lucky kills, but at the moment, Raga on that B-bomb site, he is completely stuck, and his team is far away from him. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade at the moment. They haven't cleared sight yet, and they just realized, shit, Raga is still there. The molly comes through. He misses the shot, unfortunately, but he keeps him distracted. Basso with a great shot coming through. Luckily, BTN is on the flank as well, and I am with the last kill. An incredible brawl, and they were coming from every nook and cranny and managed to hold on the Nexus side, denying the bomb plant and securing the kills on the Copenhagen Flames players, and their money situation is now also in tatters. Nexus, it's looking like a pretty decent CT side so far.
Yeah, and really the opportunity for them to take the lead here for the first time since winning the pistol round and the following round after that. So Nexus now doing a great job on their CT of clawing their way back into this. Copenhagen Flames now on a little bit of a low buy. We do see the 1 AK, but mainly multiple Deagles.
Cemente together with his buddy boy Raga holding the line pretty nicely. Nico does will manage to get 2 1Ds coming through, picks up the bomb, but time is, well, not on his side because everyone already is swarming. However, he catches out Xelo and BTN. This is starting to get risky. Has to wait for IM and play the buddy system. And a big ace coming out from Nico, catching all 5 players. Absolutely hero play. My God, that was beautiful.
Massive. We see the initial hold. It starts looking good, but here's where it just starts going downhill. Nico 1v5, taps the bomb, picks up 2, just charging in, and those are just, I mean, beautiful across the board. Beautiful across the board.
And that breaks the economy of Nexus, and honestly, what an incredible godlike performance there from Nico Does. The Danish player really stepping up to to the plate for his team to try and secure that T-sided win. Catches another kill, and honestly, that I'm still baffled at the fact that he managed to secure that round for his team.
Yeah, and look at that. Not only does he secure the round, he puts Nexus onto the eco and just giving his team even more life now, right? And that's what you want. Just a second win to push you towards the last few rounds of the half. Jabby now turns his back on 3 members towards long. Could get timing here if they do decide to push, but it does look like Zello is going to be the person he ends up making contact with. No, walking right above him. Oh.
It's a save coming out from Nexus immediately. They need these weapons in the next round. They won't have any money for a buy coming up. And you could definitely make something happen with these 2 Deagles, a P250 and a Scout, but you're really going to need to start off with a great Scout shot from Cemente. Xello is trying to chase him down, maybe drop 1 gun. However, it's getting a little bit too dicey there to keep chasing. He does have full armor and a P250 that he wants to save into the next.
Yeah, now we are going to see maybe a little bit of another eco here out of the Nexus side. Is still no money really generated. They kept the armors, they kept what they needed, but it's really going to be Copenhagen Flames to just keep pulling ahead.
It's a quick rush towards B, it seems, or at least some aggression in B tunnels at the moment for the Copenhagen Flames. Really have had some pretty good success there, so don't fix what ain't broke. And there's going to be the execute coming in. Xello gets the kill onto Dafu. That is the opening pick that I was looking for, giving them a chance. Tags coming in. Excellion. It's taking them too long to push forward. Now they will finally engage, but they lose another player. It's a 3-on-3 situation. The tunnels are being flanked already by the Nexus players, and they're right on their heels. Will they be able to catch him out? Nico does with the AWP is going to get saved from behind. Luckily, Basso chimes in with the kills. It is a reasonably costly round for Copenhagen Flames, but that was a massive save coming in from Basso. Otherwise, that round could have been completely turned upside down in favor of Nexus.
Yeah, I definitely think if Nexus was a second quicker on that tunnels flank, they probably could have caught the op of Nico. And then from there, they would have most likely gone in and picked up that MAC-10 that wasn't going to be able to take that long engagement against an AWP, and they still had somebody outside the doors to protect them from pushing out. So there was a real opportunity for Nexus to take that. Unfortunately, just a little bit of mistiming there on the push. They can get caught. But right now, fast mid, and Raga is going to punish them for that. He's going to find himself 2 kills now and rightfully falling back to that B bomb site to make it a 5-on-3 in favor of Nexus.
Yeah, one thing I didn't like too much was with the fact that there's only one more round after this one, that Jabby did start off with a MAC-10, and you know, when you have the money, you definitely should pick up the AK almost exclusively. Now he did manage to get it off of his teammate's corpse though, so that is a plus, but you really want to make sure that you start a round like this with all the weaponry you desire. It is going to be the double opener for Nexus. So rather troublesome for Copenhagen Flames, but we've seen what Nikodos can do on his own, and now he still has 2 teammates left alive to help him out. AWP crossing further forward is holding a small angle to scout around, but Yabi gets the headshot onto IAM, and a beautiful headshot at that. Unfortunately, IAM doesn't get the kill in return, but BTN and Xello both chime in for a kill. Now it's Jabby all on his lonesome onside, 12 HP, but Xello just quickly executes him. We'll be able to recover an AWP as well. And it is going to be 6-8. Who will be able to secure that last round of the first half?
Yeah, it was a very interesting decision there to kind of take that fight towards long at the disadvantage. It seemed a little bit forced, like he really wanted to just win the fight and bring it back. I think there were a little bit more options, kind of keep the player there or even fall back towards mid and look at CT. But nonetheless, we are going to see Nexus pick up their 6th round here. And CT side accomplished. They've got the good half. Now Copenhagen Flames, if they don't get this 9th, it starts looking very, very scary for them.
Yeah, both teams have almost everything they could ever desire. It's a Too bad that the Copenhagen Flames don't have a buttload of extra cash. Otherwise, you could see those auto snipers coming in. That's always fun when Dust 2 hits OT. Just to spray through middle to see if they can catch a player off guard. But that's not going to be the case here. A slow round coming out from Copenhagen Flames. No real aggression, but out towards A long. There's going to be the peak coming in. Xelo with the AWP spots the shoulder. Will get the catch out to Defu, but Defu manages to make it a 1-for-1 trade. IM chimes in for a kill there, and the A bomb site is now going to be the target. Mali is going to hold them back for the time being, and that is a great... That's just great job coming from the BTN. And the flank is there. Nikudos is holding it down, though. He is aware of the possibility. And Cemente, there's no need to push for him. He can just hold his position here. Of course, there's always the fear that someone rushes through T-spawn. But he can easily flank them quickly together with Raga. On the side, BTN with the counter flash coming out. And he's picked up the AWP because Xelo dropped his life. Can he help out his teammate? There's going to be the peek out wide. A 1-for-1 trade coming out. Great shot from IM. A 3 versus 2 situation. Nikodo's still towards short, though. 2 versus 2. Bomb has not been planted just yet. Basu is kind of stuck. Is going to try and turn it around. He has a completely mayhem spray and will get taken out by Raga. Great round from IM and Nexus, and they managed to secure 7 rounds on the CT side. Definitely very doable for them to take this game.
Yeah, 100%. And now as we move on to the second half, it's really going to come down to this pistol round to set that momentum here. On a map like Dust 2, you really want to get off to a strong start on your CT side. So look for the side of Copenhagen Flames to maybe do something aggressive. Look for the side of Nexus here to maybe just take it a little bit slow and look for the overextensions.
Yeah, the names, of course, should be reverted. There we go. It is going to be Exelion getting the opening pick, though, with the USP in hand. Good peek in mid. Of course, long-range tap fights are nice, except if the P250 is the one against you, which you do have to be a little bit careful of. And the fact that IM is right towards the mid double doors is going to peek in. Exelion gets reasonably heavy tagged. But the Nexus lineup still have enough utility for a solid execute. However, if they're going to head towards the B bomb site, they are going to walk into 3 CTs, and that is rather troublesome for them. They are, at the moment, looking like they're heading over to a different position. Maybe they're going to go for the mid to B split, but I would assume they're going to go for the A short push with that utility that they have. This off angle from Exilion could be incredibly deadly, though. It depends on the push from Nexus. And they are going to all 4 head out towards mid. So they might be getting caught off guard by Exilion here. Oh, what a clean headshot from Yabi. IM does spot it out, though. And the close range fight. Yabi's trying to win that one. Jumping away, twirling all over the place, and manages to stay alive through it all. Raga, the last man standing, and he's just going to be pulled apart from all the different angles. Exactly, E-mode. How
he stayed alive at those doors, I do not know, but he did. In Copenhagen Flames, Jabby, some great shooting. Cillian, I mean, he starts the round off by picking mid with that USP. Great effort out of him. 9-7 is our scoreline here, and I mean, Copenhagen Flames, you want to talk about a powerful impact. That pistol round was definitely powerful.
Yeah, that gives them a solid chance here. Of course, you still have to deal with the scout and the 4 deagles to boot. Got to be careful with the over-aggression because Nexus is just going to be holding positions for the time being. A little bit of a default, see if any of the Copenhagen Flames players overextends. And, well, especially a player like IM is incredibly dangerous with that deagle in hand. Same with Xelo on the scout. They are still a force to be reckoned with. Exilion, does he spot the players out? There's going to be the peak. It's a 1-for-1 tag trade coming out. But Exilion will immediately fall back. That nade is doing... well, the nades are doing a little bit of damage to these Nexus players for the time being. Of course, it is a force-up. So if they lose this one, they are going to be forced on a full eco pretty much. The A executes coming through, though. And with the scout, it's a little bit harder to defend that A bomb site than it is with the AWP.
Yeah, it's looking like they are going to be getting set up here momentarily. Smokes are coming out, flashes to follow. Looks like they're going to drop into the site as well. Here comes the execute.
And there's going to be the opening pick again for Exilion. On top of the smoke, it's IM trying to find Exilion afterwards, but it's the bomb planted. The two-man advantage coming out for the Copenhagen Flames. And Xello with the scout is just trying to find a pick quickly before they are all going to pounce onto the side. Javi and Exilion both manage to get a kill, and Basso finishes it off. 10-7, double digits for Copenhagen Flames, and they're forcing Nexus onto an eco right now, so that is probably going to look like it's heading out towards 11-7. And, well, Nexus, they have to be careful that they don't drop the next upcoming buy round.
Yeah, it's basically when we come into the next few rounds, the most important thing is going to be the buy round. Exactly what you said. This eco round, fairly important for Copenhagen Flames because they need to keep their money up. They're on CT side. The game's very close. You want to build at least another buy round here. You have the opportunity to do so if you keep the majority of players alive. But as we move into that first gun round, the scoreline is going to be 11-7, as you previously mentioned, and that's where we're going to have to see Nexus actually take the win. But Cemente taking down Dafu right now is a really good start to this round.
Yeah, there is going to be Copenhagen Flames. Quick aggression coming out. Cemente does manage to pick up that FAMAS. And Cemente crossing towards the site. Unfortunately, the bomb is not there on his back yet, so he can't go for the plant just yet. They are going to peek from... They want to peek from short, but the molly is going to deter the plant nonetheless. They're all grouped up, huddled up towards that A ramp, and they should be able to stick it. Cemente, never mind, no one's going to go for the plant, Xello. I mean, it's very important to just get the extra cash right now because you won't be able to win a 1v4 with the P250. You're not Nikodos.
But great things can happen. Great things can happen. We are into the first gun round, however. 7-11 is the scoreline here, and Nexus, are they going to pull out the op? So Zello does decide to go with the op. He's got no utility, however, so they're a man down on utility here. Let's see how if that affects the round here. Let's see how they expense their utility. We're seeing smokes, we're seeing nades being thrown already. First member's out towards long. I do believe BTN's made his way towards that blue bin.
And there's going to be the push forward. The scout from Nikodos trying to get a catch. Does manage to get a clean headshot onto Raga. And the molly is deterring them from pushing towards the site. Is doing a lot of work, just staying alive, making it hard for them to push. Nikodos even gets the AWP of Xello out, gets a tag going on to Cemente, and a lot of damage dealt by that one scout player on site. Exilion chimes in for the kill onto BTN. The last two players, Cemente and IM on site. IM gets aggressive, but towards short, Basso tries to creep past the smoke. Wide peek from IM. I mean, some of these peaks are great, but some of them are really unnecessary. They now know that the last two players are towards A long, so Cemente might just want to try and sprint it towards that B bomb site, which is, of course, a lot easier to defend. Is taking his time, though, and they are crawling in, gets the catch onto Dafu, and now it's going to be a one-on-one Exilion versus Cemente. He does have the bomb plant in time, and he has enough time to play with, jumps across, does know exactly where his opponent is coming from, and will be playing the hiding game, but jumps up. There is, again, not really a reason to go for that aggressive peek when you know the opponent is that incredibly close. Some of these Nexus moves are just a little bit questionable, to say the least. 12-7, and Copenhagen Flames managed to win another one in their favor.
Yeah, very close round. Honestly, made in part by Basso getting a little bit eager towards that catwalk there. You saw him in the smoke making that play, pushing through, just wanting to get involved with his teammates when he could have just kind of hung back. That gave the opportunity for the player now to rotate all the way towards that B bomb site, Cemente. But like you said, jumping up on that box gave the opportunity for Exilion now to pick up an easy frag on what would have been a headshot angle.
There's going to be all the flashes raining out towards long. Opening pick up for Dafu, taking down Raga. The Molly is going to deter them or force them to push forward. The Molly's actually burning Cello pretty decently, but Exilion gets the kill onto BTN. And Copenhagen Flames is just shutting this Nexus lineup completely out. Their T side looks disastrous. Not a single round has been won just yet by the Bulgarian squad. And, well, it seems to be the case that Danish CSGO is just supreme in the world right now. Constantly seeing every single Danish team flourish at the moment. It is going to be Jabi getting the kill onto Cemente. They can definitely pounce on towards the B site. But I am playing a sneaky little angle, waiting for someone to aggress. And yeah, this he might be able to catch the AWP player off. Should be an easy bomb plant coming through, but Exilion with a massive flank already is right on their heels. Will they expect him this close? Is going to win the duel up against IM. The bomb goes down. Excello with the AWP in hand. It is possible. It is troublesome, though. They are going to push forward, gets the opening, but peeks out a little bit too wide, and Dafu shuts him down. 13-7. Emo, this is looking like disaster for Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, even that round, though, had a glimmer of hope, I would say, as Nexus, you see IM sneak out of the mid area. He's playing that so well. They get into the doors, but Exilion on the quick flank through the tunnels, able to catch that first player off and turn it into a 3v1. As soon as you hit that moment, you know where the second person's going to be. You know he's going to be in the site because he just put the bomb down, and that becomes an easy win for you guys.
Yeah, it's I mean, Nexus, what kind of strats are left? You've got, of course, the old glorious B rush, which they're not going to use this round. They have the double AWP set up on the Copenhagen Flames side, and that's going to be the opening pick for Nikodos. Did he spot the player crossing to the left, though? Flash is going to come in. Is going to catch him off the angle, force him back. He is trying to disengage, manages to get behind the boxes safely. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Cemente did manage to get a kill, but almost lost his life there. They scout the players rushing towards that B-bomb site, and it is going to be the B split. AWP in hand, doesn't manage to get the kill, and now all of a sudden, Nexus annihilate the Copenhagen Flames. Dafu does manage to get a kill for his trouble, but the economic situation for Copenhagen Flames is not the greatest currently.
No, they got to back out of there right now. Dafu's got to save that M4. Bring it into the next round here is, well, like you just mentioned, I mean, Nexus has kept these rounds close. They haven't been closing them out, but they've kept the money low, and now they're going to reap the rewards of that. We'll probably have to see all the drops come down next round for Copenhagen Flames. Dafu most likely will drop that M4 to Basso, and we'll see everybody buy up. Or at least small armor. I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah, with the M4 saved, I definitely would assume so, especially with the amount of rounds that they have, and getting Nikodos his AWP should be enough to force them into a buy into this round. I would call a timeout right now to really go over the economics of who's going to buy what exactly, but it seems that they already have everything planned out. I would like to say that I did say Bulgarian, but it's supposed to be Romanian.
Indeed.
My mistake. I stand corrected. Sorry, Twitch chat. I do apologize to everyone, my fans, my family, media, Relog Media, everyone, especially you, Emode. You heard it and you kept silent. Thank you, bro. But yeah, the round is commencing. Nikodos with the AWP boost towards short, jiggle peeking to see if he can spot a player out. But A-Long has been foregone for the time being, and as we did expect, that AWP in hand. Dafu spots the players out. They peek out wide, and I am with a nice headshot coming through. The smoke cross coming out as well, so they can reach the site reasonably safely. Exilion is rushed towards the site, but IM is literally popping up right next to his face. And Copenhagen Flames are getting pushed out all of a sudden. Cemente towards lower tunnel did not expect a close range player, and Nikodos even gets out. IM again. These are some of these over-aggressive moves coming out from the Nexus team that really are unnecessary half the time.
All right, so if we lose a player in sight here, this retake Oh my goodness. Here we go. The retake is a full possibility now as Raga playing right there on the corner. He's going to actually defend that fairly well here, but Basso is...
Dead?
Yeah, it should be. I was like, what is happening here? He couldn't find the bomb, I don't think, but nonetheless, now Copenhagen Flames going onto an eco, I should say, as Nexus looking to get themselves into double digits. Not out of this one yet. Not out of this one yet.
No, it's still a long road ahead for Nexus, but forcing Copenhagen Flames on an eco, which will be problematic for Nikodos to get an AWP. Nice shots coming in. I mean, this is just prize shooting, you would say, but IM does lose his life to Dafu. A very quick round coming in, 13-10. Still in favor of Copenhagen Flames. Only need 3 rounds, but Nexus, they're creeping and crawling closer and closer by the round.
Yeah, and a big issue now is that they went for the buy here with no AWP, so this is going to be the opportunity for Zello now to take advantage, and he can take advantage well with this long spawn here. You're going to see him just running towards it, looking for that early pick. See if he's able to find it. He should be able to find it here, and oh, the leg onto Exilian.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but they will fall back immediately on Nexus. Opening damage, still better than nothing. Yabi gets flashed out in towards mid, and Nexus... There's only a sole B defender at the moment. Of course, they don't know that yet. Will Jabi know that IM is already crossed out through mid? Most likely not, but... Ooh, that could have been some incredible timing for IM if he went for that peek. The moment he hears his opponent rush past him. But setting up towards the A short area. IM again. Here's another one cross. Is not going to peek in aggressively. But the A bomb site is being gifted away. Now finally catches out Exilian, who was, of course, heavily tagged already. He's trying to distract the Copenhagen Flame side. Dafo's getting aggressive. Cemente is gonna get taken down, but the bomb is actually in top mid, and the flank is coming through from mid double doors. IM needs to go big here with the help of Xello. He doesn't know where they're all coming from. Xello gets a double kill with the AWP, and a third one coming through. The bomb gets dropped, but Xello with an absolutely monster round on the AWP. Close range opping to the players pushed through double doors. 19-14 on that player and going pretty nuts. Even though that looked like it was an absolutely doable round for Copenhagen Flames.
They knew they were up catwalk there, so by getting the bomb down, there could have been a decent crossfire being set up. There could have been something from the middle area to the top of mid, right? And charging through the doors, they were essentially fish in a barrel there, as the T's on catwalk just had to look down and shoot at them. Very unfortunate round from Copenhagen. And they're back onto an eco for it.
Yeah, Nexus crawling closer and closer. 2-man advantage all of a sudden for Nexus already. And this game is not over just yet. The economic situation for Nexus is looking pretty decent at the moment. Yabi with the Zeus in hand trying to catch a player off guard, which still might be doable if they think that they can easily get over aggressive here, especially Raga right next to the double doors. Yabi gets himself tagged, rushes forward, but luckily Raga was already spamming the door. It is going to be one round that spreads these two teams apart. Definitely a completely different story than the first series of the day. It does seem that Nexus might just not be an early morning squad.
Yeah, you know, they have to have that coffee, get their day started, you know, just get it going, get her going. And then around noon, that's when the real work efficiency comes for the 9 to 5. They start knocking it out. But here we do see a very fast middle here. Jabi's going to get caught. And that should be the entry kill. There you go, as Nikodos now taking down Raga, but mid is open for business, and the split is being taken advantage of by Nexus. Zello now onto Basso, and that's a save.
Yeah, they will get the cross going. They are actually pushing forward. BTN gets heavily shut down in the meantime.
Or not a save.
Yeah,
wow.
They get themselves 2 quick kills, and now it's possible to go for the retake. Nikodos is heading towards the tunnels, and well, of course, both of them can't do it alone. Xelo with the AWP. There is a molly and it's a smoke and a flash still available, but Xelo's going to peek in, and Xelo has been hitting a lot of shots as of late. IM and Xelo, the dynamic duo of Nexus, managed to hold on to the site. 13-13, completely tied up between the two teams, and Copenhagen Flames forced on to a semi-bye again.
And this is exactly what you didn't want to happen. Now, Copenhagen Flames, I do believe the score was 13-8 was the lead when Nexus started their comeback. And what a comeback it was. Now, tying this one up and possibly taking the lead here is Copenhagen Flames, like you mentioned, onto that force spy, onto that semi-eco. With only pistols, it does look like they're favoring some catwalk play right now to start this round.
Yeah, I do think that it actually was 13-7.
Okay.
So it was even worse. But yeah, how long can they keep this going? Will they be able to continue this ride? Of course, this should be a round for theirs. But shoulda, woulda, coulda is a different story in CSGO altogether. They still have D-Eagles available, 4 of them. 2 smokes, a flash, and 1 CZ with body armor on most of them. Axilian gonna try and play a sneaky little angle, but, well, I assume that some people know of that specific smoke. The cross smoke was thrown and his smoke's about to dissipate, so that's problematic for Axilian. His entire little strategy has failed because they actually just tried to bait out utility from the Copenhagen Flames. There's going to be the re-smoke again. Push forward, crossing towards side. Xelo gets the opening pick onto Axilian, and it is going to be very problematic for Copenhagen Flames to get anything done. One play in the smoke. Jabby has to deal with Button peeking into him any second. IM is actually going to get the kill onto Basso, and Yabby falls. This should be a done round. Actually, Nico does still has a deagle and is going to get caught out. Bomb is finally going to go down. It was actually a little bit close there with the timing. They only had 12 seconds left on the clock, but nonetheless, Nexus, clean sweep, enough money for the last couple of rounds. I mean, 13K, 12K, 10K, 13K. They're rich on Nexus. 14-13, 2 rounds away from securing map number 1.
Yeah, but on the flip side, when you look at Copenhagen Flames, even if they win this round, they're going to need to keep the majority of their players alive because they can't be dropping. Everybody needs utility. Everybody needs to build towards something. And, ooh, boy, that was very, very close. And a very fast long as Raga's able to take down Dafu, and he gets into the pit. Should be able to get another one as well here, but Axilian making sure that his team doesn't go down 5v3 this early on.
That was a pretty nice recovery of the spray control. I would never, ever hit that last bullet on someone's head when I already started spraying. But Axilian definitely a completely different beast than a pub scrub like me. Xelo with the AWP in hand. The only one headed towards short, though, trying to keep them distracted, and Copenhagen Flames are clearing out the map so that they know that it is going to be that A hit eventually. This is such a... I mean, this is a confidence play on top of a confidence play by Xelo. No backup, and the AWP as his only weapon on towards short can get easily flanked. He's going to peek into Jabby, will get the kill, and even crosses before the push coming out. Nico does with the AWP close range, but he's going to get caught out by Cemente. Basso quickly on the flank. However, it is going to be Basso on his lonesome, having to save the AWP into next round because they have to play for OT on the side of Copenhagen Flames. Nexus, they completely turn up the heat. 8 rounds in a row they managed to take away from the Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, this is a massive comeback coming from Nexus here again, and Axilian did a great job in that round. I mean, he started off towards those B tunnel, the A long, and ended up in T spawn. By the time that round developed, I would have liked to seen Copenhagen maybe tighten up there towards the A bomb site, but nonetheless, Xelo lurking on the cat. The strong play from him, able to get that first kill, and now Basso trying to save this AWP. Is he going to be able to do so?
Standing on trash, will take him down.
Wow.
And I think he might have heard the step when he was running towards the garbage, but yeah, no AWP in the possibly last round of this first map. And I mean, you never know exactly how a match is going to go. A tremendous comeback coming through from Nexus. And there's the auto snipers coming through, tagging their own teammates, though. That's not exactly what you want to have happen with the Audis. Oh, Raga heavily tagged down to 14 HP. Not even getting a single tag on the CT players either. That is so disastrous.
They've left B completely open, and Nexus is just going to go ahead and walk in here, Tim. Uncontested, no problem. Basso playing outside with that M4, and you know what? B is open for business.
And that's the thing with if you go for the auto sniper play, normally you get a couple of tags going and B is weakly defended. Dafu pushing forward, does manage to get a kill. Jabby chimes in as well, and the defense is rather lackluster. Maxello with a massive flank, AWP in hand, gets a double, and even gets Nico does all 3 kills for the Nexus AWP player. And it seems to be that the Romanian squad is very successful on Dust 2 so far, and honestly a tremendous performance from Xalo and both from Nikodos. Both operas really standing out in this series so far.
Definitely. And I mean, as we go on to Overpass, it does look like Nexus doesn't play it too often, so I'm going to say this one's going to go all the way here, as Nexus only playing this one 3 times, and this being one of Copenhagen Flames' most played maps. This is going to be a very, very interesting second map we got in front of us. But congratulations to Nexus for pulling off that comeback, Tim. I mean, I think we got to throw it to a quick break so we both can relax from that one.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be right back after these messages.
Initialize booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. System online.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we have map 2 for you. You are watching the Betway 9 to 5 Cup. I am Emote. Alongside me is DK Truman. Some of you might know him as Tim. I know him both ways. You know, I know him like that. We're tight. But nonetheless, we got Overpass in front of us. And Tim, what do you think about this map?
Well, I think that this knife round is very interesting because two players are completely screwed. No, Cement is the first one to fall, and Dafu with the sprint. His teammates are there to back him up, though, and this is all the bait and switch. Haha! You've fallen into my trap. It is Copenhagen Flames coming out ahead in the knife round, and they will most certainly start on that coveted CT side. Of course, this is also a pretty reasonably heavy op map, so definitely excited for that matchup between Nikodos and Xelo. Whereas the third map, if we would go to a third map, of course, statistically speaking, there's a very high probability towards that. But the third map would be Vertigo, which, yeah, no, it's not a heavy op map. So this is the last time, in my eyes, that we can really see those two players completely shine bright.
Yeah, and as we look at the pistol round, which is now getting underway, we're going to see IM with the nade set as well as Exilian with his nade set. Copenhagen Flames playing what looks to be a fairly heavy B setup as Nexus will be going right into it here. All 4 members of Copenhagen Flames patiently waiting.
And the push forward towards the B bomb site. Close range. Basso is going to get overwhelmed by Xelo, who gets himself a double.
Okay.
Inside water, Nikodos is completely swarmed. And Xelo with a triple on the opening pistol. Yabi, the last man standing. Yeah,
Very
this
nice
is
round. Very nice round.
Yeah, quick. Rush B.
Well,
Davai.
They actually threw a second pop flash in alongside their rush. So what that ended up doing was a couple of their teammates, well, they were aware of what the second flash and where it was going to land. So they basically just put their faces in while making contact. And that allowed them to get deeper into the site and get a couple of the Copenhagen Flames members flashed on entry, giving them even more space to move within the site. Xelo, great Glock work out of him, getting himself a 3K in the round, and that's what you want to see.
Nice opener for Nexus, especially something that they need because, well, we did mention they barely ever play this map. It is most of the time one of their banned maps. It's 3 times played, 0 times won in the last 3 months. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad on it. It just does mean that they very rarely play this specific map. Of course, the last time that they did manage to play this map was actually 2 months ago. So that is all the way in August that they last played up against Sex, but then with a C, the UK squad. Because Sex sound kind of weird if you just say it like that, CX. It is, so they might have just completely practiced this map and gotten a lot better on it. It is going to be, I am taken down by Exilium, a man advantage now for the Copenhagen Flames. And with the 2 scouts in hand, they do have that long corridor to cross on the side of Nexus, which could be pretty problematic to get close range. I mean, Xelo's already heavily tagged as well. Dafu's getting close towards toilets. The tags are trying to fly through. Raga is going to get rid of Dafu, and now it's a 4-on-4. But Raga and Xelo very low in HP. Jabby can go pretty big here. He's trying to just get a quick tap in, but is missing his very crucial scout shots. Eventually, they will chime in for a couple of kills. Nikodos manages to get rid of Daga, but it is going to be a 3-on-2 situation. Copenhagen Flames. The nade lands onto PTN. Look at the HPs on these 3 players. Nikodos with the scout 1 tap, or with the Deagle from Basso 1 tag. Should be enough to drop a player. Trying to get a wall bang coming through by Xelo towards the A-long area, and BTN on site will shut him out. So it got very close there for Nexus, but they managed to still clutch it out in the end.
Yeah, and they're going to be rewarded with the Copenhagen Eco now, an opportunity for them to build some cash, but oh man, hold your breath on that round. That started to get scary there. A lot of damage being done, a lot of tags being exchanged, and then that nade really even made me think, okay, that nade plus a Deagle tag now, allows them to just move throughout the site. The scout could take the long engagements towards bathroom. Oh, that could have been a scary round. But Nexus now moving very quickly towards this connector here. We are going to see Raga clear it out, move down now towards short. All 5 members of Copenhagen Flames now above the connector, about to catch Zello.
Yeah, Xello dropped down. That's the AK on deck, pushing forward to recover the AK. Raga is going to get overwhelmed. IM chimes in with his MAC-10. And they now know where the CT players are. Bomb is trying to cross towards that B bomb site, which will be possible. Cemente is also in top connector. We'll get rid of Basso.
Smart play out of him.
Yeah, they should be able to get the bomb planted safely. They could even rotate all the way towards A, which I personally would think would be the safer choice. But with the position of Cemente up in heaven, they definitely can easily defend the bomb site.
Yeah, that was great out of Cemente. He ends up getting the pick towards top connector. Instead of going for the eco frags, he decides to, let's secure the round. I'm going to go towards A. We know the last 2 members are connector. Plan for heaven. Even if you guys go down with the bomb down, I'm in such an advantageous position that I'll probably close out the round. So great effort out of him. Nexus will be getting their 3rd on the board. But once again, Copenhagen getting those frags, making it very expensive for Nexus to win these rounds.
Very expensive indeed, and so far, so good. Copenhagen Flames dropping them a little bit, especially keeping that AK alive into the next, and they will, I mean, they can afford an AWP. I do hope that Nikodos is going to be picking up that AWP into this round. Jabby could do the exact same thing, could drop it towards Nikodos, for instance, and just play with the AK that he has. Nikodos tosses away that MAC-10, and that's the gun that I did expect him to pick up. It's going to be Xello on the opposing side, though, with his AWP in hand. Full buy round coming out from both sides. Where is that AWP actually headed? It does seem to be towards the A-long area from Nikodos and Xello, just aggressing for it. That nade could have been big, but they dodge it slightly. BTN already crosses forward, and a lot of map presence taken away. Yabi has to be a little bit careful from his position right now. The smokes will be dissipating soon, and he does now have backup of Nikodos in towards B short. The flash coming out, blinding one, getting rid of Basso and BTN. Cemente will get heavily tagged, but because IM is so incredibly close, Axelion has to disengage from the fight, looking for an upgrade of his weapon. Picks up the AK, but a lot of damage dealt to Cemente.
Yeah, now we are going to see some smokes being thrown out here. We are going to see... Oh, that's for Monster, but the player has crept out. IM's in front of it now, so they're not going to be expecting this here. IM able to get that first kill onto Dafu now. That pulls a rotation off as the players move up bathroom. No! Great call by Nikodos now, staying towards that area, and Axelion getting caught now. That has to prompt the rotation here. As Nikodos takes the first contact now, Axelion, he's going to keep going,
Drops the bomb as well. Look at the HP on Raga and Cemente. Does hear the steps from Cemente behind him. Jabby goes big with a double kill. And they have bomb control. 22 seconds left. If Raga does manage to drop Yabby here, they can rush towards that A-bomb side, but it's all on IM. Has to go big for his team. Will get taken down. And Yabby with a 4K on the flank from A-long toilets. Absolutely massive. Keeps his team in that round and secures it for them nonetheless. That is going to be the first round for Copenhagen Flames, and an absolute hero play coming out from Yabby.
Yeah, I was seeing it go down, and I was thinking to myself, they either got to make the decision to take that site, or they have to fall back right away, and they took a little bit too long to fall back. You could see the questioning of what they wanted to do there, and that split second is all Jabby needed to get into position and make that round happen. And now Nikodos takes down Zello. Good start for Copenhagen Flames here.
It is going to be a nice catch on to Xello. The money situation for Nexus is not that great as well. They pretty much expended everything they had into this round. Will they be able to muster up a nice offense, though? Crawling their way towards that B bomb site. The rotations are very far away from the Copenhagen Flames, so if they get a good set of utility thrown out, they could take this site, but they're doubling up towards Monster currently. And that is something that might catch out the Nexus players. Axelion gets the kill onto Cemente. And a nice one indeed, making it a 2-man advantage coming through. smoke off Monster as well, and you even see the flank from Yabi coming through all the way towards Playground. BTN is trying to rush through the smoke. The flash is not going to blind him because the players are just too close. And the last man standing in, Raga, will get one kill for his trouble, but okay, a double, almost a triple, close, but no cigar. Nexus lose another round, and that is going to be Copenhagen Flames putting Nexus onto an eco.
Yeah, that was a nice round out of Copenhagen Flames, and this is why they picked Overpass. They're comfortable on it, they understand the map, and I mean, when you're getting those man advantages without even a trade happening or an attempt at a trade, you're going to take those. We see you go into a 5v3 without even an attempt to bring those kills back. So, I mean, Copenhagen Flames, they just got to keep this up. This half's going to roll in their favor.
Molly burning them down a little bit, but they only have one Deagle and one P250 in hand on the side of Nexus because they need to afford pretty much everything that they could desire in the next round. Nikodos with a nice catch onto Raga. The rush through the smoke should be easy pickings for Javi if they're going to continue this rush forward. I am trying to jiggle peek, bait out the Nikodos AWP, and Nikodos actually is the one that has 3 kills on that big green stick so far. So nice little eco frags for that HLTV rating boost.
Let's see if I can maybe pick one up here. I think he gets spotted. Copenhagen Flames not pressing the issue here. Dafu's going to pick up an easy kill.
3-3. Got a tied scoreline at the moment between the two sides. Nexus, of course, you know, I would say if they get 6 rounds on the T side, they would be sitting reasonably comfortable. So that should pretty much be their goal here. What do you think? Or do you think that 5 is also enough?
If I'm on Nexus, I'm gonna go for 7 or 8 actually. But that's personally because I'm not a fan of Overpass. I actually don't like Overpass. So for me, the more rounds on T side, the better for the cause. As Raga does take down Nikodos, Javi now taking the fight against Zello. Raga on to his second of the round. Do they expect Dafu to be there? I don't think they did, as Dafu picks up his first of the round here. And on 20 HP, he's going to get caught by Cemente.
That's a nice catch. Raga picked up the AWP, but there, the flank from Toilets, it's going to be Exilian possibly catching him on the till, and Basso is getting a little bit anxious. Will be able to get taken down by IM. It should be around for Nexus, especially because the bomb is already heading towards the B site, and Exilian is too slow on the catch. Might still be able to catch a player off guard though, but nonetheless, Nexus, unless Exilian goes completely bananas, it should be impossible from his position. There's going to be the peak coming out. He gets spotted out, and they can easily play the bomb. He's going to call the save immediately and disengage. Pick up the AK, save his weapon into the next round, and Nexus finally secure another one in their favor.
Yeah, big round for Nexus there. I mean, Raga, those were 2 huge kills towards middle, really opening up that portion of the map. And then from there, they're able to just work it slowly across the map, ending up towards that B bomb site, and a fairly easy round out of them. Copenhagen Flames, though, plenty of money. Nothing to really be worried about. They're going to buy up like nothing happened and most likely continue the momentum that they've been building in these past 3 rounds. Because remember, Nexus were the ones that took pistol. But since we've seen the guns show up, it's been the Copenhagen Flames show.
Yeah, it's but that was previously, and now Nexus did manage to get themselves a pretty good round in their favor, giving the AWP to Xello. They could buy an AWP on Copenhagen Flames as well, which it seems they're going to do exactly that. Of course, Nico does a very solid offer for the Danish squad. And definitely worthwhile to give him that nice, beautiful gun. I did just check out both of the team's statistics, and they are very bad on the T side.
Well,
so, yeah, that's a big plus.
Win T side. Someone's got to win on T side. At least we know that. And right now, it does look like Nexus going to be going through with that nose flash out monster here. Is Basso and Exilian patiently waiting. Here comes the burst. BTN able to take down Basso. I am onto Exilian. And Nexus have opened this B bomb site up for business.
I am with another catch. AWP towards heaven doesn't manage to get a kill himself, and that's already the save called. It's
You know what's crazy? If they just delayed a little bit, Yabi would have had that flank.
Yep, but unfortunately they completely were not ready for that blowout towards Monster. As you could see, there were 2 players holding B short. They really did not expect that quick explosive play coming out. Yabi does have a flank onto BTN.
My goodness.
I mean, this is incredibly risky, of course. If he shoots one, he's probably going to get shot by the other, and Xelo's going to peek. Oh,
there it
he
is.
knows. His spider senses were tingling. And Nico does the last man standing out towards Long. It is going to be Cemente drop down, and Nico does saving the AWP into the next round.
So 5 rounds on the board for Nexus, a great burst towards that B bomb site, a couple great entry kills as well, catching the players of Copenhagen Flames out of position there, looking like they were just trying to get set up for the round, but Nexus not giving them the opportunity to do so. And as we move towards this round here, we are going to see the Copenhagen Flames side onto that eco, just really with the AWP here that Nikodos was able to save.
Yeah, but he can definitely make some heroics happen, as we've seen in the previous map. Is going to get boosted to try and spot out Xelo on the opposing side. Will he be able to spot him out, though? Yabi is trying to hold it down, but Xelo actually drops Nikodos. Excellion picks up the AWP, quickly gets a catch onto Xelo instead, and it is going to be the push towards that B bomb site. They will forego the AWP, of course, from Xelo for the round win, or at least that's their attempt. Cemente does manage to get the double opener towards that B bomb site, and they will be able to recover the second AWP if they head towards the T
That's
ramp.
exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, they're going to go for the double AWP save, which would be the correct call to be made. Should be a 3-6 scoreline, and Nexus looking really solid as well on Overpass. And that scoreline that we talked about this morning where Copenhagen Flames destroyed Nexus, it really does seem that Nexus are not a morning team. So we should keep that one in mind for the future.
Well, looking at this though, this was a very successful eco round, because picking up that second AWP here is everything, because look at the money. Yeah, Exilian could have dropped Nikodos' op, or Nikodos could have bought one himself, but now they're going to save so much. The economy that they're going to build on a single person, just based off this, on their main opper, in fact, is going to be phenomenal. So a great recovery. That's the best possible thing you could recover on a round like that. And let's see if Copenhagen Flames do some work now.
Double AWP setup. This is their time to try and switch it up. One AWP towards A, one towards B. Of course, the spam coming through. Exilian is trying to peek out towards short. Does give away his position and gets reasonably tagged as well for his troubles. Does need to be a little bit careful, but is gonna spot I am out. Gets a tag through the wall, and I am down to 20 HP, but not dead just yet. BTN, they are a little bit wary of a possible flank coming through on the side of Nexus. So that is some heads up play, even though there is nothing pushing just yet. And there are 4 players stacked towards that B bomb site. So Copenhagen Flames definitely expect that peak to come through. They're going to go for the AWP peak. Or actually, sorry, with the M4 peak, Dafu shuts down Raga. They molly him out of the corner first so that he falls back, and then finally seal the deal with the M4 boost.
Just good individual play overall there. Able to, well, good teamwork play, I should say. Not individual play, I should say. Good teamwork play, definitely, as they now move back towards that B bomb site, a man down. We do see the rotations here going towards A, and one player being in the heaven now. So there's only 2 members actually in that B bomb site here for the Copenhagen Flames side.
Yeah, but it is Exilian with the AWP. Is there going to be a flash tossed over to blind him out? He will spot the shadow, will get the opening pick. Cemente will trade the kill though, but Exilian misses a very crucial second shot. Another double entry from Cemente. He's going to go for the bomb plant. Spray coming through from Dafu, just rushing onto the site. Bomb has been planted, but it is a two-man advantage, and all of a sudden for Copenhagen Flames. Excello spots two players out, but does not get the spray transfer correctly. It will be the defuse coming in, and Copenhagen Flames finally winning another round after losing 3 straight consecutive. I think it's been 3, and now it's for Copenhagen's time to go for 3 rounds in a row as well. It's a pretty nice little scoreline there.
You like the patterns? Are you a pattern kind of guy?
Yeah, I definitely like a good, solid pattern.
You're a big,
I like the
big
colors.
pattern guy over here, folks. Big pattern guy we got.
Just keep this up constantly. See that beautiful, nice string of colors. And the team that is gonna win the next round, I'm gonna hope they lose the game. If it's Nexus winning, of course, then I'm gonna hope they lose. And if Copenhagen Flame, well, actually no, the one that loses. It's a tough one to decide.
Quite a bit of damage, but he still comes out with the kill. Zella was not expecting Jabby to actually be in front of the divider. He was expecting him to have fallen back there, and Jabby, I mean, he thought he was caught out. So what does he do? He sits tight. He says, all right, I'm going to frag out. He's rewarded with a great kill. And now I am taking down Exilian. Does do great damage to him. However, the information is massive.
Yeah, that is, well, another tag onto IM by Exilian, but not enough to secure the deal. Really, that one piece of rock right there, denying 2 kills so far for Exilian with the AWP towards the B short position. And is rather scary. They have a double op setup, one towards A, one towards B. It's going to be Nikodos with the AWP, missing the shot onto BTN, but he gets a collat headshot onto BTN in the back. Beautiful timing coming into fruition, and Nikodos getting himself the 3rd of the round. A beautiful hold from Copenhagen Flames, and again, the money is reasonably broken on the side of Nexus. This first shot missed, unfortunate, but then boom!
Just
perfectly lined up.
Just when you think Nikodos is caught, you're like, oh no, he missed the shot. There's a guy point blank range. Is he going to be able to connect? Oh, it's a double kill.
Double kill. Beautiful. I miss the old soundtracks that you.
The old Quake mods.
Yeah.
Quake mods in game. Or was it Painkiller? I don't remember.
Monster kill. There's going to be a push forward, a 3 versus 3 situation. Very quick aggression coming out from Nexus. But Dafu is now stuck in the open. Is going to get taken down by Cemente. Honestly, that B bomb site is all Cemente's territory. He has had double openers like 4 rounds in a row. It's insane how much work he's doing on that site. And now it's on the double op retake, which is, well, we all know how troublesome that is to do. Is going to go for the quick peek, but not going to connect the shot right now. Exilian does expect to play a close range and is slowly creeping forward, but does he expect him behind the glass is the big question.
They're going to start falling off now. The double op retake is just too difficult here. But Exilian is actually being chased, and he's going to have to turn around, watch that bomb. They are going to get out with the weaponry, though, and it does look like BTN will fall in the process of the chase, but Nexus onto 7 here on their T side. Copenhagen Flames saving the double op, however, crucial to moving forward, because look at the cash.
No, look at the break in the pattern. Look at it. They've been destroyed it.
Well, what if they win 2 now, Nexus, and then Copenhagen win 2?
Yeah, but the problem with that, well, they could make another nice little pattern, but then it has to end with 3-3-3 again to make it like nice and even. No. Well, everyone has their little OCD issues every once in a while, of course. Not as bad as some people would have. Exilian this time we'll get the opening pick on Excello. A rush forward towards B, but they're holding the line pretty nicely. IM and Ragged do both chime in for a kill apiece. But it's all on IM. 6 bullets. 1 bullet left, has to go for the reload. The flank is already pushed. Yabi is right behind him. I mean, this was incredible aggression coming out from Copenhagen Flames to start the round off with. Nikodos is going to spot out IM. IM might not expect the double monster push to come through right behind him. Is down towards water, though. They might actually expect him to have gone, but yeah, his back is turned, and his head is completely clean of his brain. It is a good round from Copenhagen Flames, and they managed
unfortunately,
to eco them.
I mean, unfortunately, in that round there, they went way too quickly through the smokes, rushing, not really having any grasp. That's the difference between the previous rushes. They've kind of let the round develop, even if they bursted through smokes. They've let the round develop just a little bit to see what Copenhagen Flames are doing and just kind of get Copenhagen Flames a little bit paranoid. However, this round, they just ran through and they got punished for it. Jabby sees mid, doesn't even fire a bullet, just says, I'm leaving. And Nikodos, well, he's going to find the frags.
Yeah, but this is a nice cleanup squad coming out. Not a single player dropped on the side of Copenhagen Flames, so they'll have everything for the last round. And that is going to be this round. Will Nexus be able to win the last one with the 3 AKs, 2 Galils, or will Copenhagen Flames be able to secure the half win? Of course, it is a reasonably CT-sided map, so I am worrying a little bit for Copenhagen Flames that they might be getting 2-0'd by Nexus at the moment. Same thing happened yesterday as well, where we saw a 2-0 from one, after the first best of 3 turned into a 2-0 on the opposing side. Jabby's going to go for a quick rush again, and that was, I mean, they went for it 3 rounds in a row. Maybe not go for it every single time. Raga also pushes into connector because Dafu has to peek 2 angles at the same time. Completely cornered in, and now Exilion getting aggressive towards B short. Basso towards a long, right behind the wall. It is Xello, so he can definitely win that duel. Xello is down to 4 HP. But is Basso going to get antsy here? He is looking to peek forward and is going to get headshotted cleanly. Now Nico does with the AWP in hand. Is going to peek into Xello. Misses the shot. Swaps over towards the Deagle. He's stuck in the corner. He needs help from his teammates. And he cannot get the job done. Exilion, 12 HP. Has to get a 3K. But the Kobe right to the dome is going to secure the last round of the half for Nexus.
Yeah, 8-7, great half out of Nexus. Now they're moving on to CT side. Copenhagen Flames, however, this is their map pick, so you got to imagine, comfortable on T side. And now Nexus, well, Overpass CT is a very, very difficult thing to play if you're not coordinated. So we'll have to see how Nexus is going to approach this. We do see a P250 being dropped to Basso here. And let's see what Basso is going to do with this one.
There is going to be an interesting round to boot. They definitely have a lot of faith in Basso with the P250. Let's see if he can succeed. A 3-man connector hold coming through from Nexus. And Cemente gets the opening pick. They chime in for multiple and they annihilate connector. Cemente honestly has been absolutely on top of his game this match. So this second map especially. The double entries towards the B bomb side every single time, and now in connector on the pistol, the very crucial pistol. Bomb's gonna go down though, and this is a good call from Xello, waiting for his entire team to group up. Basso with the P250, tapping away. They managed to hold the line, and they have barely lost any health here. The flank is coming out from Raga, and BTN inside the smoke. They're trying to crawl through, but they're blocking each other on the exit. And BTN should know that something's up right now. BTN is going to get the kill onto Basso, but Exilion is towards the... Oh, this is just a nice tap fight. I mean, that's a really hard fight to win.
Does he have time? He can't find the bomb.
He should have enough time to get the defuse in.
He's got it. Oh, plenty of time.
It's really tough for Exilion. I mean, looking up and trying to get that shot in, that's just terrifying, because almost everything that Raga could see was only his head. Like that was a big ass head right in front of his vision, and did manage to eventually catch it out. It is going to be a force up from Copenhagen Flames. Look at that. An AK, 3 Galils, and a Scout. The weaponry is actually favorable for Copenhagen Flames this round.
Waiting now for nades towards mid. We see the Scout here. Oh, he misses the tag, though. You needed that. You needed that tag to start the round.
They swap their weapons quickly, and Copenhagen Flames slowly crawling towards that A bomb site, where even though they lose the pistol, they do manage to, with that bomb plant, have the superior weaponry in the round. which is a rather funny turn of events. It's really troublesome for CT sometimes, but they are crawling their way towards that the A bomb site, and they will be able to pounce onto the site because they're not giving away any intel just yet. So close range, and they're right onto Xelo. The site has been lost. BTN is going to get flanked as well. Shut down, and a nice clean round from Copenhagen Flames. At the moment, honestly, you should really just try to save the weapons on the side of Nexus. It's already OVR. Raga running back, and he's just going to try and save that SMG. This is a
BTN there towards the long A. Basically, he had two options, right? He had to either commit towards going bathroom or turn and fight on the long. However, he was caught in between. You saw him drift a little bit towards bathroom, and then he was like, you know what, no, I'm going to go towards site. And in that moment, when he decided to go towards site, that's when he got peeked by the person flanking behind him. Very unfortunate moment for him. 9-8 is our scoreline now. As Copenhagen Flames onto guns, they make it happen.
They definitely do make it happen. I mean, it was kind of to be expected, honestly, with the weapons that they had in that round. This is pretty ridiculous how the economy sometimes pays off in favor of the T's. But Nexus, they still have a buy into this round. It is not the greatest buy, of course, not a single full-on M4. But they are going to be playing aggressively. Xelo did spot a player out towards playground, and that immediately scares him, forces him back towards long toilets, and probably should force him all the way back towards long. He's going to go for the peek up against all these Copenhagen. Actually, he's going to fall back before they even peek him. Is again the sole defender on that A bomb site, and it is very scary right now because the last time he did get pushed because he didn't have a full vision of his opponents. This time he is making sure that he is peeking everything as much as possible. Oh, but a nice catch, taking down Nikodos. Man advantage for the Nexus squad. Is he going to go for another peek? Does spot a second player out towards A-Long, and that's going to call the rotations. Yeah, that's a pretty good call for the rotations. The moment that they spot a second, there should probably be more. Exilian and the rest of the squad pushing forward towards that A-bomb side. Molly is going to try and deter them. Flash coming through. Raga is going to get a kill. Dafu, however, gets rid of IM, and Raga falls to boot, but it is a 3-on-2 situation. Xelo is just going to wait for his teammates to join in, and there's also the flank coming in. Long-range taps from BTN. Not the best weapon for that long-range fight. Bomb still not planted at the moment. And they are going to be able to pounce soon enough. This time, BTN did not get any closer. Exilian gets a double kill. But Xelo with the scout. 3 HP on Exilian. One bullet was necessary, but it is Exilian with the triple K. Defends that bomb site. That's his territory. And he shuts down the Nexus retake.
Yeah, that was massive out of Exilian. I mean, if Nexus took that round, we are back at square one. We're going to see another force buy out of Copenhagen Games, but instead we see Copenhagen Flames go ahead and just force Nexus onto that eco round. Now, the opportunity for them to take the lead here and pull closer to that map 3, that Vertigo choice, or that Vertigo decider map. Oh, what a round there. This one's been way more intense than our first map.
Yeah, it's definitely is. There is a 5-man USP stack rushing forward to try and get those headshots in. Not the best thing to try and get rid of the silencer, but they managed to get 2 kills for the troubles on the side of Nexus. However, double digits secured by Copenhagen Flames, 10-9, and Nexus, they will have a buy into this round. Xelo will be able to afford that AWP. Has been a little bit struggling so far, but, well, that previous round with the Scout was pretty massive, but definitely want to see that star AWP player on the Nexus squad really popping off on the CT side of things. So this game might just go down to the wire. It is very exciting to watch these two teams who are pretty much neck on neck this entire series long.
Yeah, we are seeing some more mid-aggression here. The T's creating a little bit of presence to start the round, but nothing really happening for them other than that. We do have a couple players on the Copenhagen Flames side out towards mid here. As we do see two members of Nexus now playing Connector. Are they going to look for the fight? Yes, they are.
Oh, headshot onto Basso, tosses the nade. Close range is going to get overwhelmed by Raga, though, and Connector has been secured by the CTs. But where are all the Ts? They can't seem to find them. They're going to fall back from the Connector area so that they just keep that man advantage going before they get swarmed inside the Connector with that quick early man advantage, and Copenhagen Flames are going to slightly rotate towards that B bomb site where there's only two defenders, but both are positioned towards that monster angle.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any rotations are going to be coming in, so this hold has to be huge coming in from these players. Now, can Nexus do it? This is massive. We see 4 members moving towards Monster and Cemente patiently waiting.
They do have utility on the side of Copenhagen Flames. They're going to execute forward. BTN has to go big, but Dafu and Jabby managed to open up the site. And as we said, the rotations are very far away. Only 2 players on that B bomb site. And honest, again, you have to kind of call the save. Yeah, Nexus are going to fall back. They're not going to risk losing that AWP, AK, and M4 in this round and try to fight another day. 11 rounds for Copenhagen Flames. But, of course, we've seen Nexus on Dust too. We know that no matter what happens, they're not out of the game just yet. They definitely have the skill to recover if necessary. But they are going to have to win a round or two very, very soon, because now Copenhagen Flames are starting to run away with the game.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to build momentum here. And Nexus, I mean, they did a good job of getting the early entry kill. I think they could have fallen into a default setup, but they went for the gamble stack, and then they played too aggressive towards Monster. And essentially, at that point, that gives you nothing. If you lose those 2 players Monster, you have to fall back. You have to give up the site because you lose them so early. The spread of terrorists towards that site, you have no information for the retake. You have no control for the retake, and you're basically going in blind. So Nexus making the good decision to save there, but I would have liked to seen them make a decision maybe to play a little bit more passive as time was winding down on the clock.
There's going to be a quick rush towards B. Short, though, they're not playing too passive on the side of Copenhagen Flames. They are going to call in the shorter moment there. Waiting for the boost to happen, but the boost is there. Just a little bit off the mark, though. I am jiggle peeking every once in a while. It jumps down the moment that the T player does peek into his angle. That's a little bit unfortunate, of course, but utility being thrown to dissipate the CT's defenses. And the time is slightly ticking down, but the bomb is still all the way towards T ramp, so they definitely have enough time on the Copenhagen Flames side to decide what site they want to try and attack. Nikodos with the AWP will be facing up against Xello on the AWP on that A bomb site, because Xello hasn't really rotated towards B at all, has pretty much just been a staple A defender, and I really like to see the AWP being a little bit more agile, a little bit more flexible on his positioning.
Oh my goodness, the fake worked. A one-man fake pulled everybody off the site.
But Xello does not care. Drops the bomb as well. Will get tagged up through the truck, and never mind, it's a 1-for-1 trade. That's not favorable for the side of Nexus. A retake situation coming in, definitely doable, but they only have 1 HE grenade as their only utility. Going for the boost up. Very dangerous. Does manage to get a kill. IAM, nice boost working. They actually expect to play towards truck, which does not seem to be the case. IAM jumps through and will get caught off. Basso on site. Wow. He's going to get taken out. Double entry from Raga, and now it's all on Exidian. Managed to get 1, but will not be able to get the complete control going for the last 2 players. That's going to be Nexus recovering the site, and they can go for the double AWP, but they're just going to stick with the singular one and the AK for Cemente.
Yeah, great effort there, though, for the retake out of Nexus. Now, Zello getting his op back in his hands. This is where he needs to come alive with it. This is where we need to see Zello starting to get those picks to put his team ahead. Copenhagen Flames has done a very good job of getting those early entry kills, getting the entry kills moving into sight, but we need Zello to start getting those man advantage kills here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit problematic that pretty much the entirety of Nexus are banking on that AWP to come through. They went for the boost in towards Connector, but it is going to be a victorious fight there for Copenhagen Flames, getting the man advantage. That boost really did not pay off at all, unfortunately. Spotted out the leg and then immediately shut them down. Cemente is trying to crawl towards Connector. This is a pretty sneaky little angle. Everyone on the side of Copenhagen Flames, however, is going to head out towards Monster. Maybe someone's going to cross into B short and will be able to get caught up by Cemente, but they're crossing into the site. And Raga has to go big here on the peak. Will he spot him out? He spots the head and will be able to call in the rotation. Spots multiple players coming forward and has to play Monster, but he is kind of stuck inside the Monster angle, gets double peaked and gets shut down. Nexus, this is not looking too good. The safe call has been made and they're going to try and keep their weapons alive into the next. Nexus's defensive hold just is lackluster. I mean, losing Connector, 2 players at the start of the round, that definitely doesn't help, but they are losing players left and right the entire time.
Yeah, the issue is the separation within the site there. You saw Cemente playing short, but you saw the person playing committed within that B site. The issue is if you're not going to get any entries on that B site, Cemente can't really help you out there. So maybe playing a little bit more passive, having control of short, knowing that they're only long would have been the way to approach the retake. Nonetheless, we do see Copenhagen Flames move up to their 12th round here on some great patience out towards Monster, to be honest.
The only thing that we are really missing on Nexus, and I think that is the big difference, is that Xelo is not getting the opening pick in these rounds. And I mean, that's just crucial. You have that CT side AWP, so many aggressive spots. You can peek balloons, you can peek B short, you can peek Connector even. And there, well, at the moment, Copenhagen Flames are going to go for the peek themselves. Will they spot a player out? It does seem to be unlikely. But I really do want Xelo to be a little bit more confident on his AWP skill. Now he's actually headed towards that B short angle, but as you can see, they went for the boost. So no one is going to peek into him just yet. A pretty hefty Connector stack waiting for Connector to be pushed or B short so that they can push and try to annihilate one of the 2 sites. They are playing the numbers game here inside Connector. I do really like this. 1 rifle on A, 1 rifle on B, and they can easily rotate to the site that needs help. Nico does get spotted out at the site, but that molly is going to deter them. Raga is going to burn down a little bit. However, they might get pounced from the top if they're not careful. And that seems to be the case. Opening picks coming through. IAM will get 1 kill for his trouble, but immediately it's a 4 versus 2 situation. And Nexus, it's looking horrid for them right now.
Yeah, we're going to see the execute into the B bomb site, and this is where Xelo, go big or go home, buddy. This is where we need you to shine. Smoke's coming in, executes shortly to follow here, and Xelo playing by that pillar. And he's taken down. Nikodos now moving into the site, uncontested.
Yeah,
well,
Xelo's really
10
not...
about to be 13-10. Pardon?
Xelo is really not up to snuff. I think it's been 3 rounds where he has had that AWP where he did not manage to get a single kill going for him. And I mean, it's got to be on the back of your head at this point. The jitters setting in. Will they be able to win this second map, or are they going to head over to the 3rd map? Of course, statistically speaking, you would expect Copenhagen Flames to win, but also statistically speaking, they should win a couple more rounds on the CT side here, Nexus, because both teams not really well versed on the T side. And I honestly would agree, Copenhagen Flames are not really doing that many special strats so far that we've seen, not like a solid full-on execute to annihilate the site. It's just Nexus are missing their shots.
100%.
And also a couple of mistakes with certain pushes from Nexus and the like, where they just, you know, for instance, that Connector round, that was, they completely did not expect a player to push down below.
Okay, I'm looking at this round now. Nexus spending pretty much every last dollar they have as Copenhagen Flames have built up quite a bit of bank here, Tim, and does look like Copenhagen Flames fast out towards Monster. They're going to be able to make it out as well. All these flames will flash, and it's going to be Raga to actually pick up at least one at Vaso now. Not able to find his second of the round, but Exilian, well, he's going to do plenty of work finding two himself.
Yeah, Jabby chiming in as well. Again, the duels being won by Copenhagen Flames. BTN, the last man standing. I mean, at this point, you might just go for the hero play. The 1 versus 3 is going to peek into the AWP of Nikodos. Gets the headshot, but it's not enough to secure the kill. And that is going to be Copenhagen Flames 2 rounds away from securing a map number 2. And Nexus barely do not have any money. Cemente has the AWP to drop, and they're going to actually have a pretty decent buy behind it. Of course, they did manage to save the AK and the AWP like multiple rounds in a row. But it's that AWP from Xelo has just not had the impact that we would have liked it to have.
Okay, it does look like we are going to see Copenhagen Flames patiently towards this middle now, as Raga is taking quite a bit of damage as well here. But Xelo, that's the pick we were looking for, able to take down Exilian now. And can they keep this man advantage going in their favor? Or is somebody going to give up this pick here?
That's a nice one. BTN with the FAMAS playing a nice little angle. He is going to spot out Yabi, but Yabi wins it with the AK. I am getting flashed out towards A-Long. Nikodos is going to set up some utility, but might be caught off guard if IM would go for the peek. He's going to try and boost over. Peek in, and that's a nice catch from IM. Down to 6 bullets, though. Needs to be careful. And what a peek from Yabi. Xelo will get the kill on Tabasso. A 2-on-2 situation. So finally a round where Nexus has a chance to win it. 35 seconds left on the clock. The rotation coming through. Actually, Raga is not rotating just yet. Are they going to go A or are they going to go B? They are heading back towards that B bomb site. And Raga is ready for that. He has not left the site. Has the close range weapon. If he catches out Yabi, drops him down. This could be huge because he can't deny the bomb plant coming through. Pretty much just has to wait for the plant to be initiated or kill Yabi. But Yabi peeks out wide and a headshot. Clean, crisp coming through. Will get the kill onto Yabi, and it's a one-on-one. Dafu, but Dafu wins the straight duel up against Cemente. And Copenhagen Flames 5 map points coming in a row.
Huge out of Copenhagen Flames. Now, that was such a close round. Yabi, massive out of him. 2 kills with, I believe, 15 HP or something. I mean, that's what you want to see. Copenhagen Flames, phenomenal effort from them on the second map. And it does look like we're going to be heading to Vertigo, unless Nexus can put a stop to this for the next 5 rounds.
There's going to be a troublesome affair. Again, lackluster weaponry coming through on the side of Nexus. FAMAS really not paying off for them so far. They're going to get aggressive inside connector towards B. There's going to be the peak coming out. Basu managed to get IM, and BTN trades it out, though, getting rid of Basso inside connector. Nikodos catching out Raga, and they're getting annihilated right now on the side of Nexus. Peeking towards B. Short. Cemente managed to get only 1 first troubles on Xelo. I mean, it didn't work with the AWP. Let's see if it works with the SMG. 1 versus 3. A site has completely been cleared out by Yabi in the meantime, and they can easily rotate. Nikodos is just holding the flank, though. Doesn't exactly know where Xelo is, so is keeping that bomb safe for the time being. But yeah,
I mean, this is good patience, so this round's pretty much over. Xelo now aggressing. He's got to aggress towards short. Dafu's patiently waiting here. I think he spotted him, and that is game. As Copenhagen Flames take map 2, 16-10 against Nexus.
Yeah, definitely a nice showing from Copenhagen Flames. Nexus really did not get anything done on their CT side, but we are heading over towards Vertigo next. It's 67% win rate for Nexus versus 29% for Copenhagen Flames, so definitely going to be a nice little brawl. We are your casters for this series, E-Mode and DK Truman, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Initialize booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. System online.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your Betway 9 to 5, and we have map 3 for you. And that map is Vertigo. Nexus versus Copenhagen Flames. What a great matchup we've got in front of us for the decider match here for who's going to move on in the bracket. I'm Emo, alongside me is DK Truman. And DK, how you doing today, bud?
I'm doing pretty well. It has been so far a pretty exciting series. Yeah, definitely really looking forward to this third and final map between Copenhagen Flames and Nexus, which is looking like a pretty comfortable position here for Nexus. Definitely having some pretty decent results in recent memory on this map. Being able to take down a couple of decent teams, Fate, Lingby Vikings, Hellraisers, and, well, Singularity, but Singularity not the greatest squad out there, unfortunately. But they definitely a solid chance to take down the Copenhagen Flames. Yeah, both sides very well versed on the T side, not too great on the CT side, which pretty much does sum up Vertigo these days. It's probably, together with Dust2, the most T-sided maps in the pool, which is rare to see. The only other one that I, of course, would know of would be my old glorious Cobblestone.
We talked long about Cobblestone here. It does look like Nexus will be favoring the A bomb site, just not really moving too quickly now as they do head up towards the site. We will see the entry go the way of Raga onto Nikodos, and bombs should be planted here momentarily. Yeah,
this is a normal strat for the pistol round, pretty much just going for the retake. It's not paying off at the moment, though. Cemente on site is rather stuck. The flank is going to get caught out quickly and neatly, but Dafu being the last man standing, not really much he can get done. BTN shuts him down and a triple kill for him. Nexus secure the opening pistol. Yeah, the thing with Vertigo is A site is constantly being attacked. B site very rarely gets touched.
Yeah, B side is more of a part that you're going to work. You're going to pick it. You're going to move in a little bit slow. Maybe off the A pick, you pull back towards it. Mid is the same thing. You're not really going to attack it too heavily. But overall, I'd say that the A site, yeah, that's the site you're going to attack quickly. And once again, we're going to see 4 members moving fairly quickly towards that portion of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be Exilian with the spam coming through. Xello dropped down to 1 HP. That is terrifying. The nade plus tags. There's a lot of wall bang positions on this map as well that you have to deal with. And as you said, they didn't get the pick, but they are throwing out some aggression towards that A bomb site and slowly rotating towards B. Xello in the front, though, to pretty much be the intel player, and Dafu with the headshot gets a double headshot and a tag onto Dafu. Nice job. Actually, double tag onto Dafu, who's down to 4 HP. The flank is being caught out, and IM will lose his life there. Raga quickly tosses away one of the rifles, then realizes he doesn't have another gun in his hand, so together with Cemente, they have to go big. I mean, Cemente is almost at the point where he has to nearly ace down Copenhagen Flames. Rather troublesome against their Deagles, Scouts, and the like. But they have to take a site. There's going to be the smoke tossed forward to cross closer towards site. Try and get the bomb plant in. Raga with the 4 HP. They do have an HE grenade. It's going to blow him up, and that's going to deny the plan. That's a big problem because Cemente, the moment he plants, they can all just rush him for him. And Ramp is being pushed at the same time as well. Exilian is right behind him, shuts him out, and that is a great round from Copenhagen Flames. Nexus just taking too long and really not deciding to assault a site.
Yeah, this is big here. BTN thinking that he was above him, and that gives Dafu the opportunity for a second kill, and that's what pretty much allows the rotations to come in. A little bit of spacing. It took about 3-4 seconds to pick that up. And then from there, the tags as well. Raga being on such low HP, that HE prevents the plan from going down. And that about cements the round for Copenhagen Flames. Now we are going to see Nikodos with that AWP getting a kill off that Scout getting a kill off the Raga as Dafu does take down Xello. It will be IM slowly lurking out mid, but Nexus has been absolutely stopped here.
It is going to be IM getting 1 kill for his troubles, but that is about it. It did seem that Xelo got stuck on the wooden, I don't even know what it's called, wood, there towards the B-bomb site, so he couldn't even jump over it, and, well, that cost him his life. As well, is going to peek into Dafu with the Deagle, trying to get that headshot angle to work, but very little that he really can get done in this round. Doesn't even have the bomb on his back currently. But
yeah,
maybe on for the ace? No, never mind. Completely denied, shut down. And Nexus, they did force up in that round, so they will have to eco into this one.
Yeah, it should be, I mean, a fairly simple round for Copenhagen Flames. Nexus has played these first few rounds fairly quickly as well, so we're probably going to see a change of pace in their play style now, as Copenhagen Flames has shown that, you know, if you're going to rush us, we're going to absolutely put a halt to it. So look for Nexus now after this eco round here to start slowing down the pace, start working a little bit more towards that A bomb site, looking for any overextensions rather than forcing the peaks.
Spray down coming through, but not finding anyone just yet. I am with the Zeus, and that is pretty much the only thing they bought this round to try and possibly get a kill in mid. Basso, well, they're gonna go for a boost up, and he is actually falling all the way back so that he is in a position where he can fall back if necessary. Yabi is joining in as well, gets a heavy tag against him. And so does Basso, but this is just a clean sweep coming out from the Copenhagen Flames. Their money is looking absolutely wonderful as well. So 3-1 lead for the Copenhagen Flames CT side, and they're in a prime position to extend that lead.
Yeah, it does look like Nikodos will be picking up that AWP as well, heading towards, I mean, by the looks of it, A, for that early pick, maybe he's going to go by the scaffolding and try and peer on down, or maybe he's going to take that sandbag pick. Either way, it does look like, yep, it will be scaffolding he favors here. Not finding anything, though, as it does look like the T's want to edge their way above this smoke. Is this nade going to do the damage? Yeah, quite a bit of damage there onto Xelo.
Pretty nasty tag coming through. BTN is trying to spot out Yabi, but there's the AWP of Nikodos. Very scary to deal with, might just peek into them, but is actually falling back a little bit. Yabi still peeking through. Utility flying in, and they're taking their sweet time. So they spot the players out, and that nade. Oh,
jeez.
That's some good teamwork. Peeks out wide aggressively, though. Will get a 1-for-1 trade, but the Nexus players are being heavily tagged right now.
Yeah, and with the minute on the clock and no real pressure being created, you got to imagine here that it's going to be on IM, who's lurked his way out towards middle, to really make something happen.
They still haven't completely pushed the site, though, and IM is flanking through mid, and this is a pretty nice flank. Exidion will get taken down by IM. They are trying to go towards the B-bomb site, but they might not expect two players to be towards that area. Basso behind the wood works, hiding at the moment. They're gonna rush through. He managed to get a double kill, and Dafu even shuts down IM. Basso going big, triple kill to hold down the site, and that is gonna be Copenhagen Flames 4, Nexus 1, and this is not looking good for the Romanian squad.
No, and now on to another eco, probably P250 armor, maybe a little bit of Deagle armor, but here's that double kill here. It's essentially with 20 seconds left, they have to run through that smoke. They could have waited a little bit longer, I'd say. As you can see, that smoke is definitely dissipating, but they definitely want to hightail it in there, and they get punished for it as Copenhagen Flames going up 4-1.
And there's going to be the push forward, rush towards A and mid, respectively. It is going to be Dafu holding the line at one point, and Basso chiming in for some kills as well. Yeah, this is an absolute annihilation. 5-1 for Copenhagen Flames. Nexus will be able to afford Byron, and Xelo is going to be picking up the T-sided AWP. Has 0 kills so far, so maybe the op can change the tides of war, because they need something to go their way at the moment against these Copenhagen Flames. I think Nexus, a real hard push towards A ramp might just catch off the Copenhagen Flames players because they've just been holding down below towards that A ramp the entire time. And yeah, Copenhagen Flames, they get so much space from the Nexus team the entire time to toss these nades, to deal that amount of damage. Look at Cello taking 52 HE grenade damage. That is pretty nasty to deal with.
Yeah, that's brutal right there. Now BTN taking so much damage as well through the smoke. All these players on Nexus haven't seen a CT yet they are almost dead. Dafu now in a great position as well. Aggress down towards B. I think he's got a double setup going on as well with Basso here. So this is exactly what you want to see. Dafu takes the initial frag. Basso swings. No Basso swings.
But Basso was down below, and a 1-for-1 trade coming through. Raga does spot one, does know another one is close by Exilium with the AUG. He's going to get shut down. He actually swaps over towards the AUG, knows exactly where another player is because the smoke towards... I mean, that's pretty common. If you place the smoke down towards the sandbags, that you just hedge over to the right side, jump onto the ledge, and then you can peek over it. So he completely reads that perfectly on the CT position. And finally, Nexus managed to secure another round in their favor after winning the opening pistol as well. So it's time for them to recover some rounds on this T side.
Definitely. That was very interesting. I mean... The round looked like Copenhagen had a good grasp of it, but the issue came when we saw Dafu go down, but no trade happened. And that's when really the team started to just fall apart. But look at this nade being set up right now by Basso. Wonder if he's going to be able to find this. Ooh, a little bit of damage, not too much.
I was hoping that we would have a beautiful...
And here's where Nikodos doesn't expect anyone to be there, right? Yeah, Raga comes out here. Nikodos doesn't expect anything. And he's just able to open up the map. Just that easy frag there is all it took.
I should really keep an eye on that HE grenade spot for my Vertigo plays games. Because that's a pretty safe position to toss a nade. And aggression towards the A ramp. Again from the CTs. Yabi right behind the smoke could get a great spray down coming through, but he's gonna just fall back. Actually gets sprayed through, like heavily tagged. Will be able to fall back.
Damage going the other way. Exilian and Jabby are both so low, and I mean, you got to imagine taking this much damage early on CT side. That's where it begins to get rough.
I really haven't seen Nikodos do too much just yet, and a nice catch from Yabi. BTN is going to peek into him as well, but a headshot onto BTN, dropped down to 1 HP. He's constantly flanking that middle area. Will hear the steps though, knows that there is a Basso nearby, opens up one player, does know that the second player, Dafu, also plays towards that B site, and it is going to be Dafu trying to hold the defensive line at the moment. Spraying around, great catch from Nikodos, making it a 2-on-2, and the HP on the Nexus players is very low, but it doesn't matter against the AWP. Nikodos misses the shot. The flank from Exilian, though, will drop down Xello, will not get rid of the bomb planter just yet, but one Molly take is enough to kill him. BTN, very scary position right now. Is going to try and win that fight against Exilian, wins it out, and now it doesn't matter because of his HP, but Nikodos still gets the off-shot connection nonetheless. Copenhagen Flames, they do manage to retake that B-bomb site. 6-2 in favor of, well, them. Rather costly round, but Nexus, they will be able to afford a buy into the next. Copenhagen Flames constantly getting these rounds away, and I mean, that was one more round, and they're in very good position.
BTN 1 HP. So first he gets the fight on a headshot angle stairs with an AK. Remember, that's not a dink, right? So that's a one shot. I mean, he was already on 50 HP, so even an M4 would have killed him with a headshot. But nonetheless, he takes the headshot down. And then from there, as Nikodos does take down Raga, he's still got 1 HP. The Opper has no idea. So if the Opper misses a shot, he has the chance to pick up the round. Very, very close. As Exilian now, looking for this boost, not able to find IM, who's just been working this middle area, finding his frags, getting the job done.
But they might not expect still 2 players to be towards that B area just yet. However, the bomb has not committed anyway. It's pretty much waiting in the T spawn at the moment to be recovered. So Nexus still have to choose what site they want to siege, and the A bomb site is rather weakly defended currently. So they can definitely take that site rather safely with the utility left on the T side. 2 smokes and a couple of flashes should be enough to flush out that complete side molly towards Fold to delay any possible push from the Nexus team. But there's still enough time. Actually, Yabi is placing some nice smokes. He's going to head towards Fold. IM is going to get caught out, and Nika just chimes in for a second, and now Yabi can take over that Fold position. Time is actually now starting to tick down. 30 seconds left, and Xelo and Cemente need to completely clear out Fold, but they might not expect 3 players to be in that area. Nico Dole's behind the smoke. Is gonna spot out Cemente. Xelo on the opposing side, but they know exactly where the AWP player is, and Basso shuts him down. Now Nexus do not have the funds for another round, and Copenhagen Flames are running away with this series.
Yeah, it's looking like, as far as I'm concerned, Copenhagen Flames definitely are understanding how they are playing Vertigo right now. Nexus really not having any opening across the map. Anytime they really, the only chance they had was that BTN 1 HP clutch. Other than that, Nexus has been just getting shut down for the most part.
There's going to be a rush forward towards a ramp, and Jabi just walks past all of them, gets himself a triple, and well, finally they went for an aggressive round towards A, and I stand corrected. They get obliterated in their push. BTN, 6 bullets left in the chamber, though. Needs to be careful. P coming in from IM gets his head chopped off. 4 bullets left for BTN, but gets pushed from the side by Exilian, and that is 8-2. Copenhagen Flames win the CT-sided half at least.
All right, looking at this round now, I mean, Jabi, that was just such an aggressive play out of him, making it happen. Of course, nothing really to lose within that round. But as we move into this round, where we see Nexus off that back of that, we'll call it like a, will we call it a full-on force buy? We'll call it a full-on force buy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a full-on force. I won't call it a full buy because the weaponry wasn't really too strong. I call that more of a force buy. They were still kind of low on nades. But as the pause does come undone, you got to imagine that Nexus now kind of discussing how they need to approach this round, taking a pause just to slow the game down, because Copenhagen Flames, before you know it, is going to run away with this.
Yeah, it doesn't help that Xelo is only on 1 kill as well. Really, I mean, the first map, he was absolutely styling on Dustu, and now really struggling after Overpass was a little bit less, but still pretty decent scoreline. And this one is so far abysmal, but then again, it does make a little bit of sense because, of course, this is in the pool, I would say probably the least OP map in from all of them. So it's very hard to really succeed with the T-sided op here. And there's going to be a rush forward. Ragas shuts down Exilian. Quick aggression, which he completely was unaware of. The smoke's coming out. They did buy up a couple of pistols, of course. Close range, it is very dangerous to run up against these Deagles and MAC-10s and the like. Got wide. IM catches... actually, Xelo catches out Yabi from behind. The bomb is going to go down. The retake is going to be necessary, but they kind of... Honestly, they do have a decent amount of money, but I would still prefer it if Copenhagen Flames would just save this one. I think it's a little bit too risky with the utility they have and the time that it's ticking down. Basso, actually, they're going to stick the defuse. Basso for 3 seconds, but they get swarmed through. Dafu gets a headshot onto BTN, is rushing forward, but the time has ticked down. It is going to be in time close.
My goodness, does he have it? Oh, he
Boom!
got
Goes
it.
the dynamite.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, that
so
was
close.
That was
so close.
way too close. But, well, they did manage to retake the site after a little bit of chaos. Unfortunately, it was too late, and a very costly round for Copenhagen Flames as well. Whereas for Nexus, well, that was a very throwaway round for them. So that's a free win on the Nexus side of things. But this round is going to be crucial, of course, because Nexus will be able to deal a very heavy blow to Copenhagen Flames if they would win this round and force Copenhagen Flames onto an eco into the next. So they have to get it done right now. Xelo picking up the AWP, trying to spot a player out, but pretty much this is the only angle that he can really peek from with the AWP. Exidia gets heavily tagged, though. Raga gets the kill, and a beautiful opener for the side of Nexus. It's getting a little bit dicey, but of course, Copenhagen Flames, 8 rounds. That's something you'd sign for at the start of it. Xelo gets a kill onto Yabi. And now it's starting to get dangerous. Nikodos trying to trade a frag and fall back, but does not spot a player out correctly. Doesn't get the kill. Samite actually tosses the molly on the face of Basso, but knows that Basso is on the flank, so they know where one of the players is. They know that Nikodos is on site with the AWP. It's a pretty tough angle to get the op shot in. Falling back, waiting to play the buddy system with Dafu. And now Dafu is gonna crawl forward towards full, but none of the T's are actually heading towards full, where both Nikodos and Dafu are hiding. So this bomb plant can't really come through from that position. He's gonna go for it. Will they get the spray down? It is gonna be the bomb planted. I am heavily tagged. Basso gets a kill on Rago. Nikodos takes BTN. But yeah, you are right. Cemente with a great flank will catch out Basso. Nikodos, however, still is healthy and well with the AWP in hand. And the bomb is actually, is it planted for Dafu? Yes, it is planted for Dafu. That is problematic. Peekin, Xelo is going to get taken out. Does he expect Cemente already that close towards the bomb site? I don't think he expects him to peek through. Up top, down below. And the victory belongs to Nexus, getting their 4th on the board. Pretty good round from the Nexus side of things.
All right, and it does look like we are going to see attack bots coming in here. Do believe Copenhagen Flames now starting to falter here in the late round as Nexus is coming alive on their T side, maybe figuring out what needs to be done. Maybe their pause was exactly what needed to happen as well. But nonetheless, we are seeing Copenhagen Flames starting to really struggle here with Nexus's firepower in the early round.
Yeah, it's finally starting to look like Nexus is waking up. Of course, they still have to be a little bit careful. They don't have a big bank behind them. And the main difference is in 2 rounds time, Xelo has managed to get himself, I think, 5 kills. So that's a pretty big difference maker if a player starts to finally frag in these rounds and really stepping up his game. Copenhagen Flames, a 5-man stack towards the A ramp area, where they might go for a push or wait for the T's to push in themselves. The Molly's going to deter them for a little bit. But it is just the waiting game for the time being. If any of these T's push forward, they might get swarmed. But Raga is just trying to bait out the peak coming through. He needs a little bit of help, though. Smoke coming out, and his angle is going to get spammed completely. His teammates are not even going to initiate any help. They're just going to let him drop down. Raga gets a kill, falls back, 4 HP left, needs to disengage the rest of the team on his heels, but the bomb gets planted on towards the B bomb site, and Raga is gonna walk towards the ladder. Cemente peeking in with the AK in hands, going for the full spray down, gets himself 2. Basso falls, and it's all on Nikodos to try and secure a weapon, but will not be successful. 5 rounds for Nexus, and the recovery is looking pretty nice, but they should have had it a little bit sooner in this match.
Yeah, it's definitely doable at this point. I mean, it's not totally out of the park for Nexus now. They definitely salvaged this. They can make this one happen. Copenhagen Flames, though, it's not so much that they're ending on a bad half, but it almost feels like the momentum is starting to just falter with them. And this is what you got to be scared of, because it does look like Nexus is taking full advantage of it. Look at the speed they're engaging with again as well.
What's actually surprising, the top 2 fraggers in this game are from Copenhagen Flames. Both Basso, I think, is on 18 kills, Dafu on 14. And they're both the B bomb site defenders, the mid and B bomb site defenders. So that's actually a pretty interesting thing, that it really shows that Nexus have attempted that B bomb site maybe a little bit too much. Nikodos gets the opening pick onto IM, gets the second one onto Rag. Xelo does chime in to get rid of Exilian though. And Nikodos kind of scary. I mean, I have to say that, of course, that AWP of Xelo was aimed at Exilian's spot because he knew exactly where he was hiding behind that one little wall pillar thing towards Fold. But it is going to be that B push coming through, so Dafu has to defend the site. Rotation coming in from Basso. The 2 top fraggers from the side of Copenhagen Flames. Great team flash coming in, dropping Cemente and putting it at a 4 versus 2 situation. Can they recover this one? The Molly's going to come down. It's a little bit deep, but he peeks out wide, gets taken down by Xelo, but Dafu gets rid of BTN as Nikodos chimes in for the last kill. And again, that B bomb site is just a fort right now. They cannot breach the fortress.
Especially when they're attempting to go in so late into the round here. They're really struggling with the approach towards the late round because they're not being able to clear. They don't have much nades, so it just ends up being an aim fight. And unfortunately, with all the angles that they have to clear on that B bomb site, Nexus is just too hard pressed to make it happen.
Yep, there's gonna be the P coming through. Quick aggression from the CTs, got a 2-man advantage, and this might just be a 10-5 scoreline for the CTs. Of course, we have been bamboozled in Overpass as well with the possibilities of the side favorites, pretty much. But Nexus, they're struggling. They're struggling heavily. Losing Cemente as well. The last 2 standing are IM and BTN. And they don't have a single piece of utility left. The bomb even gets dropped towards ramp. IM, a 1-man army. But they know where he is. They heard the Molly tick coming through. And they're just going to try and swarm him as soon as possible. Or at least have control of the bomb. The flank coming out from Basso as well. It's, I mean, this is just ticking down the clock.
Yeah, he's got to pick it up here momentarily. It does look like another smoke will be dropped. I am now. He's over it. There you go. 10-5 is our scoreline now as we move in to the last half of this BO3 as Copenhagen Flames is absolutely showing why they should be moving on right now. Nexus really struggling here to begin another T-side vertigo, but CT side's the new ball game. Let's see what they can pull off.
Yeah, it's a completely different story on the CT side. Normally it's T-sided. Let's see if it's going to be that case as well. Let's see what kind of Copenhagen Flames T-sided strats we will be seeing into this round. They do have a decent amount of utility and are heading so far towards that A site. Not really surprising, but Nexus are actually going to go for the aggressive A site defense instead of playing for the retake. Xelo trying to peek in, spot out players, but BTN is stuck in a problematic position. Xelo and BTN both getting gushed at the start of the engagement. Will fall back, and a man advantage coming in for the Copenhagen Flames. Basso does manage to catch out IM as well, and this is looking like it's going from bad to worse to terrible for the side of Nexus. Raga is looking for the bomb planter, but he just vanished. Cemente manages to get 2 kills for his troubles, but unfortunately there were too many guns opposing him, and that is going to be 11-5 for Copenhagen Flames. Nexus, I mean, last half it was Copenhagen Flames winning the force up, so maybe Nexus can do the same, but I'm holding my heart for them.
Yeah, right now we are going to see the force up from Nexus. They aren't going to be going too aggressive, though. It does look like they're going to be playing default positions, and this can really work against them, as we are going to see the rifles be more cohesive, more as a unit, and those trades are going to come into play. We do see some spam coming out from Nexus now towards that scaffolding area, but overall it does look like we are going to see B bomb site being the favored area of attack right now.
Yeah, and the rotations are very far away towards that B bomb site as well. Cemente getting tagged, falling back a little bit, and I mean, he's gonna peek into multiple enemies. Exilion gets the headshot clean. Lee takes a little bit of damage for his trouble, but nonetheless, it is going to be problematic to actually, the headshots coming in from BTN will get traded out though. 2 versus 3 situation. Doable, but tough to succeed in. Excello with the deagle. Jiggle peeking constantly. They're heavily tagged. 2 players can just be body tagged to death. So, still possible. Nice headshot onto Exilion, but nonetheless, it is going to be Nexus losing the round. Copenhagen Flames forcing Nexus onto an eco, and Nexus, too many rounds have been lost on that T side.
Definitely. It does look like now with this eco coming up, it will be a little bit of a salvage for Copenhagen Flames to get some money into their bank, but yeah, really Nexus, as we move into that first gun round, we're at that deciding moment, right? Nexus needs to start winning these gun rounds, and I am. Ooh, what a deagle shot right there.
I definitely expected it. The peek out wide coming through, but Yabi wants to get himself a nice clean. However, it's now a 3-on-3 situation. Yes, a bunch of tags, but a P250 and a deagle left alive for Nexus. Also a USP, which definitely has its perks every once in a while. There's the rush towards that B bomb site, where we do have IM already stationed, and the rotation coming in from the rest of the team. The utility is going to fly through to completely flush out the site. There's no counter utility from the Nexus side of things, but it's just going to be IM with the close range eagle completely blinded. Nothing you could do there, and a very good set execute coming up from the Copenhagen Flames to secure 13 rounds on the board. 8 rounds difference, 3 rounds away from qualifying to the next round of the Betway 9-5 tournament. That was a crisp, clean headshot from IM.
Beautiful. Simply beautiful. And as we are looking at it now, Copenhagen Flames moving, I mean, heavily towards A as we expect on a map like Vertigo, but these rounds have been so expensive. You gotta imagine they had a little bit of fear moving into these gun rounds here. What Nexus is going to bring in terms of firepower.
Yeah, that is the case at the moment. They will have the AWP for Excello finally available as well on that CT side. Again, not too many great angles to peek into, which is a little bit unfortunate, but Copenhagen Flames do tend to crawl more towards that B bomb site as well. BTN is actually getting a little bit antsy, aggressive towards A ramp, gets blinded, but the steps that he has made does give a little bit of intel towards the enemy there, and that's why Yabi is just holding the flank currently from a very passive angle, expecting the push to come through. B-bomb side, I'm expecting a little bit more of a rotation coming out. BTN can hold aggressively, and Cemente is just diggle peeking the Great to see if anyone's gonna pop out his head. Yabi is gonna try and retake ramp though.
Yeah, it does look like Yabi has an idea of where BTN could be here. Nonetheless, the execute is coming in onto the B-bomb site right now. And here we go. What can Cemente and IM do? First kill going IM's way. Cemente now chiming in with the kill of his own here. And he's going to be getting aggressive around that area here. Oh, IM jumping on the box. But now this is going to open up some kills for the side of Copenhagen Flames. And with Jabby now moving over towards that B-bomb site, I mean, we do have the flank coming in. So I do believe this should be the round, especially with 8 seconds left. Nothing really going to happen. And there you go. Nexus picking up their 6th, and Copenhagen Flames now, where do they go from here?
Well, to be fair, on the first map, Nexus did come back after a 13, was it 13-7 scoreline? I think it was. And they managed to win at 16-13. So you never know what's going to happen until it does happen. The comeback is still possible, and with Copenhagen Flames on an eco, they should be able to get themselves to a 13-7 scoreline. Most likely, IM needs a little bit of backup from his teammates. Raga chiming in for a great spray down. Gets himself 4 kills, and Cemente gets the last one. So a pretty quick round, clean round for Nexus, most importantly. And, well, they're going to have to get a bunch of those rounds in a row to try and sway my favor for them.
Well, they made it happen with a similar scoreline on Dust 2. So, if anything's possible, it's Nexus making this work. Ooh, that nade doing a little bit of damage to IM. Not too much, but it's going to be Nikodos. Big shot out to Zello here to start the round off.
A nice pick, AWP player versus AWP player. They will be picking up that AWP and giving it to Raga, who's going to toss away I think it was an AK.
M4.
Oh, M4. M4. Yeah. Not that it matters too much. The enemies have rifles around the board.
Well, actually, there's a Galil on the field, so...
Well,
there you go.
Yeah, but putting that effort in there for that, it's not really that too worth it in my eyes.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Gonna be that ramp push coming through, though. Still a minute on the clock, and Nexus playing a very hands-off approach in defending that A-bomb site. Oh, well, never mind. BTN pushing forward, hiding inside the smoke.
Yeah, he's got a nice little one-way here, but the attack will be coming up that short area of A. And you are going to see BTN now waiting by the front of this ramp as IM does find himself getting one, but BTN, can he make the play? Can he make this happen? Finds himself getting one. Ooh, Basso with the good trade and a second here, Tim. And that's what Copenhagen Flames needed. Now, Cemente, the final member, sitting in the Molotov. Nikodos will take him down instead of letting him burn to death.
Yeah, if BTN just pushed the other direction and checked out Fold, he probably could have been able to get a couple of frags in a row there, because they were 3 players pushing out Fold with only the one towards Sandbags. Really did expect them to push the ramp area, but they went the other route, and that cost Nexus the round. Now, there is going to be some early aggression towards the B side. IM is going to peek in towards mid. Catches out Dafo. Does manage to get heavily tagged up, though. But Copenhagen Flames 2 rounds away from securing this third map. And they're going to go for the boost. Will Cemente expect it, though? He is boosted up himself. Flash coming through. Has some backup from IM behind him, though, and they really do expect it to be a B hit, and it is going to be that B hit coming through. Cemente getting rid of Basso. Copenhagen Flames losing a couple of players here early on. Cemente towards Wood is going to peek aggressively. We'll get a heavy tag onto Nikodos, down to 7 HP, 2 versus 4 situation. A take still possible, but it is going to be rather problematic to make it through towards the site.
Definitely good Molotov coming in. IM peeks it. He's going to get caught out now. Does look like we are going to see yet another rotation find its way into the site here. But it does look like the commit will be happening here from Copenhagen Flames. Low HP as well. I don't know if they're going to be able to make their way into the site. They do spot one player out. Can they make their way in here?
Raga jiggle peeking towards the pillar. It's going to come down to timing. 25 seconds left. It's a 2-on-2. HP does favor the Nexus squad, and it is going to be Jabby getting 1 kill. Has to go for the full ace to win this round, and is trying to bait out a peek, but this is perfect by BTN. Time is ticking down. Knows he can peek out wide because the time is too far done, and will be able to retake the bomb site. So the round win goes to Nexus, 14-8. I mean, if you win everything from now on and double up your score into a 16-14, it's doable, but it's still a very long road ahead. They can buy up on Copenhagen Flames, but I'd suggest that they just go for an eco.
Definitely. I mean, looking at it, the way that this is going to play out right here, we are going to see probably a faster play, or maybe not even any more plays towards that B area. Most likely A is going to be what Copenhagen Flames favors, as they've really struggled over towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, both teams have been struggling towards that B bomb site. It's just a death trap compared to the A site. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Quick aggression coming out from Copenhagen Flames, but the utility is doing all the damage in this round. They will chime in with the peaks coming forward, and Nikodos gets taken out 14-9, and Nexus crawling closer towards that double digits position. If it's a 14-10, definitely feel that it is in the realm of possibilities for Nexus.
Okay, here we go. Copenhagen Flames, are they going to get that match point? Or will Nexus get themselves into double digits? Does look like A is what we are going to see them favor. A little bit of presence over towards B, though, just to hold some players there. Nothing really else happening, though, in a very, very fast A ramp take.
Yeah, they take some damage for their ground that they managed to acquire, though. However, it is still a long road towards the site. Molly comes out. BTN needs to be careful from his position. They're already pushing forward, and he does not expect it. A nice peek coming in, taking a lot of HP away from Raga, but they chime in for kills quickly. Raga and Xano completely annihilate the Copenhagen Flames push. They were just all still stuck towards Fold, and now it's all on Exilian towards Fold. Last man standing on the side of Copenhagen Flames to deny double digits. Will try his best, but will eventually get taken out by Xello on that AWP. I mean, Xello's AWP definitely looking a lot better on the CT side there. 10 rounds now for Nexus on the board. Copenhagen Flames, at this point, you would probably start to sweat a little bit.
Okay, looking at this right now, it does look like Copenhagen Flames. Now we see some deagle action going on, but this should be another round going the way of Nexus, and you're right, sweating is going to happen. This is exactly where it's going to be going forward here. I mean, if you're Copenhagen Flames, 11 rounds on the board for Nexus now. Cemente, some great fragging out of him as well. Dafu does find one in consolation, but other than that, Nexus is getting closer to that tie game here, Tim.
Yeah, 14-11. Copenhagen Flames, they don't have enough, a lot of rounds left to try and win this one out right before it begins to get too dangerous. Of course, the economics for Nexus don't matter too much. They have only, they pretty much only need to have enough money to buy one more time if they would lose. Because, of course, they are only, well, 2 rounds away from a possible loss, and they might be able to drag it all the way to OT. Nexus really a team that prefers to come back instead of winning by a lead, it seems. Take their pride and strength from overcoming the obstacles. It's going to be a triple man mid push coming out. The AWP gets flashed off. Xello will get the flick connection coming through. IAM will manage to trade a frag, though, in favor of Nexus, and he wants to peek into Nikodos. A lot of damage being done. Cemente get the kill onto Basso, turning it around, and IAM together with Raga will shut down Nikodos. That is going to be 14-12 in favor of Copenhagen Flames, but Nexus, they are crawling and clawing their way back in favor of this. I mean, they want to continue on. They don't want to get eliminated out of the Betway 9-5 tournament. And it's looking pretty solid right now.
Yeah, it's definitely looking really terrifying for Copenhagen Flames. I mean, this is starting to look a lot like Dust 2, a map that Copenhagen Flames thought they had in the bag. Nexus is definitely proving that it's going to take a lot more than just some easy rounds to knock them out of here.
Good teamwork as well from Nexus. Good rotations early being called in. Big nade dunk onto Nikodos and Exilian. And will they be able to get anything done this round? They do have a decent amount of utility to flush out the A bomb site. But the counter utility is there as well. Unfortunately, no HE grenades for Nexus, so they cannot really destroy the bomb planter if he plants inside smoke. Of course, unless you wallbang or get incredibly aggressive, which I don't really think that you should do when you're up against these pistols. But it is going to be the utility thrown out by the Copenhagen Flames. A little bit of a mistake there from IM stepping out of bounds, but Raga getting himself a triple spray down. And it's all on to Basso. Will manage to get one kill for his trouble there and drop immediately afterwards. 14-13, 1 round difference between the two squads. And my God, Nexus, the comeback kings are doing it again.
Definitely. I mean, looking at this happening right now, Copenhagen Flames. It's not going to be too good for them moving forward. If they're not able to pick up this round, I feel like Nexus taking them down here is going to send them on to probably another force buy here, giving Nexus the opportunity to pick up the 15th round.
Look at the utility, though. It completely annihilates Exilian and drops Jabby down to 36 HP. That is painful. That HE grenade in return could do a lot of damage, though, but they're not going to go aggressive just yet on Copenhagen Flames. They're waiting a little bit with the timer. Playing the waiting game to try and force out the last bit of Nexus utility, which they still have plenty of. And there is, I think, a flank possible coming out from IM, who is, of course, the mid holder. Now they have to be careful of. Double nade blowing up Xelo. They will recover the AWP on Raga and close range BTN. Will Nikodos expect this angle from the very aggressive CT position? Is going to peek in. Spray down comes out, but they managed to get a double entry coming through. IM is on the flank right behind them. Someone has to hold it. Basso makes a lot of noise, though, and IM gets behind them. This is absolutely gorgeous. Gets one, gets two, spots the third. What a wonderful retake coming out from Nexus. Beautiful trigger discipline. Right. Absolutely gorgeous from IM. I just wanted to say he was so silent this third map, but man, does he step it up. This is absolutely the most gorgeous trigger discipline I have seen in a long time.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, I was sitting there and in my head I'm thinking, damn, it really sucks that they did this comeback just to let Copenhagen Flames get the 15th round like this. And then IM pulls off the greatest play of this match. Maybe of this BO3 even. Great effort.
Well, there was also that Nikodos 1 versus 5 ace in the first game, so this is definitely one for the highlight reels, it seems. Yabi is going to get taken out as a starter in favor of Nexus, and oh, this one is possibly going down in the books. PK from IM gets almost a double spray down, tagged down to 5 HP, falls back, but a 2-man advance coming out from Nexus. Cemente is kind of stuck solo on towards that B bomb site. Needs the rotations from his team, but it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, favoring, of course, Nexus. Cemente drops the bomb, and Basso has to recover it in a very unfavorable position. Is going to try and push forward to secure the bomb, but there are 3 CTs looking for his head. It is going to be BTN tagging him up. Basso jiggle peeking around the corner, but the Xelo peek comes through. 15-14. Nexus 1 round away from securing their win. Or are we heading off towards overtime, E-mode? This series is absolutely bonkers.
Let's see what happens. Here now is 14-15. Like you said, Nexus now taking this lead. Did you expect that to happen? I mean, we were sitting at 13-7, 14-8. It was ridiculous at one point. But they've done it. They brought it back. One more round to make this happen.
Not the best weaponry for Copenhagen Flames, but this is do or die for them. They have to win this one. Otherwise, it's all OVER for the Copenhagen Flames. Double nade coming out, doing a decent amount of damage. The utility from Nexus is all of a sudden pretty much on point in these last couple of rounds. A 5-man push towards the A site, but there is actually a 2-man B stack on Nexus. They will get a decent tag onto Exilian, falling back. Slight rotation should probably be called in by the Nexus squad. Yeah, they are doing exactly that. IM is joining them on towards that A site. Fold is being held by Raga at the moment. Does need to be careful that he won't get flushed out, and BTN playing his little cubby angle. Raga wants to get aggressive with the peek. Is gonna shoot 2 bullets, running through the molly. That might actually fake him out, thinking that he actually disengaged. Actually walks back into the molly. The nade flies at his feet, down to 26 HP. I am playing the pillar game. Very dangerous angle. Is going to peek in. Nikodos dropped down to 8 HP. So much damage being dealt already. Any stray bullet can take down a T at this point. It is going to be the man advance coming up from Copenhagen Flames. The spray coming through the smoke. Are they going to be able to catch anyone out? The utility is pretty much gone on both sides at the moment. But the smokes are about to dissipate. Raga's going to rush through. Loses his life. A 3-on-5 retake. Are Copenhagen Flames able to take this one to OT? It's neck on neck between the two squads. E-mode. The smoke is holding them off from the push, but BTN, Cemente, like, they can just have stray bullets to secure kills coming through. Axelian getting the kill coming in. Are you actually calling the first OT of this best of 3 series? It is going to be BTN taken down, and 15-15 Copenhagen Flames managed to still secure the last round of regulation, and we are heading off to that glorious OT.
I cannot believe Copenhagen Flames have made this happen. This has been just an exceptional play out of them. 15-15. I mean, Nexus, yeah, they brought it to overtime, but now it's a brand new game. First to get 4 rounds will be taking this one home. Whew.
Double AWP on Nexus, going for a slightly different strat than they've done so far. Raga has been playing towards the A site most of the time, though, so that's what's interesting me the most. Xelo with a quick peek, but he's going to get smoked off the angle and flash, so he falls back. No opening pick here in favor of the Nexus squad. Raga with the AWP towards the A bomb site is going to fall back as well, and so far no damage dealt to either of the two squads. The push coming forward.
Javi now making his way under that scaffolding area, not really spawning too much out. It does look like the AWP is patiently waiting for anybody who wants to peek that angle, but it does look like Copenhagen Flames now making their way up towards A here. Getting ready for the executors. Raga now will be falling back, dropping that Molotov so no T's can chase him. Does look like the execute. Oh, a little bit of a fake maybe here.
It's a long fake. They are running a little bit out of utility on Copenhagen Flames. They still have enough mollies, though, to flush nearly everything out. Smoke thrown forward to make sure that Copenhagen Flames can't push into the site just yet. Raga towards Fold. Very important position right there, and BTN playing close range as well. They have both angles cut off, and the flank is coming through from IM again. He is all the way down towards T-spawn. The push is coming forward. BTN is going to get taken out first in favor of Copenhagen Flames. The molly to try and force Xelo off the angle, and now towards Fold. It is going to be Raga dropping the bomb, but he's completely blinded. Axelian holding the line, has the bomb in his hand, but drops the bomb as well. 10 seconds left on the clock. They don't have the time to plant it. They have to rush. Full sprint. Come on, onto the site you go, but he's going to get taken down in time. No time to get the bomb planted, and that's going to be the round for Nexus because they run out of time. That one AWP play towards Fold. Yabi, the Raga holding the line there and dropping that bomb not once but twice secures them the round win.
Massive, massive, massive there. I'm not sure why the bomb was in such a location, and you got to imagine Copenhagen Flames isn't too proud of that either. But Nexus is going to take advantage of that. Will be the AWP taking full advantage of that and getting down 2 members who are trying to make something happen by that scaffolding. Xelo now taking quite a bit of damage there to begin the round. Other than that, though, nothing happening here, as we are going to see Copenhagen Flames moving back towards B. Actually, it does look like A.
Both teams really struggling with their T sides at the moment, which is rather surprising. Same thing with Overpass. Rather surprising scores that we see on the favored side. But Nexus, one round ahead. It is going to be that possible A side take. AWP from Xelo trying to spot everything out over the smoke. And Copenhagen Flames want to make the push happen right now, but Xalo... Sorry, it's actually Raga that's the one that falls back. One player towards the B bomb site is trying to play the distraction. Spray through the smoke by BTN will delay the push from Copenhagen Flames with that Molly Yabi towards Fold, where there is no CT player holding it down this time. But last round they ran out of time. This round they need to be careful that they don't do exactly the same. The Molly's going to burn BTN. Picks out White, does make it a 1-for-1 trade though. Drops down Nico does. And the push, 25 seconds left. They have to get on site. You cannot risk dropping the bomb again. And Raga is hiding inside the smoke at the moment, but they know that he's there. They spray him down. Heavy tags coming through, but nonetheless, the bomb is going to get planted. And Xelo and Cemente have to try and reclaim the bomb site. 2 versus 4. Troublesome from their positions. And with how the round's going, Cemente does manage to get 1 kill, but Xelo cannot chime in for a couple himself. Exilian will shut him down. 16-16 between Copenhagen Flames and Nexus, and this game is far from over.
Yeah, very far from over here. It's first overtime, both teams exchanging the first round each. As we head into this final, let's see what they're going to approach with. I do imagine that Copenhagen Flames needs to pick up the pace, though. This slow pace is getting them caught a little bit too much. They need to either just move together towards A site early on, because that round, even the time was just dwindling there, right? They got really good entries, but if the entries didn't go their way, there was no way they could have recovered for the round.
They really are playing a dangerous game with the time. It might also just be a little bit of a lack of confidence still from losing so many rounds on the CT side in a row. But they really have decided that the A site is the better site to take. Xelo gets himself a kill onto Exilian. A 1-for-1 trade so far. BTN and Xelo do need to be careful. Both of them fall back, and it is going to be the the even trade. 4v4. Xelo is going to be playing towards full this time. And they're going to 3-man stack that A bomb side. B is solo defended at the moment by BTN, who has rotated towards the different site, but he is actually... no, it's not BTN, sorry. IM is close range. Stas is the nade, but he gets stuck on the corner. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Xelo still has the AWP in hand, though, and he's towards full. They need to flush him out before they go for the plant. He could really be the linchpin right here. Gets the AWP shot to Jabby's face, and this is problematic. Another shot. Xelo going big, but he gets traded out by Nikodos. Luckily, Cemente is there to secure the first half of overtime in favor of Nexus, 17-16. But now Nexus have to swap over to that T side where they have been struggling, just like Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, Nexus now on their T side, you were just mentioning, is struggling it out, but Copenhagen Flames, do they have it in them to keep it going? Remember, they were the ones that threw this one away. And now with Nexus in the lead here, does Copenhagen Flames have it in them to bring it back?
That's a big question. I mean, Copenhagen Flames definitely looked pretty solid on their CT side, but don't forget, after Nexus finally got a little bit more control, they managed to win a lot of rounds in a row on that T side as well. And it is going to be that smoke peek. Careful there for Jabby, a little bit further to the right, and he would have peeked right into a possible AWP shot from Xelo. Of course, I do hope that Nexus, for them, are not going to hit that B bomb site because, well, that's just been the reason they lost almost all of their T-sided rounds. That B bomb site was a little bit too well guarded to handle. But both sides, they really need to win this round. Molly towards the sandbags is going to keep them occupied right now, and they're going to go for the repeat. Exelion getting aggressive, getting the man advantage in favor of Copenhagen Flames. That's exactly what they need. They need that opener right there. A 3-man hold towards the A bomb site now from Copenhagen Flames. One in mid, which is Basso, and all the way on that B bomb site, it is Dafu. So the rest of the team have to do it. The utility is being thrown out. They kind of have to push, need to be careful of Fold. The Molly is going to force back Nico does. And both the players are kind of stuck. Exilian gets another kill for his troubles. Raga falls, but IM peeks in. Yabi will trade it out. Cemente, however, manages to trade it in his team's favor. 20 seconds left on the clock. The HE grenade is wrapped up, and they will spray down the bomb planter. Xelo has to go big. 12 seconds left on the clock. Needs to push forward. He actually needs to get rid of the player towards Fold, but will lose his life. 17-17. Nexus versus Copenhagen Flames. Will they be able to take it in the first OT, or will it be converted to a double? What are your thoughts on this match? Because I am absolutely losing my mind here, E-Mode.
I'm thinking that Nexus is going to need to pick this one up if they want to take this match, or we're going to be going to a very quick ending in favor of Copenhagen Flames. Nexus might need to pick up the pace. Copenhagen Flames able to bang this one out with the M4s. Nexus, I mean, they're just not doing well on this slow play right now. I'd like to see them just pick it up a little bit more, maybe head towards that A-bomb site quicker.
It's a little bit more pace possibly could be a big game changer. There is a heavy defense coming out towards that A ramp. A lot of utility already thrown out though by Copenhagen Flames at the moment, and they are aggressively peeking. Xelo has an angle for, well, anyone who gets overzealous from a peak. Nikodos is looking to catch a player getting aggressive as well. Is going to spot out Xelo. Gets a big tag onto Xelo, but unfortunately not a kill. 14 HP left. I am on top of the box. Will get taken down by Exilium. Great flick coming through. Nikodos on towards the site. Is in trouble. Jiggle peeking around and fall. Jabby with the AUG will manage to defend the site for the time being. BTN. All these smokes thrown down on site. The bomb is going to go down, but he is immediately going to get sprayed down by Yabi, who gets himself a double. BTN pushing forward. The AWP from Xelo is not really getting anything done. They will recover the bomb, but the time is ticking down. Nikodos is even going for the flank, and Xelo is the last man standing towards... Well, that was a sick flick. Gets himself a double. Bomb is down, though, but can't really recover it in time. I would assume he's going to get caught out before he gets the plant in, because that's all they have to wait for right now. Immediately, Yabi peeks, shuts him down. Copenhagen Flames 18, Nexus 17, and another do or die situation, but this time in favor of Copenhagen Flames.
All right, can they do it here, or is Nexus going to take this one to double OT? That was a very scrappy round there again, but Copenhagen Flames doing a good job of keeping Nexus from really pressing onto that site, really getting the entries at bay, going into a passive setup and forcing the Nexus team to really come into that site. And here's this fast mid now, and we are going to see 3 members moving very quickly towards A.
The B split coming forward, but it's going to be a quick shutdown from Copenhagen Flames. They luckily enough have Ragu still available. Cemente chimes in for a kill as well, but the bomb is dropped in a very prime position for Copenhagen Flames. The smoke gets thrown out. Xelo just rushes through the smoke, does not get the kill, and now it's all on Cemente, but he gets shot through the smoke, and that's Copenhagen Flames taking the series 19-17. Absolute brawl between these two squads. And honestly, a delight to cover.
Yeah, honestly, what a competition out of Copenhagen Flames. I mean, Nexus, they really brought it as well. At the end of the day, unfortunately, one team is going to be moving on here, and both teams fought very, very well today. But we are going to give the shout-out. We are going to give the shout-out to Copenhagen Flames.
Copenhagen Flames did manage to take it in the end. Definitely a very good performance, especially those B players in Basso and Dafu. They really held on to that B side constantly on that last map, but unfortunately for Nexus, they are out of here, and Copenhagen Flames will go on to the next round in the Betway 9-5. It was a delight to cast this last series of the day. Of course, tomorrow we'll have some more action, right, E-Mode?
Definitely, and I will be excited to cast with you once again. For all you folks at home, remember to tune in. You're watching the Betway 9-5 Cup. I'm E-Mode. Alongside me is DK Truman. We'll catch you guys later.
Initialize booting. These are your targets. You must find, capture and contain them until extraction vehicle arrives. Witnesses are irrelevant. Leave them unharmed if you can. End of a transmission. System online.